Kim, thank you so much. Can't thank you enough for hosting that brilliant discussion. It's fantastic to have four brilliant leaders speaking about a topic that is so timely and important, something that we're all dealing with right now, the human machine interface, how we relate to AI and how it impacts our very lives. So can't thank you enough for that important conversation. And then what's really interesting is that I can't think of a better way to tee this up because we have to innovate, we have to deal with and master these technologies in order for us to stay the strongest military, political, and economic power in the world. And that leads us into sort of a why, the purpose that drives a lot of this innovation is our ability to compete with China and our other near-peer adversaries. So we're going to have a great conversation next with Jan Jeppelijk, who is with the Epoch Times. He's their senior editor and a reporter. Really honored to have some heroes of mine, Big Joe, I was butcher his name. Joe, really glad to have you here. He was one of the leading dissidents, protesters at the Tiananmen Square uprising, which was that's a milestone. It's a really important date in our history, the world's history. Very excited to have Brigadier General Robert Spalding with Simplify AI, who has been talking on China and reporting on these challenges for a decade or plus. And also Dr. Wen Chen, a human rights activist and a deep CCCP expert. She really understands all of the different aspects, all the different things that the CCP does in terms of gaining advantage. And she does a very methodical job at that, and really thankful to have her here. So we always take a little bit of a break so that you can get a cup of coffee and all those good things. So please do that. And we're going to be joined here in a second with Jan and a fantastic panel. Looking forward to that.
Well, David, thanks so much for that introduction. And, at Epoch Times, we're very, very proud to be partnering with America's Future series. And I'm completely thrilled here to be able to introduce an incredibly star-studded cast here on our panel. We've got deep, deep knowledge. So let me start off by introducing Fengzuo Zhou. He was a student leader in the 1989 student protests that centered in Tiananmen Square, which of course you know about. He was actually number 5 on the most wanted list subsequent to the massacre. Today, he is the executive director of human rights in China and the co-founder and president of Humanitarian China. And he's going to talk about how the CCP has been really good at manufacturing technological tools of repression and how those things then get basically put out across a much broader audience and similar related topics. Then we have Wen Chen. Wen Chen is an activist with Amnesty International, and she is currently a scientist at a top American university. And she was born in China towards the end of the Great Cultural Revolution. So she's going to talk about the US education system and how the Chinese Communist Party co-opts that system today even. And finally, we have Rob Spalding. He's a retired United States Air Force general. He's served in senior positions of strategy and diplomacy in the State Department and the Department of Defense for over a quarter century. Today, he's a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, and he's also the CEO of Semper, which is a hardened standalone 5G service and software platform. And so he's going to talk about the lack of resilience in our civilian and defense capabilities, and also how we can actually deal with that in a meaningful way. So I'm going to start off with just asking you to kind of give us a little bit of an introduction into your area. Fengzuo, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Hi. Thank you for having me here. It's always an honor to speak at this important program and about the topics we all care so much. I was a Tiananmen student leader in 1989, 35 years ago. And to me, I was just doing my duty to my country. But after the massacre, I realized I was number 5 on the government most wanted list. And from then on, I became an activist I'm proud of last 35 years, what I've been doing, even though it's always uphill battle against such increasingly stronger totalitarian regime with the most advanced technology and a lot of it with the help, the willing help of the United States. I'm glad we are having this kind of conversation now. We can alert more people with the immediate and direct risk we are facing from CCP regime.
So tell us a little bit about, just to start us off, tell us a little bit about this, these specific, I know you have a particular tool in mind that the CCP develops specifically to target dissidents such as yourself, but then has been deployed on a broader population.
Right. When we were protesting in 1989 for democracy and freedom in China, technology and free flow of information, that's what we wanted. And we want technology to change China. I think this is exactly a surprise. The opposite of it has happened since China especially joined WTO, when they started this firewall, this great firewall on the cyberspace. At the same time, they can sell all the products to the United States. And so from then on, we were the first targets of CCP's aggression on cyberspace. Our email regularly being hacked, leaked, monitored, and a lot of times with the help of US companies. And my accounts here on LinkedIn, on Zoom, were censored by the US companies very clearly at the order of Beijing, because of my profile as a Tiananmen student leader, as a human rights activist. And FBI has investigated report on this. Everyone can find out if you just search my name. You can find, search Zoom, you can find it. Yeah, it tells specifically how US company, like Zoom, are hiring people from China's state security apparatus to give them specific instructions as to whom to monitor and surveillance on. But for most American people, this seems remote and far away from their daily life. What they don't realize is that while we are being targeted, the same technology, the same mechanism can be applied to everyone. And that's increasingly manifested in many such incidents now. For example, the hacking of government email, US government and organizations, universities, and websites being targeted, shut down. We were the first group of targets. But at that time, when we were trying to call for help, for more attention, we were ignored because US as a whole was busy cooperating with CCP in order to get more profit. But with the help of US companies, this kind of technology, this kind of mechanism has been proliferating everywhere. And increasingly, everyone is at risk. For example, the emails of NGOs all over the world were specifically mentioned in a recently leaked document from this company called iSoon. They even boasted that they control some government emails of certain countries, which seem to be China's partner in the One Belt, One Road program, but that's definitely not limited there. And the way, for example, they harvest all the social media data, trying to build a profile for everyone. That's basically a global effort. But of this, it doesn't stop at personal information level. The same method can be used to acquire very sensitive military information or technology. And that's definitely what they are aiming at.
Well, and of course, there's a certain platform that everybody's familiar with, which is called TikTok, which also has, kind of a much deeper collection capability. Perhaps that's something we can talk about a little bit later in the show here. Tell us about your experience in U.S. academia and a little bit about actually, contrast that with your, journey from China, because you also graduated from one of China's top universities.
Right.
Yeah, I came to the United States. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. I came to the United States in the 90s for graduate school. And I mean, at that time, I really enjoyed the freedom in the United States. But when I started to speak about human rights in China in the early 2000s, I already noticed that the Chinese student body in American universities is having some problem with that. And I remember it was in like 2000 or something, one of my best friends, he happened to be the student leader of the Chinese Student and Scholar Association, CSSA. And one day he told me, well, you'd better not to criticize the Chinese government. It's a consulate asked me to report your activities to them. And I was really surprised because think about it, in the United States, Chinese students from China, right, are required by the Chinese consulate to monitor other students. So that was in 2000. And in the past 24 years, I have been an activist for Amnesty International. And we focus on, in my group of Amnesty International, focus on human rights lawyers in China. Our prisoner of conscience is Mr. Gao Zhishen. He has been disappeared since 2017 because he openly defended the rights of Falun Gong, underground Christians, and other victim groups. So I've been speaking out for human rights in China for 24 years. And because of that, I pretty much disconnected with all my relatives in China. I've never visited them. I try to keep a minimum communication with anyone in China. But what really shocked me was last summer, when I talked to one of the Chinese students at another prestigious university, right? His family went through the Tiananmen massacre. So basically his parents went through what Feng Shuo went through. And he, in a private setting, he told me about his story. But then later on, when a student group, a Western student group interested in Chinese history, suggest me, can you invite him to tell us about his family experience at the Tiananmen massacre? And this graduate student, same age as me, 20 years ago, right? He also freaked out. He said, no, I'm not going to tell anyone in public my family experience. And I felt so sad. It has been 23 years. And American universities did not change at all. Still, students are afraid about expressing their opinion about the Chinese government. And it actually has been even worse because now these are all open. In several universities, let's talk about in October 2022, right? Berkeley, in Berkeley College of Music in Boston, right? There was one student called Wu Xiaolei. He threatened another Chinese student because the Chinese student, the victim, supported the white paper protest against COVID zero policy and posted some posters on campus. So he openly, Wu Xiaolei, this guy openly threatened the victim that he's going to chop off her hands. And also he threatened he's going to report her information to the Chinese police so that in China, they can threaten her parents. And this happened again and again in other universities. And seems like this CSSA, the Chinese student organizations, they have been organizing activities to target those who speak against the Chinese government and target those activists who come to campus to speak about Uyghur genocide or any human rights topic. And the more shocking part is that universities, usually they remain silent towards all this harassment. Like they don't take any action. They say, this is all like, these Chinese people's business. And the pro-communist party student body seems to be dominant, right? Like, because they are very loud and they can motivate many students to write letters to university admin, and like they become the majority of the student body. And very few students would step out and say no to this, say like we should have the freedom of expression. Very few students will step out. And the universities will not protect these victims who were harassed. We call them student dissidents, right? The universities would not protect students that dissidents from China. They would favor the decisions of the CSSA, while CSSA is controlled by the Chinese consulate and the Chinese embassy all over the world. For example, George Washington University CSSA received 50% of its funding from the Chinese embassy in DC. And they also openly, I remember several years ago, they actually threatened, also had some threat to students, like the Chinese student organization, like they threatened local victims, because they favor Chinese democracy. So we see this again and again, but if you look deep into the problem of the university, it's much deeper than remain silent. In the past 10 years, American universities already received over $1 billion of funding, donation or funding from Chinese entities, from Chinese government to Chinese, private companies have tied with the Chinese government. So there's definitely money involved. And in the past 20 years, there are also a lot of scientific collaboration with Chinese research institutes. For example, when we talk about COVID, right? The Wuhan lab, Wuhan lab, it looks like they're engineering some virus that's making them gain of function. But you may not notice, if you read the publication of the Wuhan lab, they collaborated with University of North Carolina. They received funding from NIH. So there's all kinds of collaboration, all kinds of funding involved. So not only the students, in the United States, they dare not speak out because the universities, they're collaborators with the Chinese government. And also the university professors, they become brainwashed through decades of collaboration because all they know about China is China is so good to us, right? They give us money to do research. And Chinese researchers are so kind. They're like the same people like us. These all downplayed the human rights atrocity in China. In American universities, I have been in this higher education system in the past 30 years. You cannot talk about human rights in China. If you talk about human rights in China, they say you're political. You can talk about human rights in the United States. You can talk about anything in the US. You can say Trump is bad. You're not political. But if you say Xi Jinping is bad, they say you're political. So they already have this strong censorship against speeches about the Chinese dissidents. And this is what I'm very concerned about, because once they are brainwashed, once the university professors, the university admin system are brainwashed by the Chinese propaganda, we're talking about the most important technology, right? They are the most brilliant minds in the United States. They train students, and these students would go out and work for Tesla, work for SpaceX, work for defense companies, but they already have this fantasy towards CCP. Then I think we have some serious problem here, right? We sanction China, not let them to get this key technology so that they can use this technology for military to threaten other countries and persecute their own people. But they can use the most brilliant mind in American universities to develop technology for them. And we are talking about a sanction of Huawei, but do you know Huawei is giving $300 million per year as fundings, research funds to top universities around the world. So they are already doing this. They are already giving money to universities, to the education system, and also gradually transform the minds of the American elites to serve the purpose of the communism.
So, this is kind of a perfect segue into getting General Spalding to speak here because, talking about Huawei has been very busy building infrastructure in countries all over the world. And I've spoken with diplomats myself who told me the reason they chose Huawei, and this is even in some liberal democracies, I might add, because it was a great deal. They had the best offer. And they didn't maybe think about the fact that there might be another reason why the cost was so low. So perhaps, General Spalding, if you could speak now to this.
Yes, thank you, Jan. Thank you for having me on. So, I mean, both Functional and One talk about these challenges that we have today. And I think one of the things that I realized when I was working at the White House was the integral nature of our infrastructure in supporting these capabilities, whether they be influencing our citizens, whether it be influencing Chinese citizens when they're abroad, or whether it be essentially attacking the ability to communicate in times of crisis or natural disaster, or just when the Chinese Communist Party needs to create a distraction, maybe over potential invasion of Taiwan, that our networks really weren't, able to support either the protection of our society from that influence or the ability to continue through some kind of natural disaster or attack. So we've been very focused at the people I've been working with. I've dedicated my life after leaving the military to really focusing on how do we harden our society on the infrastructure side? How do we protect our citizens? I think one of the things that's very, very important that we essentially not really focused on since the beginning of this rush from Silicon Valley to a mobile internet where everything that you do is tracked by platforms like TikTok and then used by ByteDance to feed you algorithms. I think this idea that you should have all your data open is a very dangerous one for democracy. And I think me in particular, I believe very strongly that encryption ought to be a basic human right, that your ability to keep your data private and data collected about you private is a foundational right if we're going to maintain the principles and values of our republic through the digital age. And I think that's one of the things that we missed, that the Chinese Communist Party got right. And we thought this world that we were creating, the Silicon Valley, deluded us into believing was going to provide a means for freeing the rest of the world, that in fact it could be controlled by governments, it could be controlled by corporations to ends that are counter to the values and principles that we believe in our Constitution. And so much less laws or regulations or rules, much more about technology, particularly the technology that is in our everyday lives, whether it be protecting our ability to communicate when there's a natural disaster or preventing us from being influenced to, counter our own best interests. These are things that infrastructure needs to be focused on from a technology perspective.
Let me just ask this specific question. What's the issue with having Huawei infrastructure built in 100, I forget how many nations now, but I think it's almost 150 or something like that, including, a number of liberal democracies. And I believe there's still Huawei infrastructure in the US, and certainly in Canada there is.
Well, you'll appreciate this, Jan. I mean, I used to drop 2,000-pound bombs on communication sites as part of a strategy for controlling a country when you want to get them to do what you want to do. And the thing that really blew my mind away was the ability to just build those and then have control over them from the very beginning. So it's not just about shutting it off. You can shut it off, but you also want to listen in on it. And the more listening in on it, then you have the ability to go after people like Functional and One if they counter, have a message counter to what you want. And even we're seeing our own government do some of these things. So this is it's broken containment. It's no longer just in the authoritarian regimes. This desire to control information, to cancel people, to gain intelligence on people. This is something it really is something that governments can't stop from doing. They just feel compelled to need to use that information to maintain the narratives that they want you to continue to believe and trust in. And I think this is so counter to the world that, you know, sprung up out of the Enlightenment period, and then of course was accelerated by the U.S. Constitution and the foundation of America.
You know, thanks. Well, you know, perhaps you can speak to this a little bit. You know, I've had a number of interviews recently with China Watchers, China experts. We're talking, and this theme keeps coming up. You know, we imagined, you know, in America and Canada that, you know, we would, by investing huge amounts of money, essentially building that regime. You know, the U.S. was single-handedly, perhaps we consider it as having built that regime. That we were going to change them, that they were going to become, you know, a democracy or something like that. But it seems like it actually went, and to speak to Rob's comments here, it kind of went in the other direction. It's like they've changed us, and this kind of surveillance technology has actually developed in a lot of places where we didn't expect as a result. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this.
Yes, this is a very tragic sad reality now. Unfortunately, this isn't a complete surprise to me, because we realize this government has no regard for human life, dignity, when they drove the tanks on the peaceful protesters 35 years ago, you know, while the whole world was watching. But it's a shame that the United States, you know, beginning with George W. Bush, embraced this brutal regime immediately. Bush actually sent someone like within a week to comfort Deng Xiaoping, you know, who was troubled like by you know, the killing because Chinese people were rebelling everywhere, all over China, against the massacre. But Bush's support gave him confidence. And eventually, American technology and the trade enabled this regime. Most people just don't realize there is zero private enterprise in China. Every company serves for the purpose of the state, and the state only. And so, for example, if US sanction one company, another one will pop up immediately, doing the same business, maybe hiring exactly the same people. And you know, the US companies, if they are not allowed to invest in some technologies, they will do some other deals. Yeah, that's, I think, what we are facing, this belief in free market economy, where, you know, companies must have the right to do their business. That's a problem now. In fact, the CCP regime has so successfully manipulated this game that US companies were basically knocking over each other to gain favor of Beijing. That's the situation we are facing with the trade and the technology exchange. That's from there, the whole society, talking about universities. I work with Chinese students all the time. So today, I talk to all the victims, including the Berkeley students who were harassed. And freedom-loving Chinese students in the United States now, they have to live underground, basically. They cannot publicize their thoughts. They cannot organize any event because US universities have institutionalized CCP censorship in the name of, for example, following China's custom of taping the safety of Chinese students. We are facing this all the time. We have, for example, talked to many US universities, just simply trying to install a vast sculpture of Nobel Peace Laureate Liu Xiaobo, who died in prison. Now people are paying attention to Russian hero Navalny, but Liu Xiaobo, when he died, like the whole world was ignoring him. He was like the first Nobel Peace Laureate to die in prison without ever seeing a prize. And now he is denied an opportunity just for US universities to show him. Yeah, that's the situation now. So this is so pervasive, and we are fighting this really uphill battle. But I'm glad that recent years we are gaining more audience on this.
I mean, this is fascinating. Hearing from Wen that this type of what we call cancel culture now already was happening on college campuses in America in 2000. Again, courtesy of the Chinese regime. I think that really kind of highlights how because we know that this is increased dramatically in all sorts of purviews, in all sorts of dimensions on college campuses today. And I can't help but wonder if this isn't another way that the Chinese regime had changed us, as opposed to kind of the dream of doing it in the opposite direction. When I'm just thinking about that right now about this 1,000 Talents program, and one of the things that I've been hearing about recently quite a bit of, basically there's been numerous instances of people that are obviously, deeply affiliated with regime, for example, with the People's Liberation Army, working in high-level labs in America. And, if you suggest that there might be some issue, the label racist, again, sort of linking back to this cancel culture, that's racist. You're not allowed to say that. How do you react to this sort of situation yourself?
I feel we need to speak out. I feel like the biggest problem in higher education is that the people are ignorant about the problem of the Chinese regime, right? They think China has human rights problem and US also has human rights problem. So China's problem is not any more serious than our problem. That's a common notion among the US universities. Like they don't think human rights in China is a problem. They think it's as bad as US. Then basically, that's not a problem, right? And also they really hate US military. Like many brilliant students, like from top universities, they don't want to work for defense companies. They say they don't want to create a weapon to kill people. They say, like, see, Americans killed so many people all over the world, right, by sending our troops here and there. But they're willing to work with Chinese military. They don't think it's a problem to work with Chinese military because in their definition, Chinese military, they didn't kill anyone around the world. So that's all they know about, And then we talk about let's talk about the Uyghur genocide, about like Tiananmen massacre. They say you're political. We don't want to hear about that. You're anti-China. Like basically, once you criticize the Chinese regime, they say you're anti-China. So here is I think we're talking about something a lot deeper than just Southern talent problem. Like we're talking about the deeply rooted self-censorship, and now it's like a propaganda in universities. Like people are already brainwashed. You have to awake them from brainwash. You have to keep pounding them. Like say, okay, here's a problem. You need to know about China. Like I think like if you want to make a breakthrough, you have to understand their language. You can't hold a Bible, say, I want to tell you what the Bible said. They wouldn't listen because they're atheists. You have to speak to them in a language that they can understand. They would favor women's rights, right? So I say, let's talk about women's rights in China. Let's talk about the consequence of one-child policy, about so many women went through forced abortion, went through forced sterilization. Let's talk about the systematic sterilization Chinese government is having towards Uyghur women, right? They're sterilizing basically majority of Uyghur women now. So you have to start a conversation from there so that they would listen. They would be surprised. They say, I've never heard anything like this. Then they can get to know about other stuff. And I just feel it's important for us who still work at higher education, are still in this system, to speak out. Like I see the problem like many American conservatives. Basically, their strategy is like, we're going to homeschool. We're going to religious universities. We're not going to these elite universities because they're all leftists. Basically, when you keep doing that, I mean, I don't blame anyone who choose that path, but if everyone chooses that path, basically you abandon the battlefield. You completely leave this field to the CCP's infiltration. And if all Chinese students go underground, like when they speak about democracy, then basically you abandon the battlefield. We just need to speak out. We need to support each other. We also need to, train each other, help each other, learn from the experience of each other. It's not easy to awake someone from propaganda. I came to the US as a very brainwashed Chinese students. And I remember my American colleagues told me about Tiananmen massacre. And it took me at least 6 months to accept that I was brainwashed. That took me a long time. And you can imagine the reaction for someone who are brainwashed. If you try to awake them, they are going to push back. They're going to be angry. They're going to say you're anti-China. They're going to cry. They're going to be really emotional. But you have to do it. Especially Americans. That's what I told my Western friends. Remember, but my Western friends awoke me from this propaganda. And you are unique in your position to awake other Chinese. Because Chinese people, they're always afraid of each other. You don't know who is a spy, right? But they trust their American friends. They trust Westerner. They say, oh, you're Westerner. You're different race. You're not likely to be a CCP spy. So you're not likely to lie to me and trick me into doing something. So we are all responsible to awake, the people in universities. And the second, I would say it's very important to have the right policy. Because universities, they live on federal grants. Every day they rely on federal funding to support their research, to maintain their operation. That's their main income. So if you have the right policy to ban, for example, we have the policy that any student group in universities cannot receive money from a foreign entity. Otherwise, you cannot operate in the university, right? If we have such a law in the US, then basically CSSA will have to disconnect with the Chinese consulate, or they have to withdraw from the university. So I think that will really protect our American, academia freedom. So I think so my suggestion is two things. Number one, everyone should speak out. We should support students at a grassroots level. And number two, we need to have the right policy in the US government to prevent our university from falling into the hands of foreign governments.
So one of the things I often talk about TikTok and get invited to speak about that. And I like to mention to people that there's something called the 2017 National Intelligence Law. Okay. And I'm going to mention this very briefly because I think it applies to, frankly, every area that we've been discussing here today, right? 2017 National Intelligence Law basically says that if the Chinese regime makes a demand on you to effectively become a spy, you need to do so by law. And one of you can jump in if you interpreted that law differently. The other piece that's very important is the doctrine of military-civil fusion. And that is that, that's actually one of the top 7 priorities of Xi Jinping. This doctrine has been in place for a while, but now it's actually being something that everybody has to implement if they possibly can, right? So now this is in the context of TikTok, but this is also in the context of infrastructure. So perhaps General Spalding, if you could comment on that a little bit.
So one thing we say here in the West is that war is politics by other means. In other words, we use military force to achieve a political outcome. And that's pretty consistent throughout the development of warfare in the West. And it's gotten to such a point where we focus so much on the application of violence on the battlefield to achieve a political outcome that we've, in essence, disconnected it from the reason you go to war. And the reason you go to war, as Clausewitz says again, war is politics by other means, is for a political outcome. Well, what we found is this infrastructure, this technology, this ecosystem that Silicon Valley developed and really gave to China and allowed them to dominate was designed to influence people to do things economically, to be a better shopper, And what the Chinese Communist Party realizes, well, if I can influence you to be a better shopper, I can also influence you to be a better communist. And these same channels work quite well. And so TikTok is a very good example of the maturation of this way of war. So if you think about warfare from the perspective of the West, the airplane really was the epitome. And, you know, I flew the B-2, the stealth bomber. When you put that airplane together with networks, GPS guided bombs, and the ability to collect intelligence, you know, you could go anywhere, you could do anything. But even more powerful than that, I believe TikTok represents the next evolution of the greatest weapons in warfare, in that they can go directly to the citizenry and they can go directly to the individual, and they can be tailored to the individual. So this ability to manipulate your perceptions, your behaviors at an individual level is really what we're talking about. And pairing that, the infrastructure, the ability to collect data about you everywhere, and then using artificial intelligence to leverage that data in ways that manipulate your behaviors is really what we're talking about. And so when you can do that, if you think about our Constitution, the Federalist Papers, you know, the Federalist Papers really talk about the reason that the colonies believed that they needed a republic was because that each of the republics could be picked off one by one, and if they needed to come together and protect themselves. You know, of course, at that time they were thinking Army, Navy, you know, an army could come and attack us, or somebody could attack us from sea. There was no such thing as an internet. There was no such thing as this ability to go right into your homes. And so I tell people, you know, the awakening moment for me as a B-2 pilot was realizing that I could, you know, take this $2 billion machine, go anywhere around the world and do things on behalf of the country that wants to achieve a political outcome and get back home. And my kids, you know, believe in communism because they've been influenced through you know, right through the tools that are in their own hands and right in their own living rooms. And I think this is the thing. So warfare has been elevated to a new plane. Clausewitz is no longer the person that I listen to. You know, you'd be much more inclined to understand this by listening to Mao's own words. Mao spoke about this type of political warfare, but he didn't have the means to wage it globally. Today, the Chinese Communist Party does. Another good example of somebody from the West that talked about this, but isn't thought of in the sense of warfare, is Machiavelli. You know, reading The Prince, you really get a sense of what Mao was trying to do. He just never had the tools to do it. And we gave him the tools in these very, very powerful technologies and ecosystems.
You know, and I might add, there's another element too, because, you know, in the kind of communist mentality, or everything is basically a power play. Every interaction between a human being is one person trying to exert power over another, and that's it, right? And I think that, you know, that mentality has also created a situation where it's kind of become a moral thing, like people accept as good and just and fine that you know, these technologies are used to manipulate us, and that we can expect that, as opposed to like, that's outrageous, right? I'm wondering, Feng So, if you have any thoughts about that.
Oh, I'm sorry, see that again?
Yeah, I mean, the idea just being that basically in the communist mindset, everything is one person trying to exert power over another, and that's all there is, right? Right. There's no sort of deep human relationship. That's the extent of it. But that also creates this kind of weird lack of morality in the way we deploy these powerful information technologies, right? And I'm just wondering if this, you know, we keep talking about this theme of communist China having changed us, right? It's almost like we accept that these manipulations are fine, right?
Yeah, I think that's true from the beginning to the ideology of communism when they begin in Europe and then in China. For CCP, they never had their intention of controlling the world. Basically, they want to be the engineer of human souls everywhere. And that's the way they do it. They are brainwashing our people, and now they can do it where everyone is enemy of each other, and you have to fight power struggle. There's of course what is tragic is that United States never realized this in the beginning, that we are facing an existential threat from this regime. There's no peace between such a regime and a democracy like United States, and especially the rule-based international order that the United States is trying to keep.
When I wanted to ask you about this, going back to this question of, students that are affiliated with, say, Chinese military institutions, is there a concern that these students are working in top-level American universities doing, cutting edge research? Because there's two positions on this, right? Some people think that's a crazy proposition, and others say, well, you're being discriminatory against those Chinese. So how do you view that?
The students working in the Chinese military before they came to the U.S., they probably have some issues on the national security of America, right? Because we know all the Chinese government sponsored students starting from 2019, they had to sign a contract before they came that they promised they will serve the country. They promised they will, follow the order of the CCP. And once they come to the United States, and we also noticed that usually Chinese government would only send sponsor students to study in the area they want to get the technology. And they always sponsor projects, they think they bring them technology, but not others projects. I already noticed this kind of collaboration. They have a boundary, they only restrict to those areas with technology that the CCP wants. Actually, in some European countries like Sweden, they already stopped accepting students who were government sponsored by China, right? They already stopped doing that. But the United States, we still allow many of them to come to study. I think it will go back to the original problem of American universities, because the professors, if the university admin, if the professors don't think this is a threat, if they don't think Chinese military is a threat, if they don't think China has a human rights issue, then, these are all fine, right? Basically, I read one of the letters written by the Comtech president to the students, it was an open letter. And basically in that open letter, he said, we should not discriminate anyone because where they had worked before. So look at this letter. This is a statement from a top university in the US that they should not discriminate students just because they are from a Chinese military. And hundreds of university professors from Stanford, from Princeton, they wrote a letter to DOJ, Department of Justice, protesting the China initiative. They think this is anti-China, this is racism. So you see how much influence they already have in universities. And this is actually, as I mentioned, it's already very deep in universities. But still, nowadays, they have to carry the policy of the US, right? United States, if we have the right policy, then no matter what the professors think, they will say, okay, we have to follow the rule. We have to deny certain students. We cannot get them a visa. We just have to take actions. At the same time, try to avoid them from this propaganda.
And as a case in point, the sort of in these FOIA emails between some, the NIH and University in America and the Wuhan Institute of Virology, you see kind of the chummy relationship you have with, there's basically 100% chance the Chinese military is operating, right, in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Okay, we're about to finish. We have about 3 minutes left. I'm going to give 1 minute as a just final close-up statement. Let's start with Feng Suo, please.
China without democratization will always be a threat to United States and all the freedom-loving people. And today, I am glad many people are waking up to the fact that the influence of CCP regime is pervasive and global, and it is already immediate and a direct threat to everyone. So we must fight back.
And so Wen, do you quick final statement, and then we'll do General Spalding.
I want to say freedom of speech is not about the freedom to speak, for everyone to speak, but also allow everyone's voice to be heard. So if we need to hear voices from everyone, then we can know exactly what this world is like. I think what I said is not just about protecting the rights of students, dissidents, but also allow everyone in the United States to know what's happening in China, what is the true nature of CCP. Then that can help us to make the correct policy to protect our freedom and our future.
And General Spalding, a final thought?
Yes, the Western tradition has been based on the rule of law, and I think there is no rolling back the digital future. It is part of our lives today, just as the smartphone accompanies each of the four of us just about everywhere we go, and we have to accept that and then understand how we instantiate in the infrastructure that supports those devices the values and principles of our republic. They need to be available when we do that. And they also need to protect our information from the spying eyes of corporations or governments. And they need to protect the ability to have our voice heard within that. So the ability to have, political speech not be canceled, or, dissent of the government or corporations. This has to be speech that is honored and protected in this infrastructure. And so we have to do our utmost to ensure that the very foundation, the sinew, if you will, of this digital world supports the type of world that we want to live in.
Well, Pengzo Zhou, Wen Chen, General Rob Spalding, it's great to have sat down with you here. I'm Jan Yekelek, Senior Editor with the Epoch Times, also host of the show American Thought Leaders, where a number of you have been, and sending it back to you, David.
The world today is on the brink of remarkable technological transformation. A new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence will bring forward new possibilities for businesses, governments, communities, and individuals across the globe. The rate of innovation is moving faster with each year that passes. This belief led to the creation of Evoke, Comtech's innovation foundry. Evoke creates new solutions that empower global communities by providing access to technologies others never imagined possible. Working across businesses with partners, suppliers, customers, and academia, our innovation foundry serves two vital purposes. First, Evoke is pioneering new technologies to disrupt existing markets and create future networks that are focused on better customer outcomes. Second, through our relentless innovation, Evoke is enhancing Comtech's existing offerings that will enable the transformation needed to usher in a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence. Since the launch of Evoke, we have already forged strategic partnerships with market leaders, innovators, and technology disruptors that will help us push the boundaries of innovation and propel the world into a truly connected future. Together with our partners, we are anticipating the needs of customers and multiplying the value of our technologies to empower individuals, create value for our customers, and make the world a better place for all of us. Circle is combining their leading network technologies with Comtech's expertise in location-based services to deliver real-time analytics and intelligence at the edge of the IoT. Together, Comtech and Circle are delivering smart-enabled solutions to provide customers with extraordinary insights and new capabilities that can create substantial impact by exploiting the full power of IoT networks. Descartes Labs is integrating their industry-leading cloud-native supercomputer and data processing capabilities with Comtech's communications technologies to provide customers with powerful insights and services. Today, Comtech and Descartes Labs are infusing the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and monitoring insights to deliver real-time actionable intelligence of developing situations. Wishnish brings leading distributed ledger solutions to further enhance Comtech's technologies and improve secure information exchange and enhance privacy applications available across industries, institutions, governments, and developers. Together, Comtech and Wishnish are integrating highly secure, flexible distributed ledger technologies to build trust in a democratic fashion and drive automation from the outer boundaries to the very core of a business. ARNA Network's leading zero-touch edge and 5G service orchestration and management, combined with Comtech's dynamic cloud platform, is opening the door to groundbreaking cloud-native network services. By integrating cloud-based network technologies, Comtech and ARNA Networks enable customers to add and manage applications that can significantly improve business performance across public, private, and hybrid networks. But our partnerships don't stop there. We're also forging alliances with leading universities worldwide to ensure we empower future leaders who will build connections that set ideas free. We innovate, deliver intent. Based, insightful, on-demand technologies and services. Evoke will transform global technology landscapes to empower the world. Welcome to the new era of connectivity.
Organizational management from Cape Town
And W. Shen. Dr. Chen, all of you sharing your experience. Jan, thank you so much. Really appreciate that fantastic discussion. Appreciate your hosting and leading that. This is a really important discussion. I appreciate Joe, General Spalding, Dr. Chen, all of you sharing your experiences and your insights. You guys are way closer to this. Joe, you're, and I always pronounce your name wrong, but Joe, your experience at Tiananmen Square and your advocacy for human rights and democratization of China is really, really important, and it's inspiring. Thank you all so much for your comments and your insights, and I look forward to seeing you guys down the road. We're looking forward now also to a conversation between Bong Gumahad and a group of people talking about actively responsive technologies, sort of where the rubber meets the road, how we actually implement these technologies and how they can be used for best effect. Looking forward to Daniel Jasinski of Comtech joining, Jason Mello of KMC Group, Brian Terlicki, Andy Lopsa. Bong, you'll introduce your folks, give a little background on them. That'll be great. I want to thank you in advance for this really important conversation, and we're looking forward to it. So we'll turn it over to you now.
Good afternoon. I'm Bong Gumahad, and I have the pleasure of being your moderator for this next panel on what we're calling tactically responsive technologies. First off, I want to thank the America's Future Series for hosting this panel as part of the Dual Use Tech Summit broadcasted from Austin Community College and conveniently in conjunction with South by Southwest event happening at the same time. Now, we live in a warfighting era of complexity and unpredictability. The need for agility, adaptability, and responsiveness has never been more pressing. From rapid prototyping and agile manufacturing to adaptive logistics and autonomous systems, tactically responsive technologies at our disposal can really bolster our nation's defense posture and safeguard our collective security interests. The key, though, is synchronizing and implementing these technologies into our warfighting systems to be highly effective. Some of these technologies are powerful and may require a new warfighting doctrine to be useful. The need to be tactically responsive in a dynamic operational environment requires the efficient use of these technologies for the warfighters to succeed. And we have witnessed enormous technological advancement in the last decade alone, from advanced communications like 5G and XG, to artificial intelligence and machine learning, space, launch, and the question becomes how to effectively harness these capabilities and avoid the valley of death that seems to creep in from every corner, navigate through an enormous procurement bureaucracy at the Pentagon, and get these into the hands of the users. So this afternoon, we will unpack all of this through a series of questions I will ask the panel, hoping to elicit dialogue across the spectrum of topics we're going to be talking about today. And we will view this from a lens of industry. And in keeping with the theme of the summit, look at it from a standpoint of dual use, and you can define what that means in your mind. So now the panel. I'm very happy and pleased to have this group of individuals join me today. Allow me the privilege of introducing this group. And I'll start with Brian Terlicki, who is the Vice President of Space Systems at Pacific Defense. Brian leads the Space Systems business, developing leading-edge multi-function payload capability for space situational awareness. He served as the Director of Space Systems prior to his current position. And before joining Pacific Defense, Brian worked exclusively with Raytheon Intelligence and Space at Raytheon Technologies. Brian holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the Ohio State University and a master's degree in engineering management from USC. Next is Andy Lapsa. Thank you, Andy, for joining. And Andy is the co-founder and CEO at Stoke Space. Stoke is building fully and rapidly reusable rockets and space vehicles to enable seamless mobility to, through, and from space. In 3 years, Stoke has developed a new RL-10 class hydrogen-oxygen rocket engine, which features an actively cooled heat shield to enable rapid reuse of their upper stage. Andy was foundational in early work with Blue Origin. Andy holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Cornell and a PhD in aerospace engineering from the University of Michigan. Next, I'm really happy that Jason Mello can join us. Jason is the CEO and co-founder of the KMC Group, LLC, where he provides executive level consulting to the defense, intelligence, and space sectors for both commercial and the government sector. Previously, Jason served as the president of Fireplace Space Transport Services, a wholly owned subsidiary of Fireplace Aerospace Incorporated. I knew Jason as he's a retired colonel in the United States Air Force with assignments at the NRO, OSD, and at the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, OSR. He also served in the White House for 3 years as a White House military social aide. Kind of fun times, I'm sure, during the day there, Jason. And Jason holds a Master's of Arts in Organizational Management from George Washington University, a Master of Engineering from the University of Massachusetts, and a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from Worcester Polytechnic Institute. And lastly, pleasure to have Dan Gasinski from Comtech, who's named the president of Comtech Satellite Networks Technologies Incorporated in 2022. And previously, he's held various senior management positions at Comtech, including VP of Product and Strategy for Comtech Systems. Prior to joining Comtech in 2019, Dan had PM leadership roles at GE, Sierra Nevada Corporation, as well as L3Harris. And Dan holds a bachelor's degree in EE from the University of Virginia and a master's degree from Duke University. Again, welcome, gentlemen, and thank you for joining me this afternoon on this panel on this very important topic around tactically responsive technologies. To begin with our discussion this afternoon, let me ask each one of you to talk a little bit about what you and your companies are doing in support of dual-use technologies and technologies that can be operationalized in support of immediate need in response to a warfighting requirement. And I'll start with Andy, kind of with the work you're doing there with Stoke, Andy, if you could.
Sure. Well, we started Stoke a handful of years ago, late 2019, with the idea that we really wanted to help push the ability to access space, to space, through space, from space, and push that to its logical conclusion as fast as possible. I think all of us are well aware of the many, many different innovations that have happened in the area of space launch over the last 10 years, and those are undeniably transformative in our industry. Falcon 9, of course, and SpaceX are forefront in making all that happen. I think because of those things, we have a very exciting outlook for commercial space, as well as new and proliferated space assets for the DoD. But I also think it's very, very early in the days of space development. I think there's a good solid factor of 10 to 20 improvement that we can make on what Falcon 9 delivers. That is the reason why SpaceX is working on Starship. And those improvements are enabled one and only way, and that is with rapidly reusable vehicles that fly very, very frequently. And so I think that the U.S. industrial base, the national security, the space economy in general needs more than just one big company kind of monopolizing that access. And that's why we were formed. I also think that the premise of building fully reusable vehicles that come and go, every day, that's not been solved yet. It's not proven, and the race is not won. And we need more than one horse in the race to go do that. And so our technology that we've developed really focuses on making the space vehicle, the upper stage, fully and rapidly reusable. We've done some interesting and unique, novel kind of technology and applications to do that. And I think what's been interesting in the last few years as we've kind of matured that technology is the additional use cases that have come out, right? Our initial thought is, again, bring space launch to its logical conclusion. But when you do that, it turns out that other forms of mobility are also very important and enabled by the same technology. And those are the through space and from space aspects. And so I'm super excited about the ability to kind of explore those and develop those further. And I think those are 1,000% needed and essential to get the tactically responsive aspect of our in-space assets. So I'm excited to be on this panel and talk to some of the other complementary technologies that hopefully we can help bring to the table.
Right. Thanks, Andy. And certainly, you mentioned before the trend towards proliferated architectures is kind of really breaking the mold, if you will, of how space should be done in the future. So thank you for that. Dan, let me ask you from a Comtech standpoint. You guys are well known in Comtech and your communications arena, in terms of looking at technologies that allow for flexibility and responsiveness. What are you guys doing within the company today to enable some of that concept?
Yeah, it's a really interesting time that we're in, I think, across the industry. And, as the point was made, quite a significant transformation going on as we're watching, satellite systems kind of continue to proliferate. It brings to front of mind, I think, a couple of those major transformations that we're seeing across the industry, and then some of the adjustments that need to be made in what the supply chain looks like, as well as what those end products look like. And I think the three big shifts that I'm seeing, right, is first a shift towards what I'll say is digitization and virtualization, really building out heavily software-defined systems that are very flexible, that kind of understand that the world that you're fielding them into may not look the same 5 years from now as it does today. And I think that's an important shift that folks need to be mindful of. The second really comes down to standardization, building things around open interfaces so that pieces can plug and play and be transitioned into the future. And then I think really the third big shift that we're seeing is there's a significant challenge in delivering against the quantity of systems that are required for these proliferated ecosystems, right? It's a transition from one satellite that's expected to last for 20 to 25 years to constellations of hundreds, if not thousands, of satellites. And there's a significant effort that has to be done to scale up and support that. We recently just opened a large onshore manufacturing facility in Chandler. That's one of the things that I think I'm kind of excited about is how do you bring digitization, virtualization, and then actual real on the ground manufacturing all at the same time.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I'll come back to some of the points you made kind of later on, as well as some of the points that Andy made. But let me ask Brian. Brian, I'm familiar with kind of what Pacific Defense folks are doing, and to Dan's point around standardization using MOSA maybe and software-defined radios. Could you talk to the panel about some of the things Pacific Defense is doing around that those two areas?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Hit on two key points for Pacific Defense. Pacific Defense is a MOSA open architecture based company, or a CMOS integrated platform that's traditionally focused on ground-based systems for the Marines and some other work for other applications. Where I've come into Pacific Defense is we're developing a MOSA space-based sensor. And to your point, we're leveraging open architecture and open standards, right, in order to leverage COTS products, really support the tactically responsive space initiative, and be able to be rapidly reconfigurable to face the evolving threats as they come. As you said, it will not be the same 3 years from now or 2 years from now as it is today. So that's how PD is positioned to support.
Thanks, Brian. And Jason, kind of lastly, let me ask you, having come from government, I know while at LSD, you led the small satellite coordinating activity, where it was an effort to try to consolidate or have everybody collaborate across DoD around the development of small satellites. Also, with your launch background, I mean, do you see in a proliferated sense, in a proliferated architecture or proliferated future, what some of the remaining challenges are in terms of technology, as well as access to space, via launch. Any thoughts around that, Jason?
No, I appreciate it, Bong. I think, there is, when you look across, I think the entire ecosystem, from, understanding the government side, where I think, the key part is really understanding the requirements that the government has and how to define those so that it makes it more, I would say, advantageous to commercial companies to be able to step in and provide solutions for industry and to really create that dual use technology, that dual use capability. I know working in OSD and then head into Firefly Aerospace right after, especially with tactically responsive space, that was one thing that I know for, since the early 2000s, the government has been trying to do it. And then even in the mid 2000s, when I was working it for a few different organizations, there was always that challenge of trying to figure out, you have the launch piece, but then also the satellite piece. But what we see now is more of companies coming in and providing those different layers. So it's not just the access to space, it's the satellites, it's also the deployment. But some of the other parts I think that are key, you mentioned specifically, when you look at interoperability, integration, and then also the resilience to the threats. I think if there's something that when you're looking at an end-to-end system, those are a couple key things I think we need to look at, along with other things we're probably not focused on, but the data analytics piece, and also how do we improve communication? How do we ensure that when we have systems to be able to operate and do a responsive launch to responsive deployment of space vehicles, et cetera, up on orbit, how can you do that? And lastly, I would say the cost effectiveness and efficiency is always an issue. One from the government side, because there's limited budgets, but then from the commercial side, you have to be able to provide and have that backing both from an investor or either from the government paying it to be able to allow that system to be affordable and then to be able to execute on it in a timely fashion.
Yeah, no, I'll pick up on your comment about vulnerabilities and from a security standpoint. And I know a lot of these responsive technologies are truly dual use, meaning there's a commercial side of it, the military DoD taking advantage of that. From that standpoint, what strategies can we employ to ensure that security is paramount in the development and the deployment of a lot of these technologies? Any thoughts around that, Jason? I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think from the security side, I think it's really addressing from understand the requirements. So both from what the government has and what capability, right? And I think the big improvement that I've seen, especially with Space Force standing up and really being leading in this area, is looking at how to engage commercial and also addressing the security problem. From the cyber threats, but also I think there's other aspects with our adversaries is how do we keep the systems secure from a communication standpoint, but also the other part is how do we look at the IP and try to protect what companies have to offer. So it's kind of two different parts to it. But I would say lastly, I think when I look at the problem too, you have to be able to understand how you can have a rapid deployment that allows you to not only address what you're trying to do, both from whether a launch or depending on what part, but if an adversary has the ability to interfere in that deployment, whether from a cyber attack or be able to get into your system or your structure, I think that's just going to be one of the big problems and one of the threats that we need to address moving forward.
Right. Yeah, to that end, Brian, again, looking at some of the capabilities that Pacific Defense, is trying to develop and deploy, software-defined radios could be vulnerable to cyber attacks and threats. Are you guys specifically addressing how to mitigate those concerns and those potential risks?
Yeah, sure, Bob. A couple approaches. So as a payload provider, obviously we do not want to be the weakest link in the chain, right, in terms of what brings down the whole system. So from that standpoint, again, Pacific Defense, we're doing open architecture systems. So our payload, think of a multi-slot chassis, which has multiple cards. So you have a redundancy and a layered element to your cyber strategy there, your security strategy. So you have the ability, at least card by card, within the payload, you have some layer of redundancy there. From a particular program perspective, we have an effort underway with AFRL where we're looking to leverage some of their advanced cybersecurity solutions or cyber resiliency solutions, I should say, into our open system architecture, right? It's one of the things we're trying to further with them. Can we work that into our open architecture and demonstrate that we have cyber resilient capability in terms of how we want to operate and reconfigure?
Okay, right, thank you. Hey, Dan, you talk about the digitization, I think that's the term you use, of technologies. Do you sense, though, that there is a cultural aspect to the DoD adopting a full up, open standards architecture in future weapons development? Do you sense there's a need for changing the culture or the thinking process, maybe there's additional training development that is required to be made across DoD to open the eyes, if you will, on the advantages of those kinds of technologies.
So Bong, I think there's a couple of layers to this, right? And at the end of the day, there's always, right, kind of a challenge in getting buy-in to adopt anything that looks like a major change, right? People need to get familiar with the technology, they need to be comfortable with it. But I think in a lot of cases, it also just comes down to it's a really significant challenge to fully recapitalize a lot of the equipment that's out there. And I think while we would all like to see kind of a switch get flipped and you go straight from legacy systems into these future all digital architectures, that's a multi-decade effort to go make all of those changes. It's really, you have to be focused on not just fielding things that solve the problems of the future, but things that also kind of speak those legacy languages of the past, whether it's a bridging system or whether it's a system that's got the ability to support both modes. I think that's a problem that also gets lost in that kind of industry to government discussion area, right? And so I think there's a kind of a really near-term focus on how do we design, develop systems that bring forward those legacy modes. And then there's kind of that second layer of how do you actually get that done in a way that preserves the cybersecurity posture, preserves the data integrity posture on those existing systems when you bring something new on them.
Yeah, no, thank you. Kind of along those lines, I know that it's always been a challenge for the department to embrace new technology, given the fact, as you point out, Dan, that there's like all these legacy radios, whatever it is, that somehow you need to keep in the inventory because we still have it. So there's a realization that there's a difficulty in actually doing an effective transition from new to old for that reason. Andy, you kind of coming at this, really totally new with a lot of investments kind of being thrown into your technology. How can, in your mind, how can industry and government partner to facilitate rapidly adopting and implementing some of these emerging technologies to meet evolving defense needs? Is there a recipe or a formula to making that more effective?
Well, I think we hit on it at the very end. I think the first thing is that we need to figure the answer to that question out. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement there. In my mind, this era of space development is very similar to the creation of the airplane and the Air Force. It's an entire new domain that there's kind of a race to go master and figure out. And we do have adversaries who are moving very, very fast in this area, and we need to keep up and stay on top. So we have to figure out the answer to that question. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I do know there are great outlets out there for small companies to get going. The SBI program is wonderful to start. Right, we used it to catalyze our company, to provide a signal to the investment community, and that was very effective. After that, to get to meaningful dollars from the government is very, very difficult. It's a multi-year task. It takes teams of experts who know how to work the system and get into the system. It's very difficult to move from the SBIR world to meaningful investment, to actually go deploy new technology. And what I would say is, I think that there have been efforts, good efforts, things like DIU are wonderful, but in my opinion, they're way underfunded, right? They have a number of they have a strong demand signal to the services that they answer to. But they have a hard time finding money to put behind those things. But that outlet is a wonderful way to make informed bets on the companies that are going to move us into the future. I think there needs to be more money in programs behind those to help bridge the gap. This is the classic valley of death.
Yeah. Right.
To get to that from that very small scale to real deployments. The last comment I'll make here is that I think the U.S. has depended a little bit too much on Silicon Valley to fill that gap in the last 10 years. Silicon Valley has filled that gap in the last 10 years. It deployed huge amounts of money. but in the world of higher interest rates, that money is much harder to find, and the government has to be aware of that and be ready and willing to step in order to keep our foot on this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's always been a topic of great discourse, of course, and kind of the ability of some of these commercial companies who are nimble and flexible. How are they able to navigate through the highly bureaucratic process that we have in DoD and the department has in procuring some of these systems. So it really becomes a matter of business patience, right? How long will companies stick around? Through the CBIRS process, Andy, and getting DIU maybe interested and beyond for it to become a program of record. I'm sure that that's an issue that every company on this panel kind of are faced with, and kind of so just curious about what it would take, how patient one needs to be to allow for that big victory in the end of getting a program of record in place. Jason, any thoughts around that, having now been in OSD, Air Force, and also in industry, any ideas around kind of how to navigate that process?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first, I think Andy's spot on with his comments. So I can tell you, being on the government side and releasing RFPs, RFIs, and especially in responsive space in the mid 2000s, and then being on, the Firefly Aerospace side, and then now on the consulting side, working with many different companies, but also working with private equity, venture, et cetera, to look at how you address the issue. The industry government partnerships is what we need to really, I would say, rapidly adopt and implement these new technologies, because what we have right now is such an adversarial threat that the collaborations are absolutely vital. So if we don't look at how we build that, and the key part to there is, I think what Andy was kind of, poking at, which is there's the financial piece to it too. The government has a lot of requirements, but if the government's not putting the funding into the organizations to adequately fund and get the commercial development, the challenge you have is when private equity dries up or the funding lines dries up, there's the challenges of these companies being able to survive. And I think that ends up producing a whole nother problem, because then you lose the private sector innovation. And when you lose the private sector innovation, it's going to cost the government even more in the long term to be able to accelerate research and development and really build that type of future, I would say, structure to move forward. I know, the last job I had in the Air Force was funding all the grants for the Air Force and Space Force with the universities. But that's the first part, again, that money. And I think bridging that valley of death, I think, talking to the government, they understand that. It's the biggest challenge, I would say, we have, not just as a government partner, but as on the industry side, is figuring out what is those avenues that we can go forward. And that's where I think all of us on this panel probably have many stories, but it's trying to figure out, work with the right advocates to say, how can we move it forward? And then how do we identify that this next technology is truly needed to be able to secure, one, to avoid any future threats, but really to be the next part of innovation for our country.
And I think going by kind of what you said there, I think you run the risk of having we call it isolated application of some of these technically responsive technologies, and that it becomes a one-off. So the challenge has always become, how do you scale it and have the entire DoD or national security take advantage of that technology? So I think that there's an issue there of having a lot of one-offs and never really bridging the gap, this valley that you and Andy kind of spoke of. Any other thoughts around that, guys? Brian, any ideas around how to do that?
Yeah, no, I think both Jason and Andy were pretty spot on. From the civil defense perspective and what we've seen, again, the trying to bridge that valley of death, right? That is the challenge. I said for anyone with a good idea, a good technology, or when you have your first prototypes, right? You're trying to figure out, how do I get a transition partner? How do I prove that this thing has legs and get it to, an operational use? What we've seen in the past year plus there are some good efforts that are out there. Project Apollo, the new Space Domain Awareness TAP Lab in Colorado Springs. That's looking like a very good sandbox for newcomers to get in and demonstrate their technology and try to get something in the warfighter's hands, within, say, 12 to 14 months. Out here in Los Angeles, SSC is having the Space Den stood up. Again, another kind of digital sandbox where you have access to some classified space. And those things are beneficial for newer companies or newer efforts, at least that I'm a part of, where you're trying to get in there and showcase your capability and demonstrate how you can play a part in a larger architecture, a larger solution. But it's not easy. And you asked about patience. I think none of us really have patience. I guess that would be the first that'd be the first criteria. But you just keep at it and looking for, except how do you keep it moving forward?
Yeah.
Without knowing
the crown jewel ultimately becomes, the technology becoming a program of record. Kind of whole scale usage across the DoD, across all kinds of domains. And that's always been kind of the challenge with a lot of these emerging technologies, right? So, Dan, any thoughts around some of the things we talked about?
Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely a couple of parts, and I like to be a positive person, right? I think at the end of the day, you've actually seen, I would say, over the last 10 or 15 years, a lot of progress, right, in terms of how hard it is to get technology across that valley of death. It's not perfect; it's never going to be perfect, but I think there are meaningful steps that have been taken to kind of reward companies with bringing forward innovative solutions, and things like other transaction authorities have been leveraged to go buy commercial solutions and do a little bit of a try before you buy, where you don't crush it with the full weight of government compliance in advance of a purchase, right? Which kind of inherently can start stifling innovation. It takes all of your innovators and moves them to the compliance team. And so I think there has been, I think a lot of progress and a lot of movement in the right direction. I think it's very supportive of like what I'll call small to medium-sized gambles, right? If you can go move forward with a bunch of medium-sized bets. Some of them are probably going to pay off, and in aggregate, I think that's okay. But there is still kind of a unique challenge in those really big transformational changes, the sorts of things that actually move the needle on a global scale. That's a big bet, and it requires success with really great technology, but then also kind of a heroic champion on the government side, someone who's willing to go move heaven and earth because they really need this and they really care about the mission. And getting both of those things to line up is not guaranteed, right? And so I think it leaves people very cautious about making those big bets, even when they know it's a need, it's something that's a difference maker, that people are kind of lining up and standing up and raising their hand and saying, I need this. They need to do more than that. They have to, pull some clever heroics to make it happen. And I think that's a challenge.
And I would imagine that you, as basically the solution provider, probably need to help the user side, define what they need. Develop a strategy kind of around that. Create and demand, if you will.
That's right. Yeah, it's kind of unique, right? Because I think the communication space has been that, very commercial / government dual use for a very long time compared to some other segments, in the sense that communications technologies that are fielded today, a lot of which were developed commercially and then kind of ported over to a government application. And so there is a pretty good blueprint, a pretty good roadmap, and maybe a little bit more familiarity on both sides of the coin than there are in other parts of the industry. Definitely don't have it solved, but I think 20 plus years of familiarity with that process has helped a lot.
Yeah. And then a lot of times too, I think part of how some of these emerging technologies fail in being able to transition into a full operational system or program of record are all the requirements that DoD demands on a capability for all the what I call entities, right? How do you go from a one-off system to now you need all the reliability, 999s, and and the supportability from a production manufacturing standpoint. Typically, that's not addressed up front in the early stage of technology development. It becomes an issue once it becomes more of an enduring capability. Any thoughts around? I guess something you can't avoid. You need to have those kinds of entities for each one of these systems or for each one of these systems. But how do you get around that issue? How do you incentivize a company focused on technology to address kind of the bigger, once it becomes operational, the sustainability aspect of the capability of the weapon system? Any thoughts around that, Jason?
Yeah. I would just say, part of it is, I think, getting to a point where on the government side, the rapid prototyping and getting to even the demonstrations. For example, back in 2014, I remember submitting, putting out an RFI for tactically responsive space, and we got only 2 responses. But then you fast forward to, the Victus Nox and the other one. I had the honor to one help capture that, win that for Firefly. But what it showed was a rapid system, right? It showed that the government lessened the requirements to some degree and allowed companies, both from, I would say, Millennium Space, the spacecraft provider, Firefly's, looking at the launch piece and be able to execute a mission. So to see something like that, be executed really helped to, one, the process I think was very streamlined from an acquisition standpoint from the time it was awarded. And we need more of that. But I'd hit on the point that I think both Brian and Dan made is you need that program of record. So, we have these, tactically responsive launch and then looking at satellite, but what's that program of record so that Andy can go out there and say, hey, my rocket is available, it's ready to go, but what am I going to compete against? Because he needs to build that long-term business strategy. So I would say it's kind of pulling together, but the rapid prototyping, taking that streamlined acquisition process is needed for commercial companies to come in and be able to execute and show long-term to investors, hey, there's a large program. And as you, Bong, I think, the department, it's challenging to create those new programs, but there has to be the champion there to do it. So just my thoughts.
No, that's great thought there, Jason. Thanks for that. Now I'm kind of wondering, how much of an engagement, companies like Stoke, Andy, would need to have with the government to convince them that there's another option or an alternative to a certain solution. Any thoughts on your interactions so far to date, Andy? How successful you've been engaging with the government? Could it be changed? Could it be modified? Could it be improved? Any thoughts around that?
Well, I think first of all, our engagement has been very positive, and I think particularly around some of the unique capabilities that we provide beyond just launch, right? I think there are a number of providers focused on launch, and that's good. We need that, and like I said at the very beginning, I think there's a factor of 20 improvement that we can have not only on cost but also availability and reliability over what's in the market today. I think that will happen. I think some of the new capabilities around maneuverability in space, being able to be truly tactically responsive with our capabilities, being able to go from one orbit to the next on demand, being able to respond to new assets that appear maybe from adversaries, and being able to respond to those, being able to respond to adversaries, approaching our assets and being able to move those. That's very, very important, I think, in the long term. If you think about how we move goods and services on Earth, we're very adaptive with aircraft carriers or aircraft themselves or things like this. We just simply don't have that capability in space, and we need it as soon as possible. So that conversation is very interesting, and our reusable technology, our reusable space vehicles are, I think, well suited to play in that arena. I would say that those discussions, I think, are very positive. As I said before, it does take a long time to kind of build the rapport, and in some ways it should. But I would also emphasize that one of the very interesting piece of advice I got early on in our company from a very high-level official in the government was to not worry about the government customer for 5 years. Put your head down and build, and by the time you build the thing, if you are able to deliver on what you say, then the government customer will be knocking down your door, which I thought was really interesting. I think it was, in a lot of ways, it was good advice. In other ways, it was unfortunate advice, because I would like to think that the government would be able to play better in that, kind of that early phase. How you get around that or what to look for, I think the government should be, I can't remember who said it, maybe Jason, we should be getting better at making those mid-sized bets to be able to foster a lot of the really good ideas that are developed at the small scale and bring them up into the mid-scale in order to bridge to an eventual program of record. I think that's the idea behind OTAs and things like the DIU are doing. I just think that they need more emphasis and more muscle behind them.
Yeah. And I think the dilemma you face, Andy, kind of going back to what the advice you got from a senior government person, kind of just burying your head down for 5 years, you have investors to worry about, right? Somehow you need to be able to show them that there's something at the end of the tunnel.
And that's, by the way, that's what feeds my comment earlier, is that the U.S. has gotten used to relying on Silicon Valley to provide that bridge.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think that it will necessarily always be there.
That's right. That's right. Brian, any thoughts?
Yeah, well, I think it goes back, because I echo a lot with what Andy was just saying. And in terms of requirements, I guess that's where the OTAs keep those going. The idea of a complete solution or 100% requirements being defined and met up front, I just feel like those days are gone. If you're able to keep your head down for 5 years and demonstrate something, more power to you. I think the more insight that can be shared with industry of what's the gap, what do you need solved, let us bring you a capability, and let us bring at least that initial discussion of, hey, this solution might not be a 5-10 year lifetime. This gets you 2 years, or probably better than 2, but you can get it for this price point, or it's available now, or it could be available within a year. Letting industry drive the solution, I think, is where we need to go. And you're seeing that change, to Dan's point. I don't think this conversation is happening, many years ago, but the last few, I feel like that's the push. What's the capability you have today? What can you field? And let's talk and let's move forward from there.
Yeah.
Which still is not enough prototyping or demonstration of that initial capability. I think that's the next phase, and that's back to what I'm alluding to.
Let me ask you guys what might be a trick question here. We've kind of treated a lot of these emerging technologies as kind of one-offs, or kind of isolated piece by piece. If you look at the power of the collection of these things, AI, ML, communications, advanced communications, quantum, all of those things, do you envision a system that is that requires all of those things to coalesce as one to provide a particular solution? Would JADC2 be something that would need all those technologies to be able to work together in an efficient manner? Jason?
You picked on me. I was waiting for Dan to jump in on that one. I think Bon, when you look at all the different emergent technologies, I think the challenge that the government has is finding out how they're going to utilize each of them in their system of systems. And I think it doesn't, and that's what I think is the challenge, is because whether you have the ground system side, the data analytics, or being able to figure out how to get the communication networks to be the most efficient, to be able to get more, to be able to get data, or I should say information into the cockpit to get it to the, the warfighter, depending wherever they are instantaneously. I think that's the challenge. But, I go back to, just one of the key points is you got to be able to have those feedback loops with the government, right? And I think that's where industry have the constant communication, understanding the risk, understanding how to develop those public-private partnerships. And I think Dan, started off the call by saying about open architectures, et cetera. I think what I've seen both on the government side and on the, on the commercial side and advising companies right now is you've got to be able to have those standards in place and the open architectures where companies can plug and play their systems and be able to, whether it's on the ground, whether it's on orbit, whether it's, a lunar lander to the moon, et cetera, where you can be able to, the government customer can come in there, work with industry to say, hey, here's how we're implementing these new technologies, and then we're doing it for this reason. This is the requirement we're meeting, and here's the funding line associated with that. So that's kind of how I would look at those technology, trying to implement emergent technologies from that standpoint.
Do you see that as the role of the government, though, to fully adopt and, let's say, open standards and have commercial follow, or is it something that the commercial folks should really try to push and influence the government's thinking around that?
I mean, I think we've seen recently.
Yeah, go on, Dan.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I think recently we've seen some really good movement where you've got industry and government kind of working together to stand up these consortiums. And I really think that's probably the right answer, because in most cases, the various government agencies that weigh in on this and have, you know, kind of a vested interest in success, don't necessarily have the depth of staff necessary to go run that by themselves. They can't generate and put together a standard, get it, you know, reviewed by all of the relevant parties and released in a timely manner. Industry, you know, teams, you know, often have that kind of deep bench of technical folks that, you know, sit on standard bodies for a living, right? And they participate in things like the 3GPP working groups. It's no big deal to have them, you know, join in on another additional standard. And then you really get, you know, kind of some meaningful discussion. And, you know, I found in a lot of cases, the sorts of conversations that you wish were happening between industry and government happen in those standards working groups, right? Where it's the, well, how are you really using the system? You know, what's the real reason for this type of flexibility? It promotes a really good, you know, technical to technical interchange of, you know, the importance of various different priorities. And, you know, Jason, I think you made a couple of really good points in that last set of comments, right? That I think are super interesting. And just going back to the original question that, you know, Bong had about, you know, coalescing AI and machine learning and standards and interoperability, I think that's a huge part of fielding a broadly successful system, right? Is you free up people that are currently doing super tedious tasks related to setting up and maintaining communications infrastructure to do the sorts of things that people are really good at. Things like racking and stacking frequency allocations that a super tedious task for a human being can be done by a machine much more efficiently, much more effectively. And then you let that operator go focus on the job that they're there for. And so, you know, ultimately, I think driving that level of, you know, kind of the stack of systems talking to each other is very important. Standardization being another big driver of that. I can only point to the number of times throughout my career there's been that, you know, friction, heat, and waste generated of adopting somebody's new standard for your box to talk to, right? And it's like you spend more time adapting a system to comply with some other system's interface. That's heat and waste. It doesn't move the ball forward at all. It doesn't get us any closer to the spot that we want to be. And if you're able to break out those standards between boxes, you can swap them out quickly and efficiently, kind of keep pace with, you know, the latest changes pretty readily without spending, you know, 50% of your engineering on interfaces.
Yeah. A lot of times though, Dan, I see, you know, protectionism coming into play where, you know, you have a vendor with a certain technology, and of course, you know, kind of their future kind of, you know, resides on government continually using that technology. So there's always going to be a challenge of really industry, the primes in particular, of pushing a technology because it benefits them and not necessarily the entire government. So there's that dynamic that somehow we need to also kind of address it and resolve to make it truly open standards across the board. Because I think there's certainly a lot of promise for, you know, software-defined radios and MOSA and all of that, as Brian pointed out earlier, kind of what the PD guys are doing.
Yeah, so there's a level of procurement discipline that comes into play in making sure that you're buying systems that comply with those standards, right? And in a lot of cases, it's easy to say, hey, I want to buy this because it's the latest and greatest today. And, you know, they don't comply with any of these future standards that are going to make my life easier in 5 years. But it's slightly ahead. And so that's what we want to buy. And so you really have to make sure you're buying not just with current capabilities in mind, making sure that there's that level of compliance and adherence to some of those standards that are out there.
Right. Brian, were you going to say something? I thought I saw you raise your hand.
Yeah, and I was just going to kind of footstep Daniel's point there on yours, Bong. If we can at least get the standards to be flown down, at least in some of the requirements for the acquisition, that's part one. Then to Daniel's point, you can at least know what you're bidding and buying against. But from our standpoint, right, we're always trying to look for what's best in breed that we can put into our payload and provide a solution quicker. I think that's going to have to be the mindset going forward. If we want to really be responsive as the threats change, we're finally getting to the point where launches are obviously happening more rapidly than we ever anticipated, which is, you know, very exciting. But now if we keep the hardware up to date, and obviously the software is much easier to update on orbit, you know, then I think we truly get to that responsive, truly technically responsive future state we want to be in. It's driven by the standards.
Yeah. You know, one of the things I kind of started out with was kind of talking about the ability to navigate through the bureaucracy that is the Department of Defense. And, given kind of your individual's interaction with the government so far, what else can we do, I guess? We've done the modification of the acquisition system, the framework, but we still have the budgeting process that we have to contend with, as well as the requirements process that Jason talked about, which could take years, right, to be fully developed and validated and approved. When we're talking about tactically responsive technologies, we're talking, a year and a half, maybe less kind of spin times and all that. So how do you synchronize, the way we need to be with a lot of these responsive technologies with the way we're currently buying systems? How do we address that issue that we can't really ignore because it's there? Any thoughts around that? Andy, being that you're kind of in the front end of a lot of these things with the government, any thoughts? Do you see that as continuing to be an impediment to progress based on your experience today?
Well, I think first of all, I don't know if I would view it as an impediment for us so far, because we have been successful at raising funds for our development through other means, right? The tone of my comments, I think, is that the government should be aware that there are transformational technologies that need to happen and are happening, and the world is moving very, very fast right now, and the government needs to be ready and willing to step in order to continue that development going forward as the private markets continue to shift. That, I think, is the spirit of my comments. I will say that, I feel like we have had discussions with government that have been very positive, and we've made, good progress there, but it is a venture. I do want to go back also on what Brian said, and he was saying as availability of launch has gone up and is more than any of us have anticipated. I want to put a little historical context on that, I think, and that is this: if you look at, we're almost broke 100 launches out of the U.S. last year, almost entirely from SpaceX. And this year that will finally happen. But those 100 launches, if you look at moving any other modality of transportation, could be shipping, could be aircraft, could be over road. If you said you only had 100 trips of any of those types in a year, that's a paltry number. It's a very, very small number. And so if you look at space as either an economy or a real domain for the warfighter or for national security importance or anything like that, we're in very, very early days. And you have to start thinking about what does it mean to do 1,000 or 10,000 trips? How do we do that? Because that's what's going to be tactically responsive. We're not even close to tactically responsive today. And the constellations and the different layers that we've talked about kind of in passing in this, where we have hundreds or thousands of satellites disrupting other, kind of bespoke multi-billion-dollar individual satellites that live for 25 years. Those layers are going to have service lives, especially if they're commercially viable, for 3 to 5 years, not 25 years. It's the same way our communications evolve on the ground with cell phones going from 3G to 4G to 5G, right? We're going to have the same thing in space, but that's only possible if we're constantly moving to space and back, right? And I think that's the world that we need to position ourselves for, not only in our technology, but also, in the way that the government does its procurements, right? And so I think that is a mental shift. It's hard. It's easy to focus on all of the change that's happened in the last 10 years, and it's exciting because it's created all of this newness. But it's also very important to not get comfortable, because there's so much more improvement that has to and will be made, and the U.S. and our allies have to be on top of it.
Really interesting point there, Randy. Thanks for that. Jason, any thoughts around what else can we?
Well, no, I think what I just want to add what Andy was saying, because I think as we try to get to the next part of industrializing space, I think, there's a lot of ambitions out there, but I agree the access to space is still a challenge. Launching rockets is still a challenge. We've seen launch providers go bankrupt. We've seen still accidents, but when you look at like a SpaceX model, that's probably the closest to a responsive space you can get, right? Because one is there's standards that are being implemented. You even look at the CubeSat, for example. But eventually you need those interfaces to be well adopted across all the providers, and then be able to, so you can swap payloads, for example. So for example, if the government needs a mission and Stoke is ready to launch and it's on another vehicle, and I can swap it over within less than a day, that's responsive space, right? But there's a lot of process procedures that need to be worked out, and also with the satellite side, right? Being able to make sure your systems are able to do that. I think eventually we do need to get to, if you truly want to get to technically responsive space, and when you say that, it's not just space access, but on the in-space side, you have to have the capability to, one, have these standards, but almost have the FedEx. So for example, if you need to go from one place to another, or a certain company, you put it on, you get it there, or you take it off as needed. So the challenges are there. I think the government's ready and willing to step in. But I would say, I go back to the comment I think Andy made earlier, when about the government, someone making recommendations stay silent for 5 years. I think that has some value to it, but I think the government is so small sometimes that it's looking across Silicon Valley and all these new companies. It's a lot of pushing to the government. And I think that's the part that sometimes gets lost, and really monetizing and trying to say, hey, this is where my value is. But the government needs to do the pulling and make sure clearances and other avenues are there for free flow of communication. So I think when that's all pulled together, it makes it much easier to move forward with emergent technologies and what we're talking about today.
How about the need for multiple vendors to provide the same, or the product or the services? Diversifying the supply chain, if you will, by adding more sources that you can kind of rely on for launch, for whatever it is that you're trying to develop. Any thoughts around that, Jay, based on your comments?
Yeah, I would just say, quickly, I would say yes, right? I think the government does need, there's a space on the launch side for multiple vendors to be, the capabilities, just like you need multiple spaceports. Right now we're very limited. And then I would say even on the satellite side, if you don't have the multiple vendors, I think Space Development Agency, Derek, what he's doing is really showing, providing opportunities out there, and some may fail, but there's rigid enough requirements and the funding's behind it to be able to show, hey, multiple vendors does work, but it's part of this interoperability that is so much needed.
Yeah, we certainly have enough examples of not putting all your eggs in one basket. So diversification, supply chain, multiple vendors, I think, is a path forward to enabling some of these capabilities that we need for the warfighters in the future.
I want to reemphasize that. That's especially important in a world where the technology is changing so fast. In a world where the technology is changing so fast, you absolutely need multiple suppliers, because the innovation is as important as the delivered product, and you can't be single string on innovation, right? So you have to keep a competitive landscape in that world. If all you're doing is shipping out millions of units of something that's standard, maybe you can argue that you don't need that many multiple suppliers, because there's nothing changing, right? But when things are changing, it will continue to change because of competitiveness. That's the US's secret sauce. That's the superpower.
That makes us robust. Right. Dan, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'll foot stomp that point, right? And I think we've seen it, time and time again, right? Where, as soon as you wind up in kind of an offshoot where you've got only a single vendor, innovation is just kind of naturally stifled, right? You fall into a risk-reducing mindset. It becomes about, how do you do something that's safe and kind of keep yourself out of trouble, right? You don't want any reds on your status charts. You just want to be delivering on time, and plugging in new innovative approaches is not generally looked upon well in that sort of environment. And so I think there's certainly kind of the value in that continued competition, whether it's price, whether it's technology innovation, whether it's looking around the corners for what could be or should be next. I think that's super important. And Bong, at the front end of your question, you kind of asked about the budgeting process, right, and how that supports some of these innovations. And I think there's a big point that others have made more eloquently than I will today. But the process is built to procure platforms rather than capabilities, and there's that shift that's necessary for how do you go buy the ability to do something, right? And whether it's the ability to get a satellite into any orbit on some fixed period of time, whether it's a flexible communications platform, it needs to be written and procured in such a way that there's flexibility for 3 to 5 years from now. You understand that the target has changed. The process of developing and then verifying and validating a set of requirements and getting that out and put out for procurement, can take 5, 7, 8 years to get through the process, and you wind up, purchasing a BlackBerry in an iPhone world in that context, right? And you need to be able to say, I need the ability to communicate, I need the ability to, send emails, I need the ability to send text messages, and I leave some level of discretion to the procuring team on exactly what that is, so they can go pick and pull from the best available set of technologies in play at that time.
Oh, good point, Dan. Thank you. Choices. So I heard kind of throughout the conversation today, kind of two basic themes. Basically, one of standardization being critical and enabling some of these technically responsive technologies as well as open standards. I think we're coming up close to the end of our panel discussion. So let me open it up for any last minute thoughts or themes that you guys might want to impart on the panel here today before we end. So let me just go around the room here, and I'm going to start with Brian since I haven't heard from you.
Andy, I'm all for 10,000 launches a year. I'll sell more payloads. So
I like that. I like that thought.
I think that would be kind of my parting thought with the last question. I still think there is a need for the rapid prototyping and the newer technology to be developed in parallel, in concert with what is the program of record or the program of need today. We know that's never in sync completely. So you can't just shift all to the left or all to the right. You need this new capability to continuously be developed so that we are able to insert a new solution when Andy's ready to put up 100 a day, right? We'll be ready to go. So I do think that's a challenge in the acquisition process. And again, I think from a Pacific Defense standpoint, in order for us to really leverage what our company does best, our EW application suite, again, we're based on the open standards architecture, CMOS, SOSA, Space VPX. We're seeing that shift into the space arena. So that's been nice to see from an industry perspective. And like I said, working with colleagues in that standpoint, we're seeing traction there. But I think that's how we'll be able to contribute more tactically responsive, near term and future, just heavily relying on the open standards and being able to deliver on our commitments.
Thanks, Brian. Andy, any lasting thoughts?
Well, I guess as the conversation moved on, we talked about things like procurements and the valley of death and things of that nature, medium-sized bets, the importance of medium-sized bets to bridge from small to programs of record. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about how does the government make that selection? Somebody mentioned the government is actually relatively small and it's difficult to make that decision. And I think that the things that I would look for are the ones who are able to develop, iterate, manufacture as quickly as possible, because again, in this continuously changing world, the ability to move quickly and deliver importantly on what you claim is very important. So which are the companies that are able to deliver on that track record, who are able to say what they're going to do and then actually go and deliver that? I think that's where a lot of the challenge in that phase of growth happens, from a good idea to actually delivering product, is an ability to deliver on what you say, and the importance of vertical manufacturing and fast iteration and again delivering on your word, being able to predict what's going to happen and deliver on both timeline and on budget is very important. So those are the companies that I think I would look for, and I think at least for our small company, we've been good at that so far, and moving into more and more complexity as we go through our development.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a really kind of interesting time when you look at just how much change we've had over the last 10 or 15 years. And I think if anybody had asked me a few years ago to predict the current state of the space industry today, I definitely would have gotten that question wrong. To me, the biggest thing that it's brought to the front of mind is the need to be flexible, to bake in designs with a high level of flexibility, maybe more than you think you need at the time that you're putting something together. And then really adopting some of those, best practices on standard interfaces, flexible development models, the ability to kind of interpret what's required now, what's required 5 years from now, and be flexible. It's a really interesting ride, and I think the conversations today kind of bring to bear to me like how many moving parts there are in this ecosystem that are all advancing kind of on their own parallel paths that are going to impact what the future looks like. It's been exciting to listen to.
Thank you, Dan. It's clear that we could have used another couple hours probably to have a discussion about. I know we're probably over time here, but Jason, I'll give you the last word, if you will.
No, well, thank you, Bong. Really appreciate it. And I know I'm just thanking my fellow panelists, Andy, Brian, and Dan. I can tell you, I agree with everything that's said. I think, being able to rapidly deploy new capabilities is so important. And we cannot be afraid of failure, both on the government side and industry side. And I guess I'll leave with, the industry government partnerships are essential in my mind for harnessing the power of emergent technologies that will someday be that next technology that we need to combat our security challenges and the threats, because the threats are real. And I think working closely, having that clear communication requirements, but really addressing the acquisition, the program baseline, and trying to build programs is so important, because I can tell you, advising a lot of smaller companies, the challenge is there, and it's amazing how much of an impact it has on their ability to innovate and provide their future technology, to the warfighter. And I would say at the end of the day, we just need to help those companies with the government to have those partnerships to really avoid, the future threats that keep our country safe. So with that said, thank you so much, and that's all I have, Bong.
Thank you, Jason. Well, gentlemen, again, thank you for joining me this afternoon on this panel. It's a great topic. Thank you for your well-articulated commentary on the subject. Again, thank you again. And I guess with that, we'll say goodbye to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie?
You.
Well, Bong, thank you so much. Thank you for leading that fantastic discussion. They're always great. Really appreciate you having Dan Jasinski join us. Great to have Jason, Brian, Andy. Thank you all for your insights and your expertise. Looking forward to Bong, you helping us with our very next one. Thanks again for all your great work. And now we're going to turn this over to Major General Heather Pringle. Heather leads the Space Foundation, and it's been great working with her. She's going to host a fantastic discussion on AI in space, which is one of the most timely and interesting topics that I think we could probably possibly cover during our programs here. Honored to have Tori Bruno come back. Tori has joined us several times with the United Launch Alliance. There's a lot of interesting insights on AI and AI in space in particular. Always great to have an AI expert like Major General Kim Crowder join us, as well as Brian Morrison of General Dynamics Mission Systems. So Major General Pringle, thank you so much for organizing this fantastic discussion. We're really looking forward to it.
Well, thank you, David. It's really great to join South by Southwest on the topic of dual-use technologies. Today, we're going to discuss two fast-evolving technologies, that of space and artificial intelligence, which have dual-use applications. I'm really lucky to be joined here by such eminent leaders in both of these fields. First, we have Tori Bruno, who is the President and CEO of United Launch Alliance. We also have Kim Kreider, who is the founding partner of Alara Nova, but she was also the first Chief Data Officer for the United States Air Force. And then we also have Brian Morrison with us here today, who is the Vice President and General Manager of Space, Cyber, and Intelligence Systems line of business for General Dynamics Mission Systems. So welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for joining me. Well, I'm really looking forward to digging into this topic with all of you. It's very rich. And Tori, I'm going to start with you, maybe a stage setter for how artificial intelligence or machine learning, they've really taken over the popular press, but how have you seen it being applied to space, the space ecosystem? Is it a national security or maybe system design? Where have you seen it being applied?
Well, Heather, it's all of the above. AI is going to be the industrial revolution of the information age. It is going to is doing for my knowledge workers what automation did for workers in the factory. It's unchaining them from all of the drudgery and the tedium that a knowledge worker has and letting them focus on the most exciting and interesting and innovative parts of their job. So we're pretty excited about it here.
Well, that's really great. Brian, where have you seen it being applied in your background? You have a really rich background, and where do you see it going in the future?
Heather, when I think about sort of where we are in history, I think of us as about 20 years into the era of big data, right? And in the last 20 years, our data flows have grown and grown and grown. But I think we are not realizing, I don't think we're close to scratching the surface of the promise of big data because we're swamped by that data. And that's where I think AI can really rescue us from our difficulty in separating the signal from the noise. Data at exascale is meaningless until you start to really discriminate between signal and noise. And to me, that's the real promise of AI.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. And how about we dig into the data just a little bit more with former Chief Data Officer for the United States Air Force, Kim Kreider. How can AI help us in the space industry to get a better hold of it, or to, as Tori said, help revolutionize the knowledge worker?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me today, Heather, and to be part of this panel. I would 100% agree with both Tori and Brian on the importance of AI and the impact that it is having already, and it will continue to have on the space industry, on space capabilities, space missions across military and civil and commercial activities. But as Brian points out, it really does come down to the data. I mean, everything that we know about space, everything that we understand about space, everything that we do in space really depends on data and our ability to get data effectively processed either on orbit or back down on the ground. We really have to spend a lot of time thinking about the data. Now, Brian's right. I mean, we've been after this big data challenge for a long time. I think that it's a challenge that we're still getting after. As Brian points out, we still find ourselves overwhelmed in the swamps of data. We need to continue to focus on how to best curate that data, how to best, well, first of all, identify what data is most important to the specific mission, the specific need that we're trying to address. And then how we're going to make that data accessible. And we talked about it when I was the Chief Data Officer at the Air Force level. Eileen Vadrine, who's the current CDO, picked up on this same concept, and it's been used at the OSD DoD level as well. Vault, making the data visible, accessible, usable, linked, trusted. And then, of course, they added integrated and secure, which are all key components of how you best govern and manage your data. So what data do you need to find? How do you make that data visible? How do you make that data accessible by the machines or the people that need to use it? How do you make the data usable? And this is really where we get into where we're starting to realize how we need to cleanse the data. Does that data have anomalies? Does that data have errors? And we need to understand that. AI can help us do that. Actually, you can use AI to better help you curate your data and make it more usable. And then you've got to be able to figure out, as you're thinking about how you're going to use that data, what data sets do you want to link together to start to derive some insights and some understandings. And then you can begin to apply some analytics to and some more advanced AI technologies to. Of course, you want your data to be trusted. We can talk about this more as we go, but there are anomalies in data. Some of those anomalies are just, again, poor, sloppy, dirty data. some of those anomalies are anomalies that are inserted by bad guys, right? So we want to be able to find those anomalies. We want to know if the data has been so-called poisoned in any way, because that will certainly impact how we're going to use it and do we trust it. And there's a lot that we need to think about in walking through that process of really making sure that we understand how to make the best use of our data. We've been doing this for some time in the Air Force, and then in the Space Force. The Space Force stood up. You know, when I became the Chief Technology Innovation Officer for the Space Force, I certainly took that same focus and passion for how we're going to best manage and leverage data across all mission areas of the Department of the Air Force, now very much focused on space. And very much, first and foremost, focused on getting our arms around effective, comprehensive space domain awareness. Which has been a very important part of the data activities within the Space Force. But data management and the application of AI supports every mission area of the Space Force, not just space domain awareness. We can argue that, you know, again, because we rely on data in everything we do, data and the ability to effectively leverage it to derive insights and wisdom with AI, and to be able to perform more effectively on that data with AI, a human-machine team with that information and AI is in every single mission area of the Space Force.
I would pile on too, Kim, that, you know, that's the right way to think about this, and the kind of fascinating relationship that AI has with data. We think about that application in terms of, you know, of discriminatory or analytical AI to mine our data, but at the same time, AI has a voracious appetite for data. You know, there's no free lunch with AI. You have to make a major human investment in feeding it data that we pre-classify and we analyze with people in order for it to be trained on, especially the deep neural nets. And then generative AI relies on massive databases to do its function. And then finally, we get to the kind of functions that you were talking about. So it's a really integrated data tool kind of environment that I think is, in a way, very unique today.
Absolutely, Tori, 100% agree with you, which again reinforces how precious that data really is. We've got to be able to get it right. If that data is poorly managed, if there are significant problems, if we're using the wrong data set, wow, look what can happen to the AI algorithms that we're trying to train, that we're ultimately going to rely upon in being able to support some of the work that needs to be done.
Well, and Brian, I think you've had a few good examples of how you've been doing that in your background, and there's really a lot to unpack there, whether it's you know, using data as the authoritative source of truth and how you get the right sets, or how have you seen data curation occur in the space ecosystem or in space applications? Have you seen any special use cases there that you'd like to talk about?
I think the most obvious and I think understandable use cases to the layman are, you know, you imagine our imagery satellites collecting thousands and thousands of high resolution photos in very short time spans and doing it over and over again, and it's just generating more data than anyone could interpret, triage, handle, and in some cases even transmit back to Earth. So AI is really, in many ways, the most promising solution I can imagine for dealing with that problem. Now, in that context, the provenance of our data is relatively secure, right? An image is an image. Now, there's plenty of ways to do sort of denial and deception and to spoof images, but there we can, I think, in large part, trust our data. So now we have a processing problem. Again, separating signal from the noise. When can we use an AI tool to tell us, look, a human needs to look at this image very, very soon. This image can be triaged to much later in the analytical process, or processing at the edge, right? So Kim talked a little bit about the notion of what we do on orbit and what we do on the ground, right? Space, it turns out, is pretty far away. So we've always got to worry about compute at the edge and bandwidth back to the Earth. And AI can really help us to sort of triage those things, to do some edge computing to allow us to conserve bandwidth back down to the Earth. Now, the other challenge, of course, Kim talked, I thought, quite eloquently about the threats of data integrity. So look, I'm a cyber operator at heart. So whenever I think about use of AI, I think of it in two ways, both offensive and defensive, right? And our peer adversaries are doing the same thing. So we've got to be clear-eyed all the time about the threats to our data. Is someone inserting either into the underlying data on which an AI is training an error or a bias, or is someone affecting the model itself, the training model itself? And I don't think any of us have clear answers to that, except to say that it is both an opportunity and a risk at the same time.
I was just going to say, the photo analyst is such a great example, Brian, because that's what we were talking about, that symbiosis between the expert and the tool. In the past, we had armies of experts studying these images, and they also had to be specialized in the kind of thing they would look for in the image so that they could recognize it. In 90% of the images they looked at, boring as hell. And only the last 5 or 10% at any value. And now we're in a position where we can use AI to take that burden off of them and let that highly trained, extremely valuable and rare expert really apply that knowledge where it counts the most.
I really want to pull on the thread of how we're leveraging the data and the potential that if the data were corrupted or poisoned, as you've been saying, there's a unique part about artificial intelligence, that is the algorithms, that once it has learned on a data set and it's created the algorithm for where it's going, it can't unlearn the data without going all the way back to the beginning and recomputing all those GPU hours and days and weeks, if you were. So what are your thoughts for anyone on data unlearning as a part of artificial intelligence? How are we going to get around that challenge in this technology?
Well, your first strategy is to understand this is a supply chain, just like our physical supply chain, and it has to be secure. The commercial AI industry faces this problem all the time because they farm out, they outsource, they bit work the training sets. There are whole companies that do nothing but provide training data, and they're supposed to have humans classifying data. And because it's sourced anywhere in the world, they often have other AI algorithms doing their work for them so they can make more money. We can't have that in this industry. We have to secure the supply chain of our training sets just like we would our chips or our hardware or anything else.
Yeah, I've not heard that phrase, Tori, but it's a perfect analogy, and it's an actual fact that data is the supply source for effective AI, and we have to understand that supply chain. We have to manage that supply chain very effectively. We have to secure that supply chain. So the use of the term supply chain, I think, is very relevant here. I would also add to that it's very important that we understand how our AI works, how our models are intended to work. There's this whole focus on being able to ensure that your AI, your algorithms are explainable. How are they intended to derive a result? Now, it gets very complex when you're talking about large language models and deep neural networks. But even still, you have to have some sense of how does this model work? How is this model learning from the data that it's being fed? And if there are, some errors in the data, if there's malicious, compromised data in the system, If we have a better understanding of how that AI is constructed and how that AI acts on the data, we may be able to isolate some of that problem. But it certainly is a challenge. And again, to Tori's point, we have to take this supply chain issue very seriously. I read a fact that is quite interesting and I think illuminating of how significant this problem is, that it costs about $4 million today to train a large language model estimate. Within the next 5 years, based on the amount of data that these large language models are going to be using, it's going to estimate to cost over 500 million to train that large language model. So you go from 4 million today to 500 million, you have a much larger cost challenge if you have to go back in and retrain your data and you haven't designed your AI very effectively to understand how am I going to deal with some potential anomaly, perturbation, problem in my data.
I certainly agree with everything the two of you have said, and the only thing I would add is that I think there's an opportunity for us to engineer our algorithms and our agents going forward to kind of be regenerative, right? We can build them for retraining and relearning. I know it's easy for me to say and hard for the engineers to do, but in the same way that we design for supply chain, I think we can move towards a model where we are designing for retraining.
So to what degree do you think companies or industry, particularly in the space business, will do this on their own? Or do you think that the government has a role in ensuring the AI is transparent, we do understand what the boundaries are? What do you think the relationship should be between industry, which is just moving at the speed of light with artificial intelligence, and Kim, your point about the growth in this, they're not going to want to go back and start back over retraining an algorithm. But what do you think the role of government should be?
Well, there's an argument to be made about how much government should be involved, right? Brian makes a great point. There's definitely, from a technology standpoint, there are rapid advances in, what's referred to as generative adversarial AI, which you actually learn how to, sort of play your AI model off of, a potential adversarial attack. And you can learn better. Your AI model can learn better in that manner. So technology can definitely advance to help address some of these challenges. With respect to government in particular, we've seen the pendulum kind of swinging here with regards to some folks arguing for really tight restrictions or regulations on how AI is developed, on the use of AI. The first legislation that we've seen so far is actually the European Union last year released what they call the AI Act. It is the first legislative act that tries to restrict and ban certain uses of AI. And of course, we've seen in our own country, very prominent leaders in the software and AI technology field come out and say, we really should have a pause and take a moratorium on AI. Others would argue that's a really bad thing to do. I happen to agree with that, position of we don't want to take a pause. Our adversaries are not taking a pause. What we need to do is get smarter about how we're going to get out and stay out in front of, adversarial activity. But what do we do? Government, U.S. government, and we've seen a little bit from the UK as well, have come out with some guidelines, some principles, some important ways in which we really should be very thoughtful about how we develop AI, ensuring that the AI is verifiable, is explainable, as I mentioned before, all these aspects of trustworthy AI. Certainly raising the consciousness and awareness of the general public, of the users, of the developers of AI, what some of these challenges are and what you should be asking about when you're going to look to integrate AI into your capabilities, and how you're going to assess the viability of your models or the way in which those models have been developed, have been verified, have been tested out. And I think that's going to be a critical factor. So we had the executive order for AI that was released last year under the Biden administration that lays out some of these general principles, talks about the ethical use of AI, talks about really being aware of the potential for bias in your data and what that could do to skew outcomes. All of those things we need to take a close look at, and that will drive policy and other ways in which we go about the development and use of AI. And I think that is a good role for government to play, is in awareness, is in guidance, and is in policy on how we're going to manage our effective integration of AI. But we've got to take advantage of it. As Tori said at the beginning, this is the new revolution opportunity. This is going to advance everything that we do in our human existence, the way in which we learn, the way in which we go through our daily activities day to day is only going to continue to be enhanced through AI. So it's out there, it's in the world. We have to be able to take advantage of it to get the most out of it, but we have to do it, really mindfully, thoughtfully, and with some of this awareness of how to manage the risks.
And I'd add to that maybe two ideas. The first being government should always do what only government can do. And in our world, there's a special role that government can play to enable this, because when you use AI, there's that voracious need for data, especially on the gen side. Your data goes into the wild. And in defense and certainly aerospace and ITAR related things, we have to have our own environment. And so the Gov Cloud is being stood up to provide that for us. The generative part of that is still pretty immature there. So there's a lot of work for the government to do to help us to be able to utilize the tool while keeping our data safe and secure and out of our adversaries' hands. The other thing I would offer that you touched on also, Kim, is that, if a society or a company or a leader that thinks that something being legal is the only measure of whether it is right or wrong, is an environment that is deeply flawed. Okay, we use laws where there is no other effective means of robust accountability. And that you should never say, well, it's legal, so it's okay. That's never true, rarely true. And so we really need those guidelines. You talked about policy and ethical guidelines and frameworks that are not necessarily criminal laws or even civil laws, but they're guidance. And we're going to need people to adhere to those and to do the right thing, because a legal framework cannot solve all of society's problems.
Brian, any thoughts or jump in?
I agree with what both of you have said. I guess I would add that I don't think we need great incentives from the government to invest. Here in industry, we are presuming that AI should be part of the solution to every customer problem we're called on to solve, right? That's the baseline presumption. And Secretary of the Air Force Frank Kendall has said that we should be doing exactly that. And I think many of us are. What I think we need help with is, of course, law and policy, as you suggested. I think it would be helpful for the government to help us hold the line on assuring data integrity into the models. As Kim suggested, I think it's helpful to have the government really hold the line on what I would call the explicability of our models, right? It's not enough in the high consequence, high rel environments in which the four of us operate to say, this is what comes out of the model. It looks good, but we don't really understand how it arrived there. Many commercial industries have that luxury. The four of us don't, right? Lives are at stake and international security is at stake. So we need to be held to account for the explicability of our models and the integrity of our models. And also, frankly, as you suggested, the law and policy. As we proceed further and further down our journey with AI, I worry that some of our law and policy structures, which are wholly the province of the government, I worry that we're already a little bit behind, right? What does it mean to be discriminating and proportionate from the perspective of the law of armed conflict when an AI is in the loop for decision whether to deploy a weapon system, right? And I don't think we know that yet. Does training data collected inside the US constitute collection on US persons for purposes of our surveillance laws? And I think we're still struggling with some of these legal and policy questions that I think it's got to be a sort of national conversation with policymakers in every branch, and industry and academia and thought leaders, throughout the country.
So with this difficult landscape, how would you, what advice would you give to a company wanting to get into this area to take advantage or take an AI technology, apply it to the space domain, or take a space technology and add AI to it? Do you have some thoughts or advice that any of you would share?
Well, I would say, like any other new endeavor, you start where there's low-hanging fruit and it will make a big difference and move that needle. You should also have a strategy around what you'll do and what you won't do. Like Brian just talked about, there are things that are going to be inappropriate at this stage of the game for AI. So, set those aside and deal with the things that you can deal with right now.
I think one thing that's different about AI than almost any other technology that I've seen is that we can use AI to solve the problems of AI, right? So we hinted at this a little when I talked about retraining, right? So as we begin to look at that low-hanging fruit, all of the obstacles we see towards the higher and higher fruit, we should be thinking about solving those problems with the tool itself. It becomes almost layered and layered and layered, but I think that unlike bandwidth problems we've dealt with or big data problems, AI can really turn into a flywheel of acceleration in a way that we sort of haven't seen.
I think you're absolutely right, Brian. I've even heard of algorithms of AI that have been trained to monitor other AI. So kind of a teacher-student, if you will, parent-child, if you will, and that type of relationship is really going to benefit humans as they're trying to interact with something that can truly outpace them. It can outsmart them. It can out-innovate them in some areas, but it's very dependent on the data that it's been exposed to. So that's an excellent point. Well, so I have about 5 minutes left, and I kind of want to get to a lightning round of 2 questions. I'll combine it together. And if you would, each of you answer, what skills do you think the future space workforce needs to look at in terms of artificial intelligence, how they can get best up to speed? And then secondly, who or what company or what country are you watching for the future of space and AI? So Tori, I'll start with you. You can answer one or both of those questions if you would.
Sure, I'll hit them both real quick. AI is a brand new tool, and what I need my knowledge workers to do is not to become AI experts. I have those, just to understand the environment and generally how it works so that they can pursue our strategy that we call 90-10. If it takes an expert, but 90% of the time they're bored, that's an AI application. The second part of your question, it's China. It's all about China. It's China in anti-satellite weapons. It's China in regional conflict, and it is absolutely China in AI, in cyber.
That's an excellent point. So Kim, how about you?
Yeah, I'll pile on some of Tori's comments and add some additional thoughts here. I would agree that We don't need everybody to be AI experts. We certainly need everybody to be very familiar with what artificial intelligence is, what artificial intelligence can do, what effective, responsible, trustworthy artificial intelligence entails. This whole notion of artificial intelligence being developed in such a way and trained in such a way that it can learn and protect itself over time is a really valuable concept that Brian teased out earlier. These are all things that we need our knowledge workers and our guardians and anybody in the space business to know about, because space is going to become more and more dependent, not just on data, but the ability to act on that data very effectively with AI. All forms of AI, not just AI to discern imagery in space or imagery about what's happening on the ground, but also AI to optimize operations, AI to look and detect for anomalies, AI to support automation and autonomy in particular in the very far reaches of space. Space is very, very far away, and we have to be able to depend on that AI very effectively. So all of that is very important, and we need knowledge workers that understand that, appreciate that, and demand that in the capabilities that they're looking to bring forward. What am I keeping an eye on? Well, certainly China. We absolutely don't want to take our eye off of China. They are the pacing threat. Russia is no slouch when it comes to their interest and investment in AI, particularly in the area of applying it for offensive cyber attacks, as we've seen in a variety of scenarios, and I'm sure Brian can speak on this as well. In our other adversaries, anybody in the world can certainly today figure out ways to leverage data and AI for ill. And so we've got to be very wide-eyed about the threats that can come, from insiders, from everyday users. They're all out there. But what excites me the most, I just want to sort of finish on this thought. What excites me the most about the use of AI, particularly as it relates to space, is this idea of autonomy and robotics, and the application of AI in machines that can actually do things. I think this is going to advance the way in which we do space operations, the way in which we're able to explore the far reaches of space, the way in which we're able to conduct ourselves in space and team with activities on the ground to create new advantages. So I think autonomy is really the future of the advancement of AI.
Autonomy, AI, and space, great combination. Okay, Brian, what are your thoughts?
So when I think about the skills that I think we'll need in the near term to really drive our AI journey forward, I'm confident that we have the best computer scientists on the planet, the best engineers on the planet. Where I think actually we need to put a little effort, and I'm probably betraying a bias here, is I think we need some different sorts of language skills to really, when you're thinking about, so easiest to think about this in the context of ChatGPT, right? When you're thinking about prompt engineering, right? That's really a language problem. But when we're thinking about how to explain our algorithms or the outputs of our AI, again, that's a language problem. And I think it will be many of these same computer scientists, but we really need to work on how we, A, communicate with our AI, so that's the prompt engineering, and then B, how we can communicate about our AI so we can have faith and confidence in what our algorithm is telling us. So that's what I think about skills. With regard to what I'm watching, so technologically, what I'm really interested in at the moment is edge processing, right? Just to save us that bandwidth problem and that I talked about a little. Obviously, China is the threat that sort of swallows the horizon, right? And in many ways, as Secretary Kendall has said in the past, our edge has eroded, our technological edge has eroded. As a society, China has the benefit of being able to really drive all elements of national power in one direction. And we don't have that. We're a sort of disaggregated industry, and we're all going in our own direction. So to me, our response to that is we need to leverage the power of our own system of governance, the power of our free market to really drive our innovation in a way that I think maybe more planned economies can't do. And history has shown that the bet on the free market is often a good one. So really what I want to drive through industry, not just in my business, but in everybody's, is this notion that we have to out-innovate our peer adversaries. And I think we're suited for that as a nation, as a people, as an industry, but I think that's really the hope to sort of regain or preserve our technological edge.
That's an excellent point, Brian, and it speaks to the role that government has with industry, which we touched on earlier, but I really liked that you brought forward the idea of all elements of national power coming together, if you will, the diplomatic side of it. So we're protecting intellectual property, the informational aspects so that we're all well informed and understanding it, and the military. So we're securing our national data supply chain. Tori, that was such a great point. And then the economic aspect. So if we continue to allow this competitive free market to expand and grow, whether it's a space economy or an AI one, the two together are really going to be powerful, and they have the potential to secure our future. So I just want to say, I wish we could keep talking about both of these technologies, how they come together, but I really want to say thank you all for joining me here today. This was such a rich discussion. It was informative for me. I hope it was also informative for our audience at South by Southwest. Thank you all for joining me today. David, back over to you.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all, but a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
The world today is on the brink of remarkable technological transformation. A new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence will bring forward new possibilities for businesses, governments, communities, and individuals across the globe. The rate of innovation is moving faster with each year that passes. This belief led to the creation of Evoke, Comtech's innovation foundry. Evoke creates new solutions that empower global communities by providing access to technologies others never imagined possible. Working across businesses with partners, suppliers, customers, and academia, our innovation foundry serves two vital purposes. First, Evoke is pioneering new technologies to disrupt existing markets and create future networks that are focused on better customer outcomes. Second, through our relentless innovation, Evoke is enhancing Comtech's existing offerings that will enable the transformation needed to usher in a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence. Since the launch of Evoke, we have already forged strategic partnerships with market leaders, innovators, and technology disruptors that will help us push the boundaries of innovation and propel the world into a truly connected future. Together with our partners, we are anticipating the needs of customers and multiplying the value of our technologies to empower individuals, create value for our customers, and make the world a better place for all of us. Circle is combining their leading network technologies with Comtech's expertise in location-based services to deliver real-time analytics and intelligence at the edge of the IoT. Together, Comtech and Circle are delivering smart-enabled solutions to provide customers with extraordinary insights and new capabilities that can create substantial impact by exploiting the full power of IoT networks. Descartes Labs is integrating their industry-leading cloud-native supercomputer and data processing capabilities with Comtech's communications technologies to provide customers with powerful insights and services. Today, Comtech and Descartes Labs are infusing the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and monitoring insights to deliver real-time, actionable intelligence of developing situations. Wishnish brings leading distributed ledger solutions to further enhance Comtech's technologies and improve secure information exchange and enhance privacy applications available across industries, institutions, governments, and developers. Together, Comtech and Wishnish are integrating highly secure, flexible distributed ledger technologies to build trust in a democratic fashion and drive automation from the outer boundaries to the very core of a business. Arna Network's leading zero-touch edge and 5G service orchestration and management, combined with Comtech's dynamic cloud platform, is opening the door to groundbreaking cloud-native network services. By integrating cloud-based network technologies, Comtech and Arna Networks enable customers to add and manage applications that can significantly improve business performance across public, private, and hybrid networks. But our partnerships don't stop there. We're also forging alliances with leading universities worldwide to ensure we empower future leaders who will build connections that set ideas free. As we innovate to deliver intent-based, insightful, on-demand technologies and services, Evoke will transform global technology landscapes to empower the world. Welcome to the new era of connectivity and collaboration. Welcome to Evoke.
Heather, thank you. Thank you so much for leading that fantastic discussion on that incredibly interesting topic. It's a really important subject that we really need to get a handle of. Really appreciate your conversation about AI in space. Great to have Tony Bruno join us. That was fantastic to have you with us again, sir. As I mentioned, Major General Kim Kreider has been you've been a big supporter of us, supporter of America's Future Series. And it was great to have Brian Morrison join us for the first time. That was fantastic. Major Generals, Heather and Kim, looking forward to you guys being with us again in September at our Space Innovation Summit, working with you guys on that one. Thanks again so much. And now we're going to turn it over to a conversation led by Richard Jackson, who is with the state of Oklahoma. He's the Deputy Attorney General for Cyber Security, Technology, and Digital Assets. Going to have a great conversation there about public-private partnerships and dual use innovation. That's something we absolutely have to be able to do. Our government and our agencies have to work in concert with private enterprise for us to out-innovate our near-peer enemies and adversaries. So this is an important conversation. Fantastic to have Brigadier General Chad Radeke join us again. Really do appreciate him joining us again. And congratulations on his role now at the University of Tulsa, leading the Cyber Innovation Institute. I'm going to turn it over to you, Richard. Thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing this conversation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to America's Future Series, panel titled Public-Private Partnerships, Facilitating Dual-Use Innovation. My name is Richard Jackson. I am the Deputy Attorney General for Cybersecurity, Technology, and Digital Assets for the state of Oklahoma. I'm a Commercial Engagement Lead for the Marine Innovation Unit's Technology Grants, and I will be moderating today's panel. This panel will focus on the role of the innovation facilitator, the critical element of coordination, support, coaching, and partner functions that many times are the key element in driving real results in defense innovation. Often cross-functional, usually inter-organizational, and frequently silo-busting synergy seekers, the innovation facilitator is a force multiplier for meaningful progress. And here today to discuss several of the important ideas around public-private partnerships are three panelists with a wealth of experience in dual-use technology, military operations, and innovation in novel and emerging technologies. They are technical experts, academic and practical research and development partners, investment and business operations specialists. The panelists really do consist of nation-leading contributors in dual-use technologies, and it is my pleasure to get to introduce them to you. The first panelist I have the honor of introducing is Mr. James Grimsley. Mr. Grimsley serves as the Executive Director for Advanced Technology Initiatives with the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, as well as an Oklahoma Transportation Commissioner with oversight and governance responsibilities for the Oklahoma Department of Transportation. Mr. Grimsley currently serves as on the board of directors for Commercial Drone Alliance, as well as a variety of other boards and advisory groups. As part of Mr. Grimsley's Choctaw Nation duties, he currently manages the FAA Beyond program and previously managed the FAA's Integration Pilot Program, the IPP, for the Choctaw Nation. And in October of 2022, the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Peter Buttigieg, appointed Mr. Grimsley to the FAA's Advanced Aviation Advisory Council. Mr. Grimsley has also served on multiple FAA aviation rulemaking committees, including the Beyond Visual Line of Sight ARC. James, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Our next panelist is Mr. Kevin McGinnis, Special Advisor to America's Frontier Fund, the first investment platform committed to reinvigorating our nation's innovation and manufacturing prowess in critical frontier of technology sectors. Kevin previously served as the Director for Research and Analysis on the National Security Commission for Artificial Intelligence, where he co-led the Commission's work on promoting and protecting U.S. technology advances, microelectronics, and public-private partnerships. And before that, as part of the Office of Management and Budget's National Security Division, where he provided oversight and strategic direction to the national defense investments across the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, the National Nuclear Security Administration, and the intelligence community. Kevin also served on the Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning team at the Defense Innovation Unit, helping to develop, launch, and manage the X-View Detection Challenge. And Kevin began his career in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, covering a range of issues, including defense partnerships in Latin America, global defense posture, and U.S. strategic forces. Kevin, glad you could be here.
Thanks so much for having me. Great to be here.
Appreciate it. And our final panelist is Chad Radigi. Chad retired from the United States Air Force in 2023 as a general officer with 29 years of cyber operations, communications, and information technology experience. He is a 9-time commander, including the White House Communications Agency, and prior to his retirement, he served as Director of Command, Control, Communications, Computers, and Cyber, as well as Chief Information Officer for U.S. European Command. Currently, Chad is Executive Director of the Oklahoma Cyber Innovation Institute at the University of Tulsa, focusing on developing, testing, and deploying cyber research outcomes and technology developments. Chad also serves as the Chairman and CEO of the Air Force Cyberspace and Air Traffic Control Association, and on the board of advisors for both the Military Cyber Professionals Association and the Air and Space Forces Association's Cyber Patriot program. Chad, thank you for coming on.
RJ, great to be here. Thanks.
Glad you could join us. Chad, we're going to start off with you. Just as the DoD has taken considerable steps to revamp its relationship towards modern technology, and we see it all over the space throughout the DoD and procurement, so too have universities made a modernization effort in the way that they go about academically oriented research and development, to the point of even reconsidering the entire academic R&D model. Can you tell us how academia has embraced these changes within the DoD and in academia, how the institute model differs from traditional academic research, and what the university and institute you are affiliated with does to promote innovation?
Yeah, well, thank you, RJ. A lot to unpack in your question. I'm going to do my best to address this. First of all, it's a pleasure to join you and America's Future Series once again. This is a world-class organization that does such a huge contribution to our nation by getting these important conversations out into the ether. And so this is great to join my fellow panelists to offer some thoughts today. I'm returning from a week of travel, and unfortunately, I've hit Oklahoma, and I've got some sort of allergies that have hit me with everything that's blooming. So I'm going to do my best to keep the voice level and stable, but it's great to be here nonetheless. RJ, I'd like to start by just kind of describing my new adventure. As you noted, I retired just several months ago, moved to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I have taken up the reins of the Oklahoma Cyber Innovations Institute. This is an organization that has stood up under the University of Tulsa, and I have the privilege of being the very first employee and the very first executive director of this unique institute. The institute actually has a vision and funding, which is always a good thing. And so I have received funding from two different sources. Half of my funding actually comes from the state of Oklahoma. So RJ, you have a role in that. And that level of funding is to think about cyber workforce development at the K through 12 level across the state of Oklahoma. So what sort of education, what sort of cyber training do our students that are going through the process, what do they need to know? What's important for them? How do we get them ready for tech of the future? So that's pretty exciting. I get to think about the future of our nation by way of the students that are going through the Oklahoma school system. And so I'm thrilled with that. The other half of my funding actually comes from a family foundation called the George Kaiser Family Foundation. They are investing in Tulsa as a tech hub, Tulsa as a cybersecurity ecosystem, and they're working to attract talented companies, individuals, businesses into the Tulsa area to bring in their technology. The exciting part about both those levels of funding is the marrying up. And so I'll have an opportunity to work with businesses that are coming into the Tulsa area, understand their demands, understand their needs by way of a technology workforce, and then marry them up with those that are going through university or those that are coming out of the K through 12 system. And so it's a really exciting place to be right now. I feel the energy about what's taking place in Tulsa and across the state of Oklahoma, and I'm just privileged to be here. RJ, to your questions, I spent, as you noted, 29 years in uniform. I got to see a lot of what our nation, especially on the DoD side, was doing by way of technology of the future. I got to go through the experiences of COVID as we figured out how to get to Teams and Zoom and all of those types of things on our DoD systems. That was quite frankly groundbreaking because we were throwing policy and readjusting policy on the fly to connect all of those disparate workers to their homes. And so that was unique for what we had normally done in DoD. I've gotten to see the proliferation of commercial capabilities that have come online in DoD. Think Starlink and others that have now become commonplace in our normal day-to-day military operations. I've gotten to see a pursuit from the Air Force specifically for an as-a-service model. So we were thinking about the way that enterprise information technology was going to be consumed, the way that it was going to be acquired, and we went after new ways of doing business. We looked at other transactional authorities. So what were the acquisition rules that were in place, and then how do we break down those silos to get better and faster, to get more relevant technology into our systems? And so I've gotten to see all of that over my military career, and that was exciting to see. I think we all acknowledge that we're still not moving fast enough. And so, the particular organization that you're part of, DIU, the innovation spark plugs that are out there, those are continuing to help us innovatively think about information technology and technology as a whole in DoD. I will tell you, RJ, I've been pleasantly surprised as I've come into academia, and I'm quite frankly an outsider. I have come into the University of Tulsa. I've been here. This is now my 7th week, but I've gotten to reevaluate the way that I used to view academia versus the way that I can see it actually moving today. And so I'm happily reporting that things are moving very well. Things are getting very detailed on the way that our academians are thinking about the research and development that they do on a daily basis. No longer is it the days of just the academians that are doing research for the sake of research and doing the things that they want. They're now trying to find purpose. They're now trying to find detailed application of their research to meaningful, good things for our nation. I would call it applied research. And so, for example, we have some folks here at the University of Tulsa that are contributing on a daily basis to some software research for the Department of Defense. They actually have deliverables that they do on a daily basis to report back what their research is revealing and detailing. And so that, I think, is focused research that I think is along the lines of what we're trying to do now. We're trying to be innovative. We're trying to make sure that the work that we're doing actually connects to something meaningful. And so I'm getting to see that happen right now. I have an opportunity to work with a group of folks very closely. Under the University of Tulsa, we have a program that is actually funded by that George Kaiser Family Foundation I previously mentioned. It's called the Cyber Fellows Program. In this Cyber Fellows Program, we have 30 plus cyber professionals that are going through their normal PhD studies. They have faculty that are serving as advisors. They're taking them through that very technical background that they have. But what I think is unique about this Cyber Fellows Program is we marry up those studies of the very technical cyber data analytics, AI, machine learning, and others. And now we bring in some entrepreneurial training as well. We have them interface with venture capitalists to make sure that the research that they're doing as part of their PhD actually can apply and become a meaningful business of the future. I think this is an example of innovation in action. I think this is an example of where academia is making a shift for the good. And so I'm just very pleased with that. Just a year ago, the University of Tulsa stood up what they called the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship under our business college. That particular institute as well, a year advanced of mine, has already made huge gains of getting not only the business school, but across all the other colleges at the University of Tulsa, to get that entrepreneurial thinking, to get that innovation spirit into all of the degree programs. And I'm thrilled to see that in action. I think about one particular cyber fellow. We're getting ready to graduate our first inaugural class of cyber fellows. 2 fellows that have gone through about 4 years of training. They're going to graduate here as doctors in the spring time frame. One of those cyber fellows actually leads our Jolt Innovation Club for the university. I think that's remarkable that we have a cyber fellow studying very high-end, complicated technical data that marries that up on a daily basis with innovation. And I just think that that's a huge gain for not only our university, our state, but for our nation. So with that, RJ, I think that I'm in a really exciting place right now. My Oklahoma Cyber Innovations Institute, I think, is at the foreground of that innovation. It's at the foreground of conversations with businesses and venture capitalists to try and figure out how do we get better and faster and more relevant. And so with that, I'm gonna stop my comments, but look forward to any questions that you may have. Over.
Well, thanks so much. All right, James, over to you now that we've heard kind of what's happening in true academic circles. We're gonna move into what I'll call the more of the blended or blended facilitator. James, we focus a lot on federal initiatives, the CHIPS Act, many of the quote 2030 initiatives like the Marine Corps Force Design 2030 or the Air Force's Science and Technology Strategy of 2030. Those are often broad strategic initiatives with associated funding. And we've seen, for example, with efforts to streamline defense acquisition processes, that oftentimes they are cumbersome and bureaucratic. But James, your work tends to be very much more practical in scope, and as a tribal sovereign with a bit of a ace up your sleeve with respect to administration. Can you speak to the work that you do and how having an innovation partner like the Choctaw Nation can have unique advantages in defense innovation?
Sure, yeah, very good question. First, the Choctaw Nation is the third largest Native American tribe, or federally recognized Native American tribe. Each tribe has a unique treaty. So each tribe, the sovereignty is sort of expressed in different ways by just depending on each treaty. So we are sovereign. We're a sovereign nation under a nation. We do compacts with states. So when we work with a state government or another level of government, we always exercise compacts or enter into compacts just like any other sovereign would. The Choctaw Nation has a very proud history of supporting our veterans and supporting national defense. We had very honored Choctaw tribal members in World War I who served before they were even recognized as citizens. So the Choctaw tribal members were serving in the military before they even had citizenship. We had the code talkers, as I'm sure you've heard about in World War I. But it's been very interesting. Kind of my background, I'm an engineer by background, undergraduate aerospace engineering, all my graduate work was mechanical engineering. I worked in defense for about 20 years. So started working with the Air Force, directly as a civilian engineer, and then I went to a large contractor and became a young VP there. But my whole first 20 years involved defense. After that 20 years, I started to get out more of the entrepreneurial world. So I had a small company, we were doing a lot of things. And then eventually I went to the University of Oklahoma as an associate vice president for research. So I've had kind of all that whole span of working directly in the defense community for both the DoD as a contractor and then going into academia. And how I got connected with the tribe is I grew up in the heart of the Choctaw Nation Reservation. Both sides of my family have grown up here, so I have very deep ties. I have deep appreciation and respect for the Choctaw culture. I grew up in the middle of it. I had left back in a time when this was a very impoverished area, had some of the highest unemployment in the country, not a lot of opportunities. The area was sort of dying, not a lot of industry here. And those of us who could go to college did. You know, we found a way to go out, and I never thought I would even come back because I didn't ever think there would be opportunities. I went to school, paid for my own school, made it through, and while I was out working in industry, working in defense, and all these other positions, the tribe started coming into its own. And with a lot of the things happened in the late 80s, the tribe became very self-sufficient, and they started making investments back into the economy, back into our local communities. And my reintroduction to the tribe was when I was at the university, when they reached out to me and said, we bought a large piece of property, we would like you to look at it. And I said, okay, you know, I'm from this area, it's almost more of a courtesy than anything else. And while I was touring the property with them, they said, we think we would like to use this for aviation, which is pretty audacious. And I, being the engineer, I was a little negative. I started talking about all the challenges. If you're going to get involved in emerging aviation, here's a ton of challenges. They very patiently listened to me, and then they said, can we hire you as a consultant to figure out all that stuff? And so I was sort of, you know, no promises, but yes, I'll help you. As we started digging into what the opportunities were for the tribe, I was blown away. They can leverage sovereignty in ways that actually help with a lot of the regulatory gridlock we have. And one of the things that I always struggle with in defense was, for most of our history, past few decades, the DoD was the vanguard on aviation. Literally all aviation aeronautical technology derived from the DoD, and then it found its way into civilian use and civil use. What's happened in the last 10 to 20 years is, you know, new propulsion systems, electric propulsion, electric flight. Industry was in there for a period, was actually ahead. And it became a much different issue in terms of global economic security. We have economic rivals now with China and how quickly they innovate, how quickly they're working in things. And then at the same time, we're seeing this asymmetric shift of balance with things like consumer drones, as we're seeing in Ukraine right now, how that could be very useful in a war environment. And so what started concerning me was we didn't necessarily have a relief valve. The military has restricted use airspace. The military can innovate and use their own airspace, but nothing like that exists outside of the military. And so as we were architecting what the tribe could do, we realized that they have sovereignty over the surface. They have a lot of resources. They can invest in safety infrastructure, ground-based radars, things like that. And we realized that we could create the next best thing to a military test environment where we guarantee that safety on the ground, that part of the risk, and then we can invest in the infrastructure to mitigate air risks. And so we really do think we're the next best thing to a military test range. We function like a military test range. But in terms of how the tribe is getting into that, there's multiple facets. As you talk about the P3, tribes are unique in that they can function like a business. We have a business arm. We have, in our case, we have a whole holding company of quite a few companies that we own. We can function like a government, which I'm part of the core government part. And we have all these different ways that we can operate. So we can kind of leverage that in ways that we can foster innovation. And innovation it's interesting because if you try to prescribe it, sometimes it doesn't quite occur and happen. And as you see, when large organizations get to a certain size, compliance is very, very important. You can't function without compliance. That compliance sometimes works against you with innovation. That's why we see tremendous success stories of 2 or 3 young people get together in their garage or at Starbucks, and they hatch an idea, and then they create something that's disruptive to technology, to industry. And so every large organization struggles with that. And as we're seeing the things that are happening, especially with the UAS, with electric propulsion there, AAM, as we see the convergence of things like generative AI, all of these things are creating immense opportunities, but it's also creating a situation in this world where we've never faced the threats that we have globally. And we now have to consider economic security at the same level that we consider our national security. That's part of our defense strategy now. So it's very interesting. I'm kind of a lifelong observer of how does innovation happen? How do you foster that environment? And at the point where we're at right now with the tribe, we have a small agile group. We're kind of carved out where we're doing our own thing. And so we've recreated that initial entrepreneurial part at our test range and our test facilities where we're doing that. We're developing our own vehicles. We're doing a whole lot of kind of innovation for the tribe itself. But moving ahead, we have to figure out how we leverage, and as part of acquisition reform, we have to figure out how we leverage the strengths of industry. Some ways we've been here before the late 50s where we had the Defense Production Act and things like that. But we have to figure out how we leverage that in ways that's going to benefit our national economic security. And I love the things that have been happening with things like Agility Prime and the Replicator program, some of these other things. These to me are acquisition reform programs that are going to be successful. But yeah, it's something that I've been really excited about. We're doing some really neat things. The Choctaw Nation has had a lot of historic firsts in aviation. Been a point of great pride. The tribe literally came from nowhere 5 or 6 years ago, did this from scratch, and it's really paying some big dividends. So I'll stop there.
Outstanding. Now for our last question, Kevin, we know that having a great idea, like what James mentioned, 3 guys in a garage who have a great disruptive idea, or the capability to innovate when partnering with Chad's Institute at the University of Tulsa, sometimes that's not enough for an emerging business or a group of founders to keep their organization surviving long enough to be able to develop what we'll consider meaningful products or to be able to scale to the level of production needed to have meaningful impact in defense innovation or in dual-use technologies. Can you speak to the perspective of venture capital on the dual-use thesis, what developments have occurred in the industry around American defense innovation broadly, and how VC partners help founders and builders translate their vision into viable businesses and by virtue of that, new or novel or emerging dual-use capabilities?
Well, thanks so much for the question, and I really think it's a fascinating moment to look at this dual-use thesis and the recognition, if you just look around the world, of the importance of commercial technology on the battlefield. I mean, take Ukraine as an example. It's come up in this conversation already. The use of commercial drones, cell phones, other widely available commercial devices is having a real impact on the way that the conflict is being prosecuted, and I think there's a lot of lessons from that. Not only for the Department of Defense, but also for entrepreneurs to think about the uses of these technologies. And for us as investors, it's one thing to be a group of 3 founders in a garage and launch an app. It's another to invent the next semiconductor, to create the next quantum technology that's going to have an impact on defense missions and so on. Some of what we call these deep tech, frontier tech technologies that require more time, more access to infrastructure, often more technical expertise. And so our role as investors is to really help bring the capital that's necessary, but also the coaching. And if you look at the team and the teams that are doing this very well right now as investors, they have a really deep understanding of the defense need. They also have kind of an understanding of where the technology is going, and they can help coach some of these new startups into the right parts of the Department of Defense. And that can mean finding, where's the right program executive office to work with? What's the right application of this technology? How might you find early and rapid experimentation, customer feedback? In a previous role, before working with the America's Frontier Fund, I was at the Defense Innovation Unit, what used to be called DIU 2.0. Now it's DIU 3.0. And under DIU 2.0, we really focused on speed to contract and speed to prototype, right? So how can you get this technology in the hands of users and then rapidly iterate such that you're improving it and meeting the mission need faster and faster? And you see some of the things that James mentioned, some of these more recent programs like Agility Prime and Replicator really building on that to get to mass. So we have one instance of a successful prototype. How do we get to 1,000? How can we have 1,000 unmanned systems ready to operate, autonomously and in a formation? So for us as investors, we have a unique model at America's Frontier Fund where we have a fund, Frontier Fund 1 Alpha, that focuses on scaling capital, but we also have an incubation program called Roadrunner Venture Studios, and that is really taking an idea and helping to turn it into a company. That earlier stage, people talk about the valley of death, but really there are multiple valleys of death. There's from an idea to a prototype, and then there's a prototype to scale, and you could even say a successful scale to international. Those are all 3 different potential valleys of death that need help from often different investors, but different skill sets as well. And so for us, when we're focused on this early incubation stage, thinking about how to get, first prototype, first revenue with the Department of Defense or with another government customer, it's a lot of coaching. And even if you have, especially in these frontier technologies where you have a lot of technical expertise required, you may not have the business or financial expertise. If you're working with a university professor who's founding a company or a national lab, a PhD level technical individual, you have to pair that technical expertise with the understanding of the business model for a dual use company, and then also with the mission need. And that's where often another thing that investors that do this well can do is help build the right partnerships. And it's not just a single startup operating, but it's operating an ecosystem, whether with defense primes or other partners that can help understand the mission need, bring the capability to the Department of Defense, and then scale it as well. So it's really an exciting time when it comes to defense innovation and dual use. You see a lot more funds focused on this, and rightly so, because the arsenal of democracy is built on technology. We have to make sure that we have our qualitative edge in terms of technology, and it's often these innovative young companies that are bringing the most disruption. And the faster we can experiment and then scale it into the Department of Defense, I think the more successful we'll be, and the better deterrence capability will be as well.
Outstanding. Well, as we close in on our time here, it's a few things that I wanted to call to the forefront that our great panelists have pulled out. Some items that have stood out to me. One, talking a lot about outsiders moving into new or novel institutions, bringing a wealth of experience to an area that may not have been able to benefit from that experience, that they're starting to work into innovating not just technologies, but also institutions, processes, and programs as well. Another, having a startup mindset. I think everyone has mentioned talking about having the ability to not just be technically sound or understanding the military case or the mission case, but also to know that this is not in a silo, that you have to be able to operate these businesses. So having a startup mindset, a business founder's mindset, thinking of also the business element of what we're discussing, talking also about purpose-driven applied research and the mission set and capabilities, right? This is not research for its own sake. There is a broader mission, and we know that to understand both in terms of economic security, but also national security, national defense, again, putting the dual in dual use technologies. And finally, speed and rapidity. We are not the only country running this race, and so it is incumbent upon us as technologists, researchers, academics, capital partners, and people who work in the government to also help facilitate the pace of operation and the tempo at which we're operating. So again, I want to say thank you to our panelists, Chad Radigi, Kevin McGinnis, James Grimsley, for the great insights in facilitating dual-use innovation. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on. Okay, and then if you'd like to find out more about our panelists or what they are working on, you can feel free to reach out to any of us on LinkedIn, and you can also reach out directly to James at uas@choctawnation.com, or you can reach out to Chad-Radigi, that's RADUEGE at utulsa.edu, and you can get in contact with Kevin at kevin@americasfrontier.org. And feel free to reach out to me as well, richard.jackson@oag.ok.gov. For Kevin, Chad, and James, and on behalf of America's Future Series, I'm Richard Jackson. Thank you for joining us.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all, but a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Hello, I'm Shelley Brunswick, and it's a pleasure to join America's Future Series for their Dual Use Tech Summit. I have the honor to interview Dr. Vivek Lal, the Chief Executive for General Atomics. Dr. Lal is a global visionary and strategic leader with a remarkable journey spanning esteemed roles at Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and Reliance Industries Limited. His expertise in aerospace engineering and business development has earned him numerous accolades. He's been recognized for his unparalleled achievements. Dr. Lal holds prestigious titles such as the President's Lifetime Achievement Award presented to him by the President of the United States in September of 2022, and he was conferred the World Leader Award by the House of Lords in the United Kingdom in 2023. Welcome, Dr. Lal.
Thank you so much, Shelley. It's an honor to be with you.
Well, it's an honor to be with you today. Your work represents the pinnacle of innovation in defense technology and dual-use application. Today, we're eager to delve into how we can leverage innovation and creative capabilities to ensure our nation's security and the security of our allies, especially in the face of growing near-peer threats and the rapid evolution of technologies. Let's explore the future of building partnerships, as well as the role of dual-use and disruptive technologies. Dr. Lal, I'm going to start with collaborations. With your esteemed roles with the U.S.-Japan Business Council, the U.S.-India Business Council, and your recent participation at the India-U.S. Forum, you have a unique vantage point on international collaboration, especially in the realms of defense and dual-use technologies. Given the critical importance of synergy between the private sector, academia, and government in driving those innovations, could you share your insights on the collaboration models that you have found to be most effective?
Absolutely, Shelley. As you rightly said, in this globalized world and a technology world and all the geopolitics of the day, there are certain models that seem to work. And in my experience, when we're talking about international collaboration, I think it is several groups of stakeholders that need to come together on a particular issue and on several issues, but they largely fall into the following stakeholder brackets. One is the political spectrum. So if the political spectrum of the countries involved are kind of aligned in terms of the objectives, that certainly paves the way for collaboration. The second bucket, I would say, is the bureaucracy and the bureaucratic structures. As you know, they're different in every country with differing priorities depending on the local situations. And if those bureaucratic structures can marry together for a particular cause or several causes, that again paves the way for good collaboration. The third area I would say is academia and think tanks, and it's often underspoken, but I think academia and think tanks have a huge role to play in collaboration, and they're often not in the decision-making org charts on a particular issue, but they have a significant behind-the-scenes role to inform and to debate various issues. And so I think alignment with the academic communities is very important for collaboration. Then I would go as another group of stakeholders that would be involved in the collaborative model would be the industry and the industry captains, whether large, small, or medium industries. They all have a voice and they have a role to play in making sure a collaboration succeeds or doesn't. And so I think those voices are, again, very important. The fifth bucket, I would say, is media and communications, and to have the right perception on the problem and to debate in the public domain the pros and cons. That is very important. And finally, as a sixth bucket of stakeholders that I think is important for collaboration, it would be the end user who would benefit from whatever the collaborative model is, and making sure that the end user indeed wants that type of service or platform And that's, of course, critical. So with these six stakeholder buckets, I think one can form a good collaborative model. And indeed, especially when we talk international collaboration, I have found that if the stars align in all these six categories, you're able to make progress.
I love that. If the stars align, no pun intended, since we both are in the space industry as well.
All right.
Let's dive into one of those stakeholder buckets. You know, fostering an environment that encourages innovation is essential for staying ahead of threats. What recommendations do you have for policymakers, industry leaders, and academia to cultivate a more innovative defense ecosystem?
That's an excellent question, Shelley. And I think no one country has a lock on the best ideas in today's day and age. And so I think there is a lot of merit at looking at the startup communities in the different countries these days. When we talk about innovation, a lot of the best and brightest ideas and a lot of the startup companies that are incubating these ideas will eventually become unicorns. And so I think from an international perspective, to get more innovation, it's important to partner with startup companies and with new ideas, fresh ideas, folks coming out of academia and other institutions. And as we do that, I think another important aspect is workforce development, because whether it's a STEM or other categories, to be able to get the best talent is going to be where the eventual competition will be in terms of innovation.
Absolutely. I completely agree. You know, I'm a big proponent for workforce development and capacity building, not only in the United States, but around the world, bringing those underrepresented groups into the space ecosystem and technology ecosystem.
Right.
Let's pivot to dual use technology, since that's what our summit is about today. Could you share your vision on how dual-use technologies might influence future defense strategies and international security policies?
Yes, in my observation, this is a very important point. You know, there used to be a time where defense technologies would eventually end up in the commercial domain, but increasingly so, it is kind of the opposite now, where a lot of the latest and greatest technologies are in fact incubated in the commercial domain and are then applied to the defense or the space realm. And so that inherently means that a lot of the fundamental technologies which we're talking about are dual use or multi-use in that sense, and it can spawn from any area. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the defense domain. And the ability to recognize then how they integrate into various use cases is very important and critical. And with the pace of technology development being so fast as it is, I think what we have to keep in pace with is also the technology adoption into various use cases. And that certainly is no small challenge, but I think those entities that are able to do that will be able to succeed.
I agree. And I think some of what we've even seen, you know, at one time, the launch industry was completely government run, and we've seen how that's now pivoted to commercial. And now the same launch providers for both the government and industry, you know, are the same companies, and the government is now using launch as a service. I think that's one example of dual use. The other example is, you know, a lot of entrepreneurs, especially in Silicon Valley, they're creating products and services on the commercial side and then finding a military application. One of the examples I highlight is I know NASA has outlined their architecture for their return to the moon and onto Mars with the Artemis program, and they've laid out their architecture where they may have some technology gaps where they'd love for industry to look at tech insertion into their government strategy.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to pivot into a really fun topic now, disruptive technologies. You know, a couple people have told me that, you know, if you're not disrupting, you'll be disrupted. So I think this is a fun area to talk about, especially with your background. And as we're seeing the rapid evolution of AI, quantum computing, and unmanned systems, what do you identify as the most disruptive technologies poised to reshape the defense industry?
Right, that's an excellent question, Shelley. And I think data-driven defense technology, in other words, where will the money be spent and what technologies are the future? What are the technologies that will change defense platforms? How can OEMs and local partners push continuous innovation and capability enhancement? Or what are the data and intelligence solutions that will enhance long-term capabilities? What are the challenges to implementing on existing platforms? Those are all the relevant questions that we all have to address as we move forward. And as I think through all those aspects, three things come to mind. One is, I think the trends will be towards open architecture. So that will continue to be a trend, I think, as we think through data-driven defense technology. The second, I think, will be a big focus is electronic warfare. I think that in the years to come is going to get more and more emphasis. And the third area, I think, which will continue to be very significant as we go down this technology path, is big data and cloud computing. So I think all three of these areas are going to be real drivers, if you will, in terms of future technology.
Excellent. You talked a little bit on it, but could you elaborate on the challenges and opportunities that these technologies present? You know, obviously all technologies have good and bad. We're hearing about that with AI. But particularly in terms of integrating into the existing systems and frameworks, you talked about having that open architecture. But as you and I both know, many of the defense legacy systems were not created for plug and play. So what are your thoughts on that integration into these existing systems and frameworks?
Yes, that's a significant challenge. And I think the way to address that in the near and longer term is to ensure that as the systems go through their midlife upgrades or next level continuous improvement cycles, that it is integrated in a meaningful manner, not just because technology is available, but also because how is that going to serve the overall platform? So doing I would say a detailed engineering analysis of what technologies to be adopted makes sense and when, in terms of the various block upgrades that one does, and depending on the overall mission of that platform or service. I think that's important to think through, not just blindly adopt everything that's out there and do it in a systematic way so that, because, there's a long tail in terms of maintenance and repair and overhaul and training and logistics, depending on what we're talking about. And so tweaking something or adopting some new technology has to also have its follow-through pieces all laid out. And unless one has thought through all that, just making a change for the sake of making a change may not yield the results required.
Excellent, excellent. And Dr. Lowe, given your unique intersection of technical expertise and strategic vision, alongside your engagement with key international advisory groups and defense councils, how do you envision the role of disruptive technologies like AI, hypersonic systems, and space-based surveillance in shaping future global security architectures?
Kelly, all those areas that you described are, I think, critical to national security, and certainly a lot of focus, I know, is being put on those. But I think going forward, I cannot stress enough that deterrence against aggression has to be the way to go. And as an example, in the Indian Ocean maritime regions, in order to deter aggression, you need persistent intelligence, surveillance, or reconnaissance capability, whether that's collected from space or airborne or surface assets. And I think persistent airborne surveillance of the maritime domain, as an example, is probably the most cost-effective near-term option for like-minded countries to strengthen this deterrence. I think given the massive surface area in question, long endurance, uncrewed airborne systems are optimized for providing the necessary persistence. Given sufficient collection assets, I would like to suggest that, for example, the Quad could establish a mechanism for real-time sensor data sharing in order to create a common operating picture for each of the like-minded members.
Excellent. I'm going to pivot to a lightning round question, and we talked about it a little bit, and you brought up the workforce. And we know in the U.S. we have some workforce challenges. We have an aging workforce here in the United States, and that's being emulated by other nations around the world, like Japan and the European Union. What are some of your thoughts as you travel the world that are some of the best practices to help us entice or encourage or create access points for the next generation of leaders to come into the space, the technology industries, and help be the next generation of leaders here?
Yeah, I personally feel strongly about a very methodical way of doing this through high school and into college and into this more advanced degrees and certainly at the workplace in terms of training and continuous learning, not only at the entry level, but all the way through one's career. As you know, technology keeps changing, and we have to keep pace with it, and we have to get our workforces, so to speak, updated very, very much more often than in the past. And that pace continues to increase because knowledge is going to be critical. And so I am very bullish on knowledge management and knowledge retention, and certainly knowledge management is a huge area where the guiding light, let us say, of an organization has a responsibility to pass that on to the next set of leaders and so on. And because not everything can be written down, not everything is a science, many things are an art. And whether you're talking about hardcore technology knowledge, or you're talking about quality knowledge and quality control knowledge and so forth, all those things, one can really end up with a significant gap if one has not got a very deliberate, continuous learning process in place. And I think spawning, inspiring young minds in high school and through college and through internship programs is one way of making sure we get the interest and the quality of the folks that we need in the industry, but also to keep them engaged, continuous learning even after they're in their roles.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. We're seeing how AI is changing things with note-taking and transcribing meetings and I think being adaptable and incorporating that new technology to make all of us more efficient is really important. Being those lifelong learners and being adaptable. I'm going to ask another lightning round question about supply chain resiliency. From your experience, what strategies are most effective in building a resilient supply chain for defense technologies? Do you think dual-use technology will strengthen these aspects? And what are some of your initiatives that you've seen work well?
Right. So that's a big area, but I think in supply chain, I think coming to the realization that we live in a globalized world, and so as part of doing business globally, there are certain expectations in many countries across the world that their value add when one does defense trade, as an example, continues to go up. And so it's no longer just a buying-selling relationship between countries. Countries are interested in upskilling and getting workforces developed. They're interested in manufacturing work in logistics work, in maintenance work. And so as you look at your supply chain, no matter how vertically integrated you may start off as, you have to make some buy or make decisions that not only make sense for your own business, but certainly how you then take the business that you're going to, not make, but buy, and what are the criteria you set for outsourcing? And beyond outsourcing, what are the parameters you put in place so you still have tight controls on that whole process? Because if you let go too much too quickly, that could be a problem for you, as you are the final responsible entity to put that all together. And certainly when you have factors like COVID come into play, or other world events, depending on the region that you are working with or outsourcing to, you have to factor in all those risks before you lay out a plan. So I think in supply chain, a lot of the strategy work has to be very methodical and has to be revisited, I would say, very, very much more often, as opposed to just, letting it play out. And to be able to foresee issues before they become issues is very critical.
Excellent. I mean, we know how challenged the aerospace and space industry was during COVID with the supply chains. And one of the groups that I partner with is Manufacturers Edge, which is part of the Department of Commerce, National Institute of Standards and Technology, to help those manufacturing companies in each state continue to thrive so they can support the aerospace and space industry. As we pivot to our last question, what kind of interview would this be without a policy and regulatory insight from you? So with your thoughts about the regulatory framework governing global aviation and space exploration, what policy innovations do you believe are necessary to support the rapid advancement and deployment of these technologies in a way that harmonizes with international security and diplomatic objectives?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, Shally. I think, we live in a world where there are non-state actors now. We live in a world where we need persistent surveillance. We need robust data sharing between countries. We need constant training cooperation between countries, in particular, special forces skills. We need military police force collaborations. With asymmetric warfare against rogue states as we've seen them. We need electromagnetic spectrum dominance. We need the ability to correlate petabytes of available sensor data into real-time operational pictures. We need to be able to deliver massive numbers, especially, in my mind, loitering munitions, and while minimizing exposure to personnel. And as we look at all these things and an ability to secure sea lines for commerce and to maintain logistical dominance, all these things require certainly policy and regulatory oversight, and those 6 buckets of stakeholders, I think, need to be very much at the table as some of these policies and frameworks are put together, because it affects all of us. And I think to have forward-leaning and forward-looking policies and regulatory frameworks, not just domestically but internationally, is going to be critical for like-minded nations to pull together to address some of these threats that we face.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Lau. I know our time has gone so quickly, but I wanted to give you the last opportunity for anything else you wanted to share with our audience today about dual-use technology, disruptive technology, policy framework, international collaboration, diplomacy. I could go on and on with the areas you're an expert in.
Well, that's very kind of you, Shelley. It's been an honor talking to you. But I think to sum up, I could say that all these areas that you that you addressed during this session are very critical, and we could probably spend hours on each one of these topics. But I do think that through series like you have here, just bringing awareness to the issue, and the common thread in all of this, I would say, is workforce development and inspiring younger minds to come into the space and help address these issues in the decades ahead is probably a passion of the guiding light as we, move on into the future. We need to make sure that we have a very robust, active, and inspired workforce, and that I think would be a major area of progress.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lau, for your insights today. You've added incredible value to this conference. You understand these complex landscapes of defense technology and innovation. The work you're doing not only advances our military capabilities, but also strengthens our nation's security and technological leadership on the global stage. Thank you for sharing your expertise and for contributing to our nation's defense. I would also like to thank America's Future Series for hosting this dynamic discussion today. And until next time, I'm Shelley Brunswick, and I'll see you around the galaxy.
Shelley, thank you so much. That was fantastic. Really want to thank you and Dr. Law for a fascinating conversation around dual-use technologies and shaping the future. Want to say in particular that I think it's fantastic that we have innovative companies like General Atomics who focus on fission, fusion, other really critical energy sources to help be able to explore and live in and occupy and develop space, as well as clean energy sources like that. I think that's a really important conversation. Appreciate your leadership on this important discussion. Next up, we're going to have another interesting conversation also about the future of dual use. This is developing dual use technology with foresight. It's led by Laura Winter. Laura, we want to say thank you in advance. She is an editor and a journalist, reporter with the Defense and Aerospace Report, the Downlink podcast. She has Zachary Tyson Brown, so introduce him, the Aerospace Corporation. Can't say enough good things about the Aerospace Corporation. Really thrilled to have Colonel Rhett Turnbull, who is recently retired from the Space Force, but he was Deputy Director of Space Systems Integrations Office. And I want to thank all of them for that. We'll take a little break, as we always do between these, and when we come back, maybe you've had a chance to get some coffee or something like that, we'll be joined by Laura. So Laura, look forward to your great conversation.
Hello, and welcome back to the Dual Use Tech Summit. I'm Laura Winter. I am the editor and host of the Downlink podcast, which for those of you who are interested in the intersection of space, the space business, and defense, you can get it and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Now, this segment is going to be really good fun, but also serious. I'm going to ask you in our audience to at once use your imagination and think strategically about the long-term goals you want to achieve for our nation's economy and security in space, because it's already intertwined and dependent on space systems, right? What's the off-world destination technologically or economically after 2030? Or how about after 20 or 30 years? How are we, or how should we leverage what are now just nascent technologies to set up future generations of Americans for success in space, for the fifth industrial revolution? And how do we secure it? So I'm really excited for this discussion. So I'm honored to have with us here today two gentlemen who spent a great deal of time thinking about the future in space beyond 2030. We have United States Space Force Colonel Wallace Rhett Turnbull, who serves as the Deputy Director of the Space Systems Integration Office at Space Systems Command, and Zach Brown, who is the Senior Project Leader for Strategic Foresight at the Aerospace Corporation's Center for Space Policy and Strategy. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. Welcome to the Dual Use Tech Summit.
Hi, Laura. Yeah, glad to be here.
Yeah, same. Sounds like this is going to be a fun conversation.
Now, I think just to start us off, we need to answer why, as in, why is it important to not just think, but actually plan and make strategic investments in space technology development today, as in this year, in 2024, for a future that is 20 or 30 years out? And I'm pointedly starting with this question because the pushback is going to be, well, hey, we already have a ton of strategically critical issues that we've got to tackle right here on Earth with space systems. And we need to do it like now, right? Like securing satellite communications for operations that counter Houthi attacks on international shipping in the Red Sea region, you know, for Operation Prosperity Guardian. So, you know, there are thousands of terminals and satellite signals being jammed and degraded, which is a technical challenge directly related to space, the economy, and national interests. So, guys, right, like, why spend time, money, and effort thinking beyond 2030? And Zach, why don't you start us off?
Wow. Well, first of all, thank you for that very simple question to answer.
Be my pleasure.
Obviously, you know, I love talking about this kind of topic, working on the strategy and foresight team at aerospace. This is kind of our bread and butter. And even before I joined aerospace, I've been thinking about this a lot because, as I've told you before, like, I come to this from an intelligence background. I've been an analyst for a long time. And I like to think about how systems work together to create what we think of as the future. I would say that, you know, everyone agrees, I think, that we're in a crucial period of change in the global environment. We're in what, you know, a lot of folks call a VUCA environment. It's volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. The pace of change itself seems to be accelerating. So I fully understand that leaders, particularly in the Defense Department and the intelligence community, and also in the private sector, are swamped by day-to-day crises that emerge, and we're responding to all these different activities. But I would say it's important for us to step back and think about how the actions that we're taking now, or the actions that we're not taking, will carry forth into this future. Because I like to tell people, I think of the future as what results from the interaction of lots of different systems all around the world, things that you and I are doing every day, the things that we're not doing, the decisions we make, the decisions we don't make, things we say, the things we don't say, the things we do, the things we don't do. And if we think more proactively about what kind of future we want to have, we can make those small investments and small changes now in the present and make those futures that we want to happen a little bit more likely to come. We can't predict what's going to happen, but we can do the things we can do now to ensure that the future we get is the one that is more preferable for us and for the nation and the world, I think.
And Red, want to take a swing at it?
Sure. Yeah. A couple different thoughts. So obviously we have a lot of work to do right now. And so we definitely need to focus on some of those near-term challenges that you talked about in your introduction for sure. But we also, as Zach said, like the rate of change is happening so fast that if we wait to see where things go and try to catch up, we'll never get there. And it's a lot easier to lead the change than it is to catch up on the change. And if we, as a spacefaring nation, where space is a vital part of our economy, don't take a leadership role on trying to understand where things are headed and prepare now for that potential future, then somebody else is going to do it for us. And we're going to be in that, we're going to be playing catch up. And I would rather be leading the pack than trying to play catch up. And so I think it's important to balance the focus on the near-term priorities and then think about where do we really want to go. And then the other thing I'll add, just I'm a technologist at heart, an engineer, is from a technology perspective, right? Some of this stuff takes a really long time to develop. And if you don't start now, then you'll never get there, right? Because the technology, there's a lot of learning that has to go on. There's a lot of experimentation that we have to do to really understand. If we envision the future that we want, just one example, there's a lot of interest in the moon now and what's happening in cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. A lot of technology is going into making that a reality, but it takes incremental steps of learning. Just last week, we saw an American spacecraft land on the moon for the first time since 1972. We have to do that development and that learning and that trial and that experimentation now to really understand where we want to go. And if we really want to be a spacefaring nation where we're going back and forth between the Earth and the moon, for example, you're going to have communications and logistics and refueling and all of those things. And that takes time to build out. And we've got to start that now.
Now, you're both from defense-minded organizations, right? One that's a branch of the military that organizes, trains, and equips space forces, and one that is a federally funded research and development center. So, Rhett, how does Space Systems Command approach this long-term strategic thinking about the future, beyond 2030? What say are your top 2 priorities? You could possibly even go to 3. And I'd like to even just backtrack onto something that you said. The Intuitive Machines IM-1 mission being the first U.S. mission to the moon since 1972, which is amazing. But also what's really amazing is that it was a commercial mission, right? And that there should be at least one more commercial mission from the United States this year. So things are certainly changing on the moon, right? So how do we protect that? How do we protect, U.S. intellectual property that's going to the moon, so on and so on. So yeah, I'm really interested to hear what your, priorities are for, planning for this future.
Yes. Obviously a lot of different priorities that we have because we have a big mission set, a lot of different things we're working on. But relative to the point that you made about this was a commercial company that landed a spacecraft on the moon. I think that how do we work with the commercial sector is definitely one of our priorities and one where we're putting a lot of effort in. In fact, just this last year, we stood up a commercial space office whose only job is to focus on what is the commercial sector doing and how can we apply that to solve our problems today and in the future? In the past, space was a very expensive thing. It still is, but it's getting cheaper, right? And at one time, it was something only nation states could do. And you needed the resources of a nation state to operate, to get to space and to operate in space. That's not true today. Today, the largest operator of space vehicles in the world is a private company, SpaceX. They're headquartered down the road from where we're sitting here at Space Systems Command. That's a very different world from the one 20, 30 years ago. I joined the military 29 years ago, flying satellites for the U.S. Air Force, where we had a couple of dozen spacecraft total, right? And today SpaceX operates over 4,000. Very, very different world. We want to be part of that world, and we want to leverage those capabilities to help do our job, right? It's a lot cheaper for us to let some of those other companies do their research and development and do the fielding and just be a customer of some of those things. And so the priority for me in terms of this question is thinking through that of what are the things that we as a service, as a military service, really need to organically do and invest in, because those are uniquely military things. And then what are the things that we really could use commercial capabilities for? And then how do we structure our planning, our architectures, our investments, so that we can take advantage of those strategic and commercial capabilities?
But that's a lot of what to do with like what's happening now, right? Because with the Commercial Space Office, you know, I know Colonel Nisey and his group, I mean, they are definitely, you know, getting requirements from, you know, basically from one combat command, right? Space Command, but also from others. And trying to get things from the commercial industry, you know, out there as soon as possible. But what about beyond 2030?
Yeah, so
because that's hard. Right?
It is hard.
I mean, you only have so many dollars. That's why I'm wondering, like, what your priorities would, you know, what would you think they should be, you know, 20 years from now? Like, what do you want to do now that will set up the Space Force like in 20 years?
Yeah. So I don't know what technology is going to look like in 20 years or 30 years, right? It certainly couldn't have predicted it when I started 29 years ago. Sure. But we can have an idea, right? And we can help shape it we can shape it through the investments that we make and the partnerships that we build. So I think we can help guide that future. But, you know, when I think about what does that future look like, for me, one of the key things that we've been spending a lot of time thinking about is what would it mean if we didn't have to think about maneuvering and where we go? Lieutenant General John Shaw, who recently retired as the Deputy Commander of U.S. Space Command, coined the term maneuver without regret. Today, every single spacecraft we launch has a limited life in it, right? It's got a certain amount of fuel, and when that's used up, it's gone, and you can't move, which really limits your ability to use those spacecraft in novel ways to, be able to respond to new missions, to new threats, and those kinds of things, right? So to me, that future is, hey, I'm a big sci-fi nut. I read a lot of science fiction, and you never think, nobody ever talks about fuel and Delta V in those science fiction stories, right? They just go where they need to go. What would that kind of future look like, and what do we need to get there, right? And so, from a very practical perspective, if that's sort of the future we envision, you got to back that up and say, okay, what do you need today to make that possible, right? So someday, what would that mean? That mean maybe new types of propulsion, and our labs are certainly investing in that, and I know the commercial sector is as well, and we're very interested in some of those things. It might mean new types of electrical systems like nuclear technology and spacecraft is something that there's a lot of interest in now. Not necessarily from Space Force, but just in general, that's where the technology is going now. That it's safe enough and small enough to do that kind of thing. It also might mean, hey, how do we refuel? Are there gas stations in space, right? And if you think about the very practical thing of, hey, I need to either pull up to the gas station and put fuel into my car, or I need to pull my electric vehicle up and plug it in to charge. All of that infrastructure works today because we built out an infrastructure that's based on, that has a logistics tail to be able to supply all of those things. It has standards and interfaces. The nozzle fits into the gas tank. The charger plugs into your charging port. And all of that had to be built out. We need to think about what does that look like for space, right? And what are the standards that we're going to use? It doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to have a different standard for the military than it does for commercial, right? Because commercial capabilities are going to need the same kind of things. So can we partner with the commercial companies who are building that infrastructure out now? Here's the interface that we're going to use. Here's what the nozzle looks like. Here's what the port looks like. Here's the protocol we use for actually getting the spacecraft to autonomously connect and transfer fuel or energy or whatever it is, right? How are we going to stage that? How are we going to replenish it? We need to think about those things today if we're going to have those in 20 years.
And Zach, what about the aerospace corporation's approach and priorities? I mean, you think about this a lot.
Yeah, well, I think everything that Rhett was saying is spot on, and I happen to agree as a sci-fi nerd and as a space aficionado. I think a lot of the stuff that we don't talk about enough is what I'll just refer to as orbital or cislunar infrastructure, like the kind of infrastructure that expands all the way out from space, all the way down to the ground and into society. And these are the things that we don't spend enough time thinking about, the people, the systems, the standards that will underlie and underwrite any expansion cislunar that we want to do in the next 20, 30, 50 years. And it's very cool that we're developing new propulsion systems. It's very cool that we're sending more launches into orbit. But there's a lot of other work that has to go on top of that for the type of future we want in space. And that raises the question of, what is the future we want? We can talk all day about, is it lunar habitation? Is it going to Mars? Is it expanding into the asteroid belt? All these different things that people talk about a lot, that requires infrastructure, standards, and more. I don't want to say boring, because it's not boring. A lot of people are fascinated by it, but it's hard work that has to be done. There's also the other aspects of radiation problems and biological. How do we do? Are we able to carry offspring to term in space if we want to inhabit other worlds in full time with settlements? Those are questions that need to be answered. And it's great that everyone is excited about the future of space right now. It's an exciting time to be part of the space community for sure. But we have a lot of work to do on figuring out some of these hard problems. And I think you raised a great point about infrastructure that I want to foot stomp.
All right. Well, just going on from that, and Zach, this kind of came from one of the articles that I read that you authored. And what are some of the key drivers, or should I say forces, shaping the future of dual-use space technologies beyond the next 5 years? Or up to 20, 30 years. What are those forces? And I'm using that word really pointedly because it's something that you used in your article to explain how we shape our future.
Yeah. So just to cue in the rest of the audience that's listening. So briefly, I think of the future in terms of forces of continuity and forces of change. And they kind of run up against each other. And whatever wins out, that's kind of the future that we get. Forces of continuity can be anything from, we all do things every day. It's like our patterns that we act out. We go get our coffee at the same place. We do. Those are forces of continuity. And then the force of change might be something disruptive that happens, like that coffee shop we go to closes down and a new one pops up. And which one do we start going to? So over time, these patterns that we all sort of go through as a civilization and as a people and as organizations, as enterprises, those sort of write and code out the future that we're going to get, because we're on these tracks and there's disruptions from time to time that happen. So that's kind of my thinking about the future in a nutshell. I think the biggest forces of change that are happening right now, we talked about the VUCA environment we live in, and it's hard to predict what's going to happen. Of course, the world's a complex system. Emergence is a property, and there's going to be things that we cannot predict no matter how much data we collect. But I think it's very safe to say digitization is going to be a force that continues over the next 20, 30 years. Everything will be codified, quantified. The expansion of sensors, not only in orbit, but also in the atmosphere, all the way down to the ground, in our phones, in our street lamps, in our appliances, subsurface, underwater sensors, all kinds of sensors everywhere. So there's quantification of data from ubiquitous sensors and imaging. And I think that's a driving force that is going to continue for the next 20, 30 years. AI is going to continue, whether or not there's ups and downs. But we know from the history of artificial intelligence that people may be familiar with the Gartner hype cycle. AI tends to go more like in a sine wave, like it's up and down over the last AI summer and winter. We're in an AI summer or spring right now, and there's some signs that might be slowing down soon. But I'm sure that's a trend that will continue to go on for 20, 30 years. AI is going to get better. This is OpenAI just released their new video producing AI application. I forget what it's called, but it can produce, basically live action content on demand. And that's the worst it's ever going to be. It's only going to get better from that. So we're in a brave world of content creation and generative AI for sure. So it's digitization, it's artificial intelligence, robotics are obviously going to be a driving force in the future. And then sadly, on the other side, I think the social and political forces, lack of trust in institutions. It's an increasingly transparent world we live in. There's various sources of conflicting sources of authority and information people can go to. Those are problems that we have to deal with as a society and as a country. So that's another driving force. And then the last one I would say is increasingly people, living online lives like in the internet. Everything. There's a great phrase that I've seen, and I know I'm driving on, so I'll have to wrap it.
I just want you to get back to space a little bit. Just a.
Lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
And then commercialization. Bringing me back to space. I think
there you go.
That the expansion of commercial space enterprise is the thing that's going to continue as launch prices continue to go down and as we can put more things into orbit. That's certainly another trend.
What do you think, Rhett? What are some of the key drivers from the perch that you said, that for space and for the next, let's say, 5, 10, 20 years?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, my perspective is colored through a sort of a defense lens, right? And so I think in terms of geopolitics, great power competition, it's not going away. It's here. It's very real. That drives competition amongst nations here on Earth, and it drives competition amongst nations in space. And so, from my perspective, I think that's one thing that we really need to be cognizant of and follow very closely, and that really should inform the choices that we make. As an example, China is making huge strides in space in their space program, both from their civil and commercial side, but also the military side. And nearly everything they do is dual use. It's both maybe have a commercial or civil use, but also military use. We've seen China actually field and test anti-satellite weapons that are designed to effectively attack the United States space capabilities, both commercial and military. So that's the world we live in today. I don't think that competition is going to go away. I think it will become more intense as we move out beyond Earth orbit into cislunar space. Those same interests, economic interests, geopolitical interests, are still going to be there, and we have to be very cognizant of that. And I think that really needs to inform where we go from an overall strategy and what kind of architecture we want to build out.
Yeah, can I add on to that?
Of course you can.
Well, just to dovetail with the point about China, I mean, I think, even if, China's not going to go away. China is a civilizational state that's been around for thousands of years, and they have a continental-sized nation state, and they have the money to invest in space capabilities on par with the United States.
Well, they have a command economy as well. So that makes it easier. And the other thing that they also have, I'm sorry to butt in, but I do want to underscore what Rhett had just said, but they have a policy of civil military fusion, right? So you can't actually get a license to be a private launch company without actually signing for the license that states that if the state needs it for whatever reason, they can basically come and have it. So it's a very different scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a vision for the long-term expansion into the solar system. And, do we have a matching vision? If we do, I haven't seen it, because I think that we tend to, in this country and in our system, we tend to focus on the near-term challenge. And particularly in the defense and the national security space, we're focused on the peer rival, the near peer rival, the challenge of a near-term threat of a war with China or Russia or another great adversary, even a lesser adversary like Iran or Korea. And those are very important things that we have to do, and what national security enterprise exists to undertake. But the question is, where does our national narrative and grand strategy on where we want to go, and what is the future of space we want as a nation and as a free democratic people? I think that is a compelling question to start thinking about.
Which is exactly the question I was going to ask, actually. You're killing me, Zach. My gosh, I spent all this time preparing to interview you. So
you can just ask me.
Well, we're going to get on it. But I was going to say, right, you are aware that China recently revealed a 4-stage roadmap, right? I mean, this isn't some cute wee little thing. This is huge, for space resources utilization, and it will reportedly, eventually span the entire solar system by 2100. I mean, that's a vision, right?
Yeah.
That's a real North Star kind of thing. And it starts at the moon, right? Goes to the near Earth asteroids and onto Mars. And yeah, I mean, the question has to be asked, and I do think we need to bat it around even a little bit more. We're not going to kill the horse or a dead horse, but we do need to, keep kicking at it a bit, because the United States does not yet have a comparable plan. And it's like a lack of a vision or of a plan, but it brings uncertainty, right? About where we as a nation, as the leader of the Artemis Accords, want to do. So how does that affect our planning, right? How do you guys navigate through that, right? And Rhett, I'm going to hit you up first.
Sure. And I will just caveat right up front, right, that from my perspective as a uniformed military officer, that sort of overarching strategy, I think, is important. But it is up to the civilian leadership of this country to figure out what that strategy is, right?
Right.
But my job as a member of the Space Force, our mission in the Space Force is to secure our nation's interest in, from, and to space. That means whatever that strategy is, we have to be prepared to secure our interests there. And so that's where Space Force, I think, is focused, right? Certainly on so when you look at what we're doing near, mid, and far term, certainly in the near term, we're focused on right now, what do we do to secure our nation's interests around the world? And we're busy every single day doing that, right? In the midterm and far term, we're planning for what we think is that potential future, where, as I said, where there's going to continue to be great power competition. Our interests are going to expand beyond sort of geosynchronous Earth orbit, where they are today, out into cislunar space and the rest of the solar system. And so we've got to think now about, if we have to secure our nation's interest on Mars, what does that mean, right? If we have to do that on the moon, what does that mean? Back to some of the points Zach was making earlier about infrastructure. It's not sexy. It is kind of boring to a lot of people, but it's really important. You can't do that.
It's fun and nerdy.
You can't do that. It's cool. Infrastructure, right? And you need that. And so we've got to think through, what is that infrastructure look like? How much of that is civil? How much of that is military? How much of that is commercial? What is our job vis-a-vis some of the commercial capabilities? If China attacks a commercial operator, what is Space Force's role? We still have to work through with our civilian leadership on what does that mean, but we can't sit still. So we've got to invest today to be ready to do that.
I've got to follow on just with what you just said about, whether or not a commercial actor, came under attack. But what about a commercial actor that just is in distress, right? What if it's not even one of our commercial actors, but because of the Outer Space Treaty, we have obligations, right? Just like we do, in the high seas, right? If somebody is in distress, we go. How does that work?
Yeah, so today, I don't know. I mean, there is an obligation under the Outer Space Treaty to provide aid to, human space flight in distress. And, we would have to work through with NASA and the national leadership on what does that mean? What can we do? We don't have search and rescue for space today, right? Like the Air Force and the Navy have search and rescue capabilities for downed aircraft and that kind of thing. We don't have that for space. Is that in our plan? Not today. Is that something that we could do in the future? Maybe. Is that something that a commercial operator could do in the future? Maybe. I think we have to think through that and what's the right answer for the nation to do that. And that question will become more important as we start to send more and more humans into space.
Oh, we've got a few commercial space stations allegedly coming online, at least 3 before the end of this decade. At least that's the plan. But Zach, what about you? I mean, we talk about, the vision or not having a similar vision. Maybe we don't need a similar vision to the Chinese, but they at least have one, right? And they're planning to it. And they're making investments to it. And they're even making investments to, well, I hate to say it, but search and rescue. I mean, they did have a conference, I think about a year and a half ago or something like that, just specifically on, search and rescue in space and on the moon and stuff. So Zach, how do we plan, despite not having that North Star?
Yeah. Well, I at first I would say, like, I empathize with Colonel Turnbull's issue.
I do too.
Yeah. The military departments, the services within those departments, like the Space Force, are, they're charged with defending our interests in the domains that they are largely responsible for. And they always have to envision, what capabilities will they need in 5 years, in 10 years, in 50 years to meet the threats and have to maintain advantage or dominance over whatever those threats might be. Now, obviously, that's a difficult question. That's largely technology focused. Whatever the policy of the United States is in 20XX, the Space Force and the Air Force and the Army will execute and defend those policies. From a national level, from national command, we talk about national command authorities in the military sphere. What we're really talking about, I think, is what is our national conversation as a people in general. And through the democratic process, what do we want as a people for space and from space? And Americans, I think too few Americans understand how reliant their lives are upon space and the interaction they have every day with space infrastructure that's in orbit today, because we've grown up with it. We've lived with it for now 50, 60, 75 years. And the things that we do every day we take for granted, and it's not until they come under threat that we will realize, unfortunately. Now, to answer your question, do we need a vision? I think we do. That's, my opinion is that we do. I think my team, if they were here, we have a report called Project North Star, which is about, what is America's guiding North Star vision for the long-term future. And the result of that was we really don't have one. We probably should think about having one, but the way that we do strategy in this country traditionally has been largely reactive. I don't think anyone would disagree that we focus on, the FIDEP, these 5-year cycles in the Defense Department. We focus on 4-year political process and 2 years for seats in Congress. And that's really as long-term as we go for strategy in this country. The president sets national security strategy every 4-ish years or so. But there's, that is the beauty of our system, in that it's kind of a bubbling up of all these different ideas, and we kind of figure a way out as we go forward. And that's markedly different from the way the Chinese Communist Party does things. They have a centralized direction and vision. Do we need a centralized direction? I don't think so. I think it's the beauty of our open system that we don't have that. But we should probably agree on what are some general things we want to achieve in the long term. Do we want to safeguard liberty and democracy for all people on earth? Do we want to ensure Americans are prosperous and we have a place in the world and we're free from foreign coercion and intervention? All those things that everybody, I think, would agree upon as a nation. And what place of leadership or not do we want to have in the world? I mean, we have a place of leadership now. Do we want to retain that, or there's some who would say we should give it up? And it's not my job to say if they're right or wrong, but we need to have that conversation and decide what our vision is, because space plays such a central role in that, and will place an even larger role in that, certainly for the rest of the century and into our future.
So, as we're going towards the future, right? And as you said, it was, it's very much based on technological developments, discoveries, how the commercial industry is pushing forward. Are they receiving the right signals to develop the technologies? But there's also this balance, right? There's this, trade-off between, risk and innovation when investing in space technology, which is usually inherently dual use, right? But you can't really push the limits of technology without rolling the dice, without taking risk, right? So like SpaceX does this, has already done this many times while testing out various prototypes for Starship, but we've seen 2 really big, risk-taking events, right, for the test launches. So how can we maybe make risk and risk-taking more palatable? How can we do that? Go for it, Zach.
Well,
Rhett's already like wiping his brow. Whew, I had time to think about this.
Look, I think it's a leadership thing. It's a leadership thing, and it's a cultural thing. Look, if you talk about risk taking, you don't get riskier than the guys in the 50s with the right stuff, and the Buzz Aldrins. Like, we were a very risk, I don't know what's the opposite of averse, a risk embracing nation during the early Cold War when we had to get ahead of those pesky Soviets. That was a motivating force.
But wasn't that interesting as well that at that time, when we really kicked off the space program, that we really did actually have a really long-term plan? I mean, we didn't just sort of like get on the moon in 4 years. You know what I mean? It did actually, that was a long-term vision, really.
It was a long-term vision.
And a lot of risk. A lot of risk.
A lot of left and right turns. There was a lot of risky exercises and test demonstrations and
lives lost.
Right. Should we try to regain some of that as a country? I think we probably should. I think because as things like, same thing with artificial intelligence, and bear with me, as space becomes more routine over the last 50 years or so, it's also become more bureaucratized, and we need that for safety reasons, and we prioritize the safety of our astronauts and our systems. That's very important stuff. But we lose some of the innovativeness and the risk-taking and the drive, I think, from the early days. And some would argue we're in a new period now. We may need to get back some of that culture. I tend to agree with that personally, but we still have to maintain the balance between, there's also the question of taxpayer money, are we investing taxpayer money wisely? Of course, we want to be stewards of that in the government. Private sector has a little less of that, but they still have fiduciary responsibilities to their stakeholders and to their investors. So it's got to be a combination, and I'll come back to that continuity and change, forces that are kind of competing. You've got the risk averse and the risk taking, and they've got to have a conversation, and where that washes out, that's how we get ahead.
For you, Rhett, I do have to say that Space Force is in a wonderful but yet painful position, right? Because in the military, you don't join the military to be risk-free, right? I mean, let's be honest. We both deployed to Afghanistan. That certainly was not risk-free. That was just here on Earth, right? Space Force. It's inherently risky. And even more so when you think about the technologies that are necessary to keep our satellites, let alone, manned missions up there. So how are you guys able to go about making risk more palatable? And I would say that would be kind of a priority and yet a very tough thing to do, because if you can get the higher ups to accept more risk, you could actually test out more stuff.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I'm an engineer at heart. It's been a long time since I had to whip out my HP 48 and crunch some numbers, but I am an engineer at heart. And so when I think about risk, I think of it from an engineering perspective, right? And from an engineering perspective, there's a handful of different ways that you can deal with risk. You can assume the risk, meaning that, hey, if the bad thing happens, that's okay, I can absorb that, right? You can mitigate it by let's understand what could cause the risk to occur, and then take some steps to prevent that. And then my favorite is you could shift it. You could make it somebody else's problem, right? And there are other approaches too, but those are, I think, the three primary ones. And that's directly applicable to how we think about Space Force and some of the things that Zach was just talking about, right? So from so assuming the risk perspective, right? If you look at the spacecraft that I grew up in the Space Force flying in the Air Force, and then before I joined the Space Force, cost over $1 billion each, and that was in 1995 dollars, right? So you look at, I grew up working with our strategic satellite communications, the satellites the president would use to communicate in the event of nuclear war, and our strategic missile warning satellites, the satellites that would detect a missile launch against the United States. Those are things that have to work. They have to work all the time. Launch back then was really hard, and it was really expensive. And so we put basically the whole kitchen sink into each of those satellites. For example, in missile warning today, we have a system called the Space-Based Infrared System, SBIR. We have 6 of those satellites around the globe, and they monitor any missile launch anywhere on Earth. They're staying, the ones watching the Red Sea are staying pretty busy right now. Those are critical systems. But we've got 6 of them, and they're really big, and they The bad guys know where they are, and so it wouldn't be really hard to shoot one of those down, right? Or somehow otherwise take that out. That's a risk that we can't assume. Like that risk is too great because it leaves us blind in space. So how do you mitigate that? Well, one way is just to make it cheaper and make more of them, right? And our next generation of missile warning architecture is going to do that. They'll be in a different orbit. It'll be a lot more satellites. And that right there gives you a lot more ability to absorb that risk and to mitigate the risk. Each one's cheaper. Each one is not as critical. So if I lose one or two or three, I can keep doing the job. But it's also, they're not as expensive. So I can try out new things. And we're seeing that today, that both Space Systems Command and the Space Development Agency are trying out some new architecture designs, trying out some new sensor designs to see what works. Because they're cheaper, we can launch them, build them and launch them more quickly and more inexpensively. We can try things out. So that's a different way to mitigate the risk. And then finally, in some respects, right, we could pass the risk on to somebody else. And that's where I think commercial comes in, right? If we want to be able to use different commercial capabilities, and if there's 2 or 3 or 4 commercial operators who I can buy this capability from, then I can just do that. Instead of having to assume that risk myself, I can just, buy it on the commercial market. That doesn't make sense for everything. Maybe missile warning, for example, is not one that's quite ready yet for, the commercial sector, but those are things that we want to think about and different ways to approach the risk. So I think the fact that launch is a lot cheaper, thanks in large part to innovation in the commercial sector, the fact that building satellites is a lot cheaper and takes a lot less time, is really shows that we can think of different ways to do the same job in a way that there's a lot less risk. And so that allows us to take more risk on individual missions, try out new technologies, because all of our eggs aren't in one basket. And so I think that's where Space Force is definitely headed, as far as if you look at what we're building now versus what we had built in the past, is we're building an architecture that allows us to take a lot more risk.
And therefore also be better stewards of public money, right?
Yeah.
Right, because if it's cheaper to build and cheaper to launch, then there is less money at risk, so to speak.
Yes, that's good.
Now, this last question I want to ask you, and I know, Rhett, you have something to say about this. What, if you could choose out of all the things, would be a key approach to adequately meet the needs of today's commercial and defense space operations and the threat landscape, right? Because I know that you will always be thinking about the threat landscape, but in a way that's evolvable for the future, right? I have this feeling that the word modular might come into this, or interoperable might come to mind. So what would be a key approach or approaches?
Yeah, so I think, you nailed it there. Interoperable is one of the things I would think about, right? Is today, most of our systems aren't interoperable, right? Even inside Space Force, so many of our systems, they're built by different manufacturers. They use different ground systems. They use different antennas. They're not interoperable because when we built them, they didn't need to be. Today, they need to be. And this is where I think we really have to have a conversation and a partnership with industry. One approach, and we've done this, and the military has done this in the past, is just to dictate, say, hey, if you want to do business with us, this is what you're going to use. All the engineers are like, wait, but nobody else in the world uses that. Tough, go build it, right? And we end up getting something really bespoke and expensive. And sometimes there's good reasons for that, but more often, I think it makes much more sense to figure out, well, what's best practice? The commercial operators have more skin in the game here, because they've got to show a profit or loss and actually make money on whatever they're building. And so they've got a fair amount of skin in the game on making sure that they make the right choices from a technology perspective, from an interoperability perspective. So let's partner with commercial companies, figure out what are those standards, the things where we really need to agree on. Hey, if I want to be able to use Starlink as an example, as a backup communication system, well, all of my communications gear needs to be able to talk to Starlink, right? If I want to be able to if your satellite can do inter-satellite communications, satellite to satellite cross links and communication, which provides a fair amount of resilience in a contested kind of environment where somebody's trying to deny your comm links, or they've taken out your ground station or something. If I want to be able to talk from my satellite to your satellite, well, we've got to be on the same wavelength. We've got to be able to understand each other's communications protocols and those kinds of things. And so we need to have a conversation about what are those? Do those make sense for us to adopt? Are there places where we need to tweak it, and be very judicious about that? So just as one example of what we're doing there in that regard is Space Systems Command recently stood up an actual formal standards body with industry and the IEEE, who's who kind of respected standards organization.
It's a major organization, and it's very heavy on engineers.
Yeah, to run this for us, to say, look, we want to have standards that we agree on. We need commercial buy-in, but we don't know best necessarily. So let's have a conversation, and then when we can find agreement, let's standardize it. Let's put it down in writing and agree to it, and then publish it so that everybody can use it. And I think that helps us all. I mean, just for the audience, you use this every day. You don't have to negotiate a new Wi-Fi protocol and change the configuration on your phone every time you connect to a new access point. It just works. It works because there's a Wi-Fi consortium who said, this is the standard we're all going to use. And so we need the same kinds of things for space to be able to, whether it's refueling, whether it's communication, whether it's navigation and positioning, all of those things, we need standards that we can all agree on and work together.
And I'd like to underline something you said that I'm not really sure the audience will be too terribly aware of, but when the IEEE actually gets involved into standards making, it isn't just even a US thing. It's a very international thing. And because we have really a world economy, and a lot of parts that go into US based systems are in supply chains that are sometimes, originate overseas. So it becomes even more important when you're talking about, going back also to de-risking things, because if things can become more standard and it can be part of that supply chain process, then it becomes less expensive to actually try new things.
Yes, right. That's true.
Exactly. Zach, final word on that?
I would just say that I agree completely. I think, you mentioned modularity. I would say for my view, the best way we can mitigate risk and uncertainty is by investing in resilience, by redundance, by modularity, interoperability. One thing that I think that will help that over the mid to long term is the Honorable John Plum just announced a SAP revision program in space capabilities at DoD that was endorsed by the Deputy Secretary. That will help, I think, bring a lot of space capabilities more into the open over the near term, and that will help to allow us to do more interoperability and to establish those standards. Because a big problem that we've had in the past, and for good reason, is most space capabilities have been very compartmentalized and secretive, and we couldn't talk about any of them. And even amongst ourselves in the United States government, you couldn't talk about any of the capabilities we had. And so few people knew about them that interoperability would just a pipe dream. Right. So I think as we get more open and transparent going forward, we will be able to invest more broadly in things like modularity and interoperability. And I think that's a good thing.
Gentlemen, we have reached the end of our time for this segment. So, Rhett, Zach, thank you so much for joining me today.
Laura, thanks. Zach, it was great to enjoy the conversation.
Absolutely.
Laura, well, thank you so much. It was fantastic. Again, as always, we appreciate your time, your energy, your effort to leading this panel and all the other ones you've done for us in the past. Fantastic. I want to thank Zachary. I want to thank Colonel Turnbull. Particularly thank you all for your insight. Also thank you for your leadership in this important arena. It's really important to stay ahead of our near-peer adversaries. That will only be done if we innovate fast for the future. I really appreciate that. Laura, up next, we're going to take a break as we always do, give people a chance to get a cup of coffee, as I say. And then we'll come back with you, and you're going to have a great conversation with Bucky Gutau of the DIU, Director of the Space Portfolio, and also George Pullen, the Milky Way Economy, their Chief Economist, talking about the Silicon Bank meltdown. And I think that's very important for us to look back on and learn from history. Of course, if we don't learn from history, we'll repeat it. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. I'm looking forward to your insights. I don't think everyone knows as much as they need to know about that very unfortunate situation, ramifications it's had across the technology field. Looking forward to that. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back to the Dual Use Tech Summit. I'm Laura Winter. I'm the editor and host of the Downlink podcast. It covers the intersection of space, the space business, and defense. And in fact, check it out wherever you get your podcasts. But for this segment today, I am honored to be joined by the Chief of the Defense Innovation Unit Space Portfolio, Bucky Gutau, and by George Pullen. George is the Chief Economist and co-founder of Milky Way Economy and is also an economic facilitator to the Space Force Futures Workshops. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Laura.
Now, you both are well known in the space community, but we're speaking to a larger generalist audience today. Let's give our viewers the chance to understand a wee bit more about your roles and how you fit into this space and defense mosaic. So starting with you, Bucky, you lead a double life. You're a major general, a pilot, and you've deployed more than 10 times, beginning with Desert Storm. Briefly give us an idea of what you do in uniform and then what managing the space portfolio for the Defense Innovation Unit actually means.
Sure. Well, I've spent more than 25 years as part of the Air Force in Air Combat Command doing a mission we call personnel recovery, and includes combat search and rescue and other extremist types of missions ranging from civil search and rescue out in the ocean and other extreme environments to hostage recovery. And so it's a very niche part of the combat and special operations forces. But relative to this conversation, big time user of space. So in lots of different ways, from communications to intelligence and imagery, to precision navigation and timing. So I've spent my entire career learning how to use the space to make my mission better. And then in my role with the Defense Innovation Unit, as a director for space, our job at DIU is to accelerate the adoption of commercial technology and to do so with focus, speed, and scale so that we can achieve strategic outcomes, which is very, very, very important in today's hyper innovative world where even our not just our near peer adversaries, but other state actors and non-state actors can use space more easily today than they could 30 years ago.
And George, you're very much a Renaissance astro advisor. And yes, I did just sort of make that up, but you're also a book author, Fifth Industrial Revolution evangelist, a Marine, and you also put your money where your mouth is. You're an investor. Briefly explain what you do at that intersection between the space economy and defense.
Sure. So
in nowhere near the same way that Bucky has amazing hats. I also wear multiple hats, as you've alluded to. I have several teaching appointments where I get to educate young people on space industrialization, deep technology. I also have a teaching appointment with Columbia in addition to Franklin Pierce Law School. So I also get to teach lawyers about technology and economics. So I get to teach fish how to fly. And then I do enjoy writing. I've done several books on my own and with partners and contributed chapters and editing for, I think we're coming up on 12 soon this year. So I'm really a big fan of deep tech in general. And of course, space I view as a part of deep tech. In terms of what Milky Way Economy does, it is a partnership. We provide boutique economic and financial services to companies that are small and medium size within deep tech, space in particular. And then also as our partnerships, Milky Way Economy, the partnership, we have a number of investments we've made. We've made over 24 investments. That's our own money. This isn't VC, right? So we're not LPs and GPs and that whole world. This is our money that we put out there. Our check sizes are 5 and 6 figures. So when you're looking for 7, 8 figure checks, please don't call me. That's not my market. But we do put our money, albeit small, where our mouth is. And yeah, I'm just really excited to be part of this conversation. I've enjoyed previous panels that I've done with Bucky and yourself. And so I'm thinking this will be a lively one.
Fantastic. I brought you both here because I know that you're both heavily involved in new space companies and how the capital flows to them so that they can keep doing what they're doing and developing technology for our national security. But here we are, a year after the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. So I see it as an opportunity to take stock of what has been learned and share it with a wider audience, because we have been recently and perhaps even rudely reminded that America's strategic competitors continue to put their national treasure, their capital, into developing their military space capabilities with urgency. As an example, while Russia's nuclear anti-satellite weapon has grabbed headlines, right? In December, China placed a very powerful optical remote sensing satellite into geostationary orbit. It's called the Yaogan 41. And according to reports, it's being used to identify and track car-sized objects in the Indo-Pacific region visually from roughly 36,000 kilometers away. What that means is that a stealth B-2 bomber can't actually hide. And again, it takes a lot of capital and money to do that. China and Russia have command economies. But in the United States, we rely on partnerships with the commercial sector to conceive, fund, and develop new technologies that are required to defend our national interests. And that partnership is kind of like a balance between public interests, that's the taxpayers' money, and non-government investors, that's private as well as corporate capital, venture capital. And it's kind of worked well, right? Or at least everyone thought so until the Silicon Valley Bank failure. So, George, you were in the trenches when that bank failure occurred. Just to refresh everyone's memory, can you briefly explain what happened and the immediate effects it had on the space companies you work with?
Sure. So on a cold, blistery day in March, last year, the phones started to ring.
It's a dark novel.
Yeah, it's the beginning of a very dark novel. The phone started to ring, and on the other end of the phone were companies, NVCs that we work with, we're all friends, saying that their money was tied up, that they didn't know if they were going to be able to make payroll because of what was happening at their banking institution.
No, they weren't actually able to get into their bank accounts, right?
No, they were not actually able to get into their bank accounts. So we should take one step back and just do the Professor Pullen Econ 101 here real briefly, right? So banks make money by taking in deposits and then loading out that money, okay? Now, they also offer a lot of services and they charge you fees if you overdraft, but generally speaking, that's how they make their money, okay? And it's not in the bank's best interest, any bank, to have a lot of extra cash on hand. it makes more sense for them to keep just enough liquidity that they're required to keep. So when people come in and demand some of their deposits back out for payroll and the like, that they have it. Now, unfortunately, we had a number of things happening all at the same time. So the market was already pretty jittery. It's important that we remind people that the collapse of FTX, which also was very much a tech and very much a California phenomenon, had happened just a few months prior in November. And so the people were already nervous. And then when Silicon Valley Bank started showing its stress and, of course, its eventual collapse, people's spidey sense was already at 10. And so as things contracted, there became a combination of three different things happening at the same time. So the first was that people who banked with them, so these are small space technology companies and some of the bigger and medium-sized space technology companies who banked with them, could not access their bank accounts, could not access their funds, okay? The second thing that happened here is many VCs, also tech VCs, also use Silicon Valley Bank for their banking. Okay, so now you have a situation where even if you had a portfolio company that was in trouble and maybe needed a quick bridge loan, well, you were also in a position where you didn't have access to your capital. So both those things are happening at the same time. And then the third thing is, like I mentioned, there was some hangover still and some nervousness from FTX a few months earlier, but also many of us were in these chairs or slightly different chairs in taller buildings instead of my home office. 10, 15 years ago, we remember the last time banks started to collapse and cascade. And so there was a great deal of worry about contagion. And so with all three of those things happening at the same time, it's easy now to look back a year later and say, hey, look, we turned out okay, didn't we? Question mark. But in the middle of those nights in March, that is not what it felt like.
And what did this failure actually, now looking back, reveal to you about the resiliency of the current system we use to deliver, the new space technologies and capabilities for defense?
So I'll tease
Becky,
some of
you
that
can
out.
jump in too.
Yeah, I would tease some of that over to Bucky's side, but I think one of the things that revealed to us is, when we're engaging with these companies, and one of the things has to be, who's your secondary and tertiary banking partners, right? I need to know that you have second and third options if a situation like this should ever emerge again. There was definitely concentration risk. So we had too much of our industry revolving around this one entity. And so while our financial power and our economic strength can be our greatest asset as Americans, American industries, if we don't make sure that we have some sort of diversification, it can also hurt us. And in this instance, it hurt us. The other thing was we found out that the backstops were in place, the new rules were there. So, depositors were made whole, people that have access to their money after a few days, although everybody was holding their breath. So the system did work. And so I think the regulations in place showed that they were able to handle the situation.
So I'll start with a quick story, something that few in the space community I know, but and it's not really on my resume, because when I graduated high school, the first job I had was banking, and I worked for a savings and loan.
Wow, I never knew
in
that.
California during when the savings and loan collapse happened. If you remember back at that time, Franklin Fund, they had all these new high risk, high reward investment funds had appeared. So all the money left were leaving the banks, and the savings and loans, they just took that money, like George said, and they wrote mortgages. They weren't really diversified in other things. So how safe was that? And it was federally insured, but it didn't matter when one savings and loan collapsed. There was a run, and I remember that a 20-year-old something, version of me, getting tasked to drive to Wells Fargo and bring back a bag of cash because the bank did not want to tell people they didn't have bank cash to give them money if they wanted to withdraw. And
I've seen that scene in It's a Wonderful Life. That was great.
Yeah, exactly. So the interesting, and the reason I say that though is because any kind of disturbance of the force in the financial sector it can spiral out of control very rapidly. And I had seen the first hand of that. Now we're scene setter, full day in March, and I'm actually driving out to see a space launch with I had John Olson, who's also a Major General in the Space Force, and another friend who fortunately is one of my lawyers. So driving out to see the launch, and we got there and we're all excited. It's because we work with both the launch company and the satellite company that's riding on the launch, and immediately start getting peppered by questions because the same thing. We don't know if we can make payroll. We don't know what this means. And these are like good companies, right? They're not like, fly by night, space startups. And so we started, I was on the phone most of that day. And this is, I think this was like a Saturday morning now. So the amazing thing is that, like most of the other, I'll put in the plagues that we've been riding through, including COVID, that have tried to derail this fledgling, economically nascent industry. By Monday, it was survivable, and I think that speaks to the resilience that George spoke about. Banks are not interested in watching other banks collapse, and neither is the government. And so our economy and the security around it is very important. And just to add some real numbers, there's more than 33,000 technology startups across the United States that all have their money in Silicon Valley Bank, and between 400 and 500 venture and other investors who did the same thing. And of course, the first thing people on Monday morning are like, "Well, geez, what's wrong with these people? They all put their money in the same bank." Well, it's because banking, like all other parts of the economy, they have a target market, and you try being a high tech startup and going to a traditional bank and trying to get loans or services, even get debt equity to buy space things is nearly impossible. And so Silicon Valley Bank for many decades, literally, has been there to provide the type of financial services for the tech sector. And I think the good thing that's probably happening on the backside of what happened last year is that we need more diversity. We don't need the big traditional banks to be financing the early stage space sector. That probably won't work out very well because they're not really well poised to do it. But certainly other competitive parts of the banking industry that can provide these services. But I think it's a more compelling issue, which George can probably talk to, which is how and when do we normalize the space economy, the new space economy, with the rest of the financial sector? Because you could have the latest plague, it's just, you might as well throw it on the deck here, is this SPAC craze, right? So it's like, why are we taking really, really good technology companies where the government is an anchor customer, and the only way that they can raise significant capital is by doing a SPAC transaction? It is insane, and that speaks to incentive structures. It speaks to actually cultural and communication gaps between the tech sector and the financial sector. And George and I spent a lot of time with others talking about how do we get the pendulum to swing past this point where the financial sector really recognizes what's going on here and can come in and actually, not with everybody, but certainly with the winners, as set them on a path. You can't venture capital fund yourself to being a great company because you won't own it. You won't own the company at the end of the day. You have to have. You need to be able to transition to other financial instruments and tools, and George can speak about this.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that you hit on there, which I think is important, is as Becky pointed out, it's in no bank's best interest to see another bank go away, right? The competition between banks is not the competition you see what I would call in a normal market structure, right? Because if your bank looks insolvent, if your bank looks like it's about to tip over, even if I'm the strongest bank in the room, I'm adding risk because now everyone's questioning their banking relationships. And so I think what SVB did is it opened up a chance for other banks and perhaps even boutique shops to step in and say, you know what, we can provide some of these financial services. We want to go out and diversify from, maybe they've been in software for a long time, or maybe they've been in other parts of tech for a long time, but now they want to add space to their portfolio. This gives them an opportunity. I also think that it's important to keep in mind that banks got in trouble for another reason, because we went through a period of time where we saw 11 interest rate hikes in a row, right? And so when you have 11 interest rate hikes in a row, I don't want to be the guy who just points a finger like, hey, bank, why didn't you do better? 11 interest rate hikes in a row, I'm going to use the word everyone hates using, unprecedented. It's really hard to find times. It's so overused. I'm done with it. But it's really hard to find another period of time where we see 11 in a row in 2 years like that. And so remember, they're taking in deposits and they have an interest rate on that deposit, making a loan based on the market rates, right? They have duration risk. And then all of a sudden, well, interest rates are moving and they're moving and they're moving and they're moving. And so it makes some instability in their balance sheets. And then we're going out and telling them, hey, you know what we also need to do? We also need you to offer financial services and products to some of these really risky companies. They're trying to do the next big thing in tech or in space. It's not super appealing to the people who have to manage the risk of interest rates swinging that quickly. So there was a lot of stresses there, but I think we did overall respond well to it. And I hope that what we find out in 24, as we move through 24, is that it's opened up an opportunity for other banks to go into these markets and provide services here that weren't before. I guess we'll have to wait and see if that happens.
I think that's a great point that you bring up, George, because it's not like the board and all the executives at Silicon Valley Bank were off doing crazy things, and it just it's really a perfect storm, and at the core of what we're talking around is risk, right, and how we manage risk. And great companies are the product. Disruptive companies are basically risk takers, and if you never take any risk, you're not leading, right? And so having the capacity, not just on the government side, economically, economic security drives national security is foundational to it. So you can't be a world leader in space if you're second rate at financing and building commercial space technologies. It does that's not consistent. So fortunately though, I think we did avert a disaster. A lot of kudos to the people who made that happen, and there will be other challenges down the road. There always are, and it makes us think differently too about, on the government side, how do we make sure that we can, what are the things that we can actually do to help these companies? Like during COVID, we were a letter writing machine. We didn't have to spend any money. We wrote letters, and those letters said these companies are important. They need to be able to keep their factories open and working during the pandemic, and they did. And imagine a rocket company trying to do remote work. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen, right? So but that's why we have organizations like DIU and the Space Force and NASA, and we are all partners together in trying to make sure that we're delivering the best capabilities, and also trying to go after these dual tracks of commercial and national security, which works out really well for us.
I think there's another part, if I can, Laura, and then I promise I'll stop talking. I think there's another part there of the funding structure that Bucky hit on that makes me want to talk about it, which is after we saw both economic conditions change and our risk tolerance, right, because we all got a little spooked, change, we did see the venture and the private equity community pull back, right? And so there's some great statistics out there. Bank of America puts them out, McKinsey puts them out, but no matter how you slice it, VC fundraising went down by about 50 or 60%.
I'd say 60% at least, because if we're talking about a comparison between 2023 and 2021, 2023 saw 19 billion invested globally, according to Space Capital, and that's a market difference from 30 billion that was invested globally in 21. Yeah,
Although
I mean, it's
21
been
was a pretty banner year. That wasn't the benchmark, but actually,
But still, that's a huge decline. I mean, that's massive.
It is, but there's other factors in that too. Over the past 10 years, investors have become smarter about space. I mean, it's like when we first started working in space, the demand signal for launch, low cost launch, was so strong, and that's why you had all these launch companies. It's like there's like dozens and dozens of mostly PowerPoint launch companies, but launch companies nonetheless, and really only about between 6 and 8 like real companies that are like building things and launching things. But those demand signals are really important to get right, and then the other side, as a responsible person on the government side is we can't treat economic things like it's AYSO soccer, right? Every kid gets a trophy, right? No, it's not like that. Only the best performers get it, and it's got to be competitive, and government should not perturb the market. We should be. In fact, it's our national defense strategy. One of the core tenets of the national defense strategy is that we're going to fast follow commercial innovation, right? And that means letting the market help decide who those winners are. And if we have some unique thing that serves a government purpose, that's different. But generally speaking, that's our defense industrial base. But it's important to really focus on the best performers, and that sends a good signal also to the financial markets that we recognize where the talent is, right?
I want to jump back in here and kind of turn our heads back to risk. I don't think anyone can argue with the idea that, the best performers should win out and should get the prize, and that it is an AYSO soccer, though I did play and I love AYSO soccer. So, but when this event happened, right, when Silicon Valley Bank, did fail, and speaking with guys, like you, Bucky and George, you guys show me the way, because I'm admittedly not the smartest person when it comes to banking and venture capital acquisitions, rapid adoption, right? But what really surprised me was how a bank failure revealed opportunities to our strategic competitors to scoop up what should be U.S. sovereign intellectual property, that technology. I mean, even before it, gets into the competition and goes for that prize. Could either one of you, because I really like for the audience to also understand, what the other side of the risk is for, the current capital way that we do things, explain to our audience the asymmetric risks. Because, and obviously without naming names, but, I've heard stories, and mostly actually from you guys.
So go ahead, George. You go first.
So I'll go first on this one. So my concern, right, and either this is the Marine teenager in me, or this is the patriot in me. I'm not sure which one, but my concern, the thing that keeps me up at night, cleaning my rifle, is I worry that sometimes there could be a disconnect between the best technologies and the best firms. Because if we think about finance and economics, that's not the same as engineering and manufacturing. So I can have a dream team of engineering guys and gals or people working on a bench building things, but they don't have their finances in order. And you could have a technology that gets shelved under those situations because we haven't provided all the financial tools that are available. And I'm not saying we need to invent new financial tools. We have plenty of them that exist in other markets. We just need to make sure they come here to space and that we're using them. Because I don't want to see a technology we really need get shelved because someone tried to build their own version of QuickBooks and they don't run their business well, or they do a bad job at a pitch deck. Like those aren't skills that give us military technologies or dual use technologies.
A couple of years ago, when we every year we sponsor a workshop called the State of Space Industrial Base, and we're about to release our report for last year, 23. And in previous reports, we survey and we really give the industrial base, the tech sector, a chance to speak. And it's not just a bunch of talking heads like me and George, but the interesting thing is, so when we first asked the question, it said, how many of you are using debt financing? This was like 2 years ago. And it was like, there's like one. There was only like one company that was even, entertaining it. And the others hadn't even really thought about it. And there's space companies that have raised, series E, F, and G. And it's like, that's not healthy. But trying to unlock those other financial instruments is so important. And that's an area where the government can help incentivize things. And you know what? We lower the risk, the temperature of risk significantly, because here's the one thing that's a consistent theme, or two things that are consistent in the state. One is diversity, and the other one is resiliency, right? So you can't have resiliency without diversity, right? So it should make you very nervous anytime you see a monopolistic. There's only one bank, there's only one company, there's only one whatever that's driving all these things, and it's probably really good for that bank or that company or whoever that's got that monopoly until they stumble, and there's a lot at risk there. We have an amazing financial sector in our country, and you can go and swing a long rope in Manhattan and probably smack a bunch of ivory towers that represent the greatest banks in the world. There's not just one of them, there's lots of them, and the interest in their what it competimates or whatever you want to say. Obviously, those banks, they're in it to win it, but they're also they're in it to make sure that their sector stays alive and well. Telecom's the same way, right? So you don't have just one AT&T, or it's not like the sole provider of all global telecom. And
thank goodness.
Well, exactly. And you can make an argument that T-Mobile, who was like nobody, could be like everybody, and because so that diversity drives competition, and that competition is healthy, and so it's really, really important that we find ways to do this in space as well. And we are, my job, if you ask me what my job is truly today, is two things: write checks and build benches, right? So or build a menu. So if you say, hey, I'm interested in a company that can do remote sensing from space, I go, okay, here's like 3, 4, 5 winners, and we've worked with all of them. And because I don't do acquisition, and acquisition people do acquisition, and acquisition people want menus. They don't want you to say, well, here's the winner. You're not an acquisition guy. What are you doing? That's my job. So my job is to build a menu and to identify great companies. And so investors are like that too. They recognize it's really how the venture model really works is you can afford to take some risk because some percentage of those companies are going to be off-scale winners, the unicorns, right? And that's how that system works. And look at the unicorns we've had over the past half century. Has been really amazing. The other thing too, which I think is really important, space is going to be a significant contributor to our U.S. gross national product or gross domestic product in this century. And I mean, like a major one. All of digital finance, all the things that came out of the internet, that's like 10 point something percent of our GDP today. And if 30 years ago, if you said, hey, this thing that you use to look up a restaurant or a paper at UC Berkeley is going to be 10% of the GDP, people will laugh, right? Because they couldn't see it. But space is going to be like that. Space is going to be one of the big double-digit contributors to the future of the financial health of this nation. And it hasn't had that moment, but it's on its way there. And we recognize that. I think the financial sector realizes it. We just have to make good decisions to make sure that the U.S. is first and stays in the lead.
I'd question one thing. I think we all recognize it, but that's also because we're in the space community, right? I hate to say that, but I'm just going to push back on that just for a quick second. I'm not sure that the entire financial sector recognizes it. If they do, I mean, sure, Morgan Stanley did write that report saying, that the space economy is going to be worth, $1 trillion by 2040, when it's probably going to be worth $1 trillion before that. But if the financial sector was really recognizing that space was going to be such an important factor in our national economy, and in fact, in the world economy, then why is it so hard for space companies to interact with other banks besides Silicon Valley Bank, right? If they see it as important, how can we get those other banks besides this one single bank to then provide those tools that are necessary and to be willing to take that risk, because space is risky? And George, you're my banker, kind of banker past person. So you go for it.
Well, so there's a couple of things there, right? So I say the first thing is, let's look at the way the markets function, right? I mean, we have to remember that we're talking about a world economy, or even if we just want to talk smaller, just the US economy, worth hundreds of trillions of dollars. The world economy is measured in trillions of dollars. It's $110 trillion right now, or something along those lines. And so even if we're looking at space economy estimates, I prefer mine to Morgan Stanley. I say 4 trillion by the 2040s, but be that as it may. But if you look at that number, or look at the Chinese Space Agency's number, right? They say 10 trillion by 2050. Okay, so look at those numbers, but then keep that in mind with the size of the global economy, right? So you're still talking about a contributor, perhaps a critical contributor, but in percentage terms, it's not going to gather the same amount of attention that, say, oil and gas does, or telco does, or farming does, right? It's not going to capture that same amount of attention, and therefore it's not going to capture that same amount of banking relationships, that much of financial attention and the like. I think that what's important for us to look at is, how have we seen this evolve other places, right? And so the easiest one to do is look at tech. How did it happen there, and how can we have something similar happen here for space? So if we stop and look at what happened there, we saw a number of early companies coming out of World War II, as we slowly entered the Cold War, that were receiving large amounts of research, and they were closely located to research universities, producing very high-end technology that benefited both the use of the Pentagon and the use of the commercial sector. And then as that progressed, those companies had the opportunity to make money, right? So they went public, et cetera. They merged with other companies. People had the opportunity for liquidity, because if you don't give an investor liquidity, which means they get their money back, they can never put it in another company, okay? And as that happened with tech, you develop this whole culture of, oh, I was a Googler, right? Or I was Amazon employee number 82, or whatever it was. And as they went through the steps, they then themselves became entrepreneurs or investors in the next generation and the next generation. That's what happened. We haven't managed to do that with space. That's a problem, right? Because if you look at the early space companies, and Bucky made a good point here, where did those early investors and those early entrepreneurs find their liquidity? With some SPACs, right? And I'm not going to be the 18th person to pile on to how bad most SPACs performance have been, but you can pull up your own data, you know how bad they've been. And so when that happens, you don't create this living, breathing financial ecosystem that says, okay, I had some real winners last time in this sector. I'm going to put money back into it. Because while we all are always going to be enthusiastic about technology and space, we have to remember that my dollars, they compete. So if I see something amazing happening over in AI or in biotech or in blockchain, my money might go there instead, right? Because it's not just, I made my money in space, it stays in space. It's also the money I have has to compete with these other technologies that are tip of the spear that might be in my same interest group. And so because we haven't seen those early tech pioneers have big wins, have successful exits, and then move on to their second or third companies or start their own VC firms, we haven't seen this ecosystem take off, right? And that's what we're missing. We need to really study what the economic and financial models were that made that happen for tech and try to duplicate that here.
So part of the government innovation process that I'm a part of, somewhat left. Similarly, like with George, I'd encourage you to just look up, how many banks, lost everything on that FTX fiasco, which was around, cryptocurrency. It'll be like, there's no anchor government customer for cryptocurrency. There is a well-defined anchor customer for space technology, and the amount of money that the U.S. government is put in, SpaceX would not exist, without transactions of the U.S. government, especially the Department of Defense and NASA. So we're doing our part, and we are very conscientious about that, and that's what you would not be surprised. You would hopefully expect that there's a lot of collaboration on the government side to make sure that we get this right. You don't have to go back very long ago to see collapse of companies like Solyndra, right? And understand that, you can want, solar power all you want, but you can't defy the market, right? The market is the market, and you will succeed or fail based on the market forces, not government forces. And so for us, it's really important, and that's like at the core of what DIU does and how we do things is we identify problems, not requirements. We identify what's a problem we're trying to solve, and we go to great companies, not just space, but across all sectors, and say, tell us how your commercial solution can solve this problem. And in selecting those companies, we don't just look at the technology, we look at the team, but more importantly, what's the commercial viability of this product or service, outside of the defense context. And there's some things, the first thing that we did was commercial synthetic aperture radar small sats. And there was absolutely zero U.S. industrial base for that, for commercially. And so we had to create a commercial sector where there was none. And that, it's paying off now, but that wasn't that was kind of high risk. And we needed to address, well, where are all the commercial markets for that beyond day and night, all weather, imagery. And a lot of it was asset management. It was all kinds of other unique things. And surprise, surprise, it doesn't matter. All the best remote sensing companies in the United States, they have a healthy amount of commercial market is offshore, doing agriculture, doing other things, and NOAA they license the technology to be used that way, because there's no commercial company develops for a domestic market only, right? They develop for a global market, and that's the exciting thing. If you want to see things scale, they need to be able to scale and take advantage of that market, the global marketplace. And there's some risk with that, because then you're democratizing technology. But really, I think you could say, well, yeah, the banking sector, and I think it's also important to clarify that, yes, Silicon Valley Bank did fail, but it was a graceful failure. There, well, because 33,000 companies that will define the future and fund your 401k and 400 to 500 venture firms that actually build those companies didn't disappear. That would have been, you would know that. I'd be selling apples on a street corner on the other side of the freeway overpass right now. I wouldn't be sitting in my Gucci Silicon Valley DIU office talking to you two, because that would really have led to a financial collapse. It would have been really epic. So we have institutional mechanisms, and they will become better and stronger. And the diversification is where we really need to look at. And we can't government mandate that, but certainly the sectors can look at that. And actually, the venture community is pretty articulate in what they need from us. They've been very consistent, which is meaningful contracts. It's just if buy what you say you're going to buy, and buy, scale it, because in the last decade we've seen something close to $300 billion invested in the new space arena, and it'd be nice to say that we've got like $1 trillion worth of business transactions to basically reinforce that, but it hasn't gotten to that level yet. So but it will in time, and I think the amazing thing is the cost of launch dropping, the access to space. In the next couple of years, the three of us could form a space company and never have to build a satellite, because we could do it. We could be a software company and providing great services in space. And that's really the dream. Jeff Bezos said that he couldn't build Amazon if not for the financial, digital finance, the overnight delivery, and the internet, which is all infrastructure. And if that infrastructure didn't exist, he couldn't build his business. And there's the most significant. The Googles of the 21st century are going to be built on space infrastructure, and we don't even know what those companies are yet. But that's what's at stake if we're not bold. If we're not, but being bold doesn't mean being stupid. And we make sure that we build this economy, so we continue to be a leader.
Gentlemen, we've run out of time. Bucky, George, thank you for joining me today for this segment of the Dual Use Summit.
Always.
Well, Laura, thank you so much for leading that very interesting discussion. I really appreciate all the insights, et cetera, in the background regarding the Silicon Bank meltdown. Thank you so much for leading that, and we look forward to you leading other fantastic conversations with us in the future. And next up, we're going to have Laura Nossenberger of SAIC, their Chief Innovation Officer, who is going to be visiting with Dennis Goodwine, who is the CIO of the U.S. Air Force. And I believe that Lauren, you had that same position before. So this will be a great conversation with people who maybe walked a mile in each other's shoes, et cetera, and kind of talk about a little bit about the challenges regarding the cyber and the future of defense, especially as they affect the United States Air Force. Thank you so much for doing this, and we look forward to your conversation.
Thank you for that introduction. I am very excited to be here with Ms. Venus Goodwine today, the Department of the Air Force Chief Information Officer. I am Lauren Knausenberger, just coming out of that same job in June. And it's a pleasure to now get to spend some time with Ms. Goodwine in her role as the DAF CIO. Venus, it's great to see you today. How's it going?
Good morning. It is always exciting to have a chat with you, Lauren, my friend, my colleague, definitely my fellow game changer. I'm going to call us that. Having now followed you in this role, I want to say right up front, thank you for setting a path for me. I'm excited about continuing the things that you have started, and then having the opportunity to really put my little twist on it as well. But I wanted to just tell you thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate it, and you are definitely the right person to jump into this job. And we have a good history together. I would love for you to share with our viewers a little bit about your journey, because you've had an incredible journey: uniformed military, reserve, civilian, industry. So you just have a really incredible background getting to this point. And if you could throw in kind of where we met, I think that would be a fun part of the story as well.
Well, thank you. You know, that's interesting. You're right. I have had really enormous amount of opportunities. And I like to tell people when I'm speaking to them, some that were afforded to me and some that I just created. You know, my husband was active duty military. He retired. And so we ended up living in Japan for 10 years. And so it was at that time in 2006, I said, one day I'd like to be a CIO. And no kidding, I started to chart this course to doing that. Well, along that journey, I came to the headquarters staff. If you remember, I was in uniform at that time. And really the reason I came to staff is because I had just finished a CIO graduate certificate program with the University of Maryland. And I wanted to get some really on-hand experience in a CIO organization. So I put on my uniform for 4 years and came to the staff, and voila, that's where you and I met. I was Major Goodwine at the time, soon then turned promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, but you had come on as the Chief Innovation Officer, a highly qualified employee, bringing all that great industry experience. And I remember when we met, because always coming from industry, it's a little different coming into DOD, right? And in any of the military departments, because we do things a little bit different. However, not so different that you can't come from the outside and be successful. And I think you proved that. And so when we met, it was I think our initial focus was, how do we make this risk management framework thing easier to be used by our operational community, but also staying in line with the intent of the risk management framework, which is, as we both know, is just understanding the posture of any software application that's going to be connected to our system. And so I'll tell you, you came in guns a-blazing and blaring, and that was great, and really made some changes and opened our eyes. And so from you, I really had the opportunity to get that view from the outside in, even though I had been in industry myself, but at different levels and in different spaces than you. And so I think our partnership there is where it began. And then I left, and you were still here. I left and went to USDA to be the Chief Information Security Officer. And then you became the CIO. And I was like, wow. So, you know, I was cheering from you from the outside, because I could say I know her when. And then when the opportunity came for me to come back and work for you, trust me, I ran towards the opportunity and prepared myself so that I can prevail and get selected, and I did. And so then working as Director of Enterprise IT, really executing your vision, you know, within one of the 3 directors here in the organization. And so I think that not only we met, we started at particular points in our career, but what I like is how we ended up. Me following you in this seat that's a story in and of itself.
It is, and you know, I remember from Major Goodwine and Colonel Goodwine, definitely you helped keep me out of a lot of trouble, for sure. You know, because I did want to really shake things up, and we shook a lot of things up together. But you also were really good at reminding me, hey, we have to write some things down, and we do sure that this goes into the process, and this is how this will stay and have a lasting effect in this building. And I'm so glad, you know, with your knowledge, you have the mission and the technology, but you also really know how the building works, and you can kind of make a lot of these good things stick. So that's exciting. I think it's exciting for me, and it's exciting for our Air Force. Why don't you tell us a little bit, though, about a time in your career when maybe you weren't sure you were going to be a CIO one day. Maybe you didn't know yet. You hit some real challenges, and you had to overcome something. You know, you have arrived, but I'm sure you didn't always know. So share a little bit of that with us.
Oh yeah, oh absolutely. I had what I call in my career, the term is a diminisher. And again, anyone that knows me know I have some a little A-type personality about things. I'm kind of rules driven, and you and I know that because those times where we, I like to say, had healthy tension. It was because I was trying to stick to the rule, and you were saying, let's innovate. And then I think we ended up making that marriage work between the two. But in my career, mostly as a civilian, I worked for the United States Marine Corps and in Japan, and my role there was to execute the NMCI, the Navy Marine Corps Internet, then became the Next Generation Enterprise Network. And I had a leader that I worked for, and I remember saying, hey, I want to do something different. At the time, I had done that, for all of the overseas installations. I was coming back to the States. And I said, I heard about this thing called being an SES. I'm interested in that. So I'd like to broaden the aperture of my role. And I remember the words he said to me, and it was, good luck with that. And I thought, what? Good luck with broadening my role, or good luck with being an SES? And he was like, yeah, that doesn't happen. And I thought, wow. But what I will tell you, I call him a diminisher because if you actually study the term, there's a whole book about it. It's just those individuals, and he meant really no harm. He was, I think, articulating what he saw. But what it did was fuel me. It's like, okay, how do I then overcome this? And I like to tell people, every time someone puts a barrier in front of you, it just really becomes an opportunity for you to be innovative, to get around or over that barrier. And sometimes you may have to go under it. And I like to think that when I ran into those types of situations in my career, that's what I did. And I did it the innovative way. It was meaning I had to take a career broadening assignment, to move an organization, or I had to take an assignment out of my comfort zone. And so I've kind of used those things to bring me back to the goal that I ultimately had. But I've had that a couple of times. People told me no, that I couldn't do something. And really they were speaking from their own frame of reference, but not knowing that I believe that the culture and the organization was ready to change, just that individual was not. And so the moral of the story is, don't let people tell you no that don't have the authority to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And was there anything in that experience, sometimes people just, say stuff and you definitely have to push it out. But then some people will say something and you have to kind of decide, am I going to internalize this? And, is there something to learn here? Or is this, you're just hitting at my shell and I just don't need that right now? Was there anything in your career where you were just like, hey, I learned something just now about myself, and this is going to be kind of a pivot point that kind of grows me? Did you have any experiences like that?
No, that was it. Lauren, you hit on it, because when someone says that to you, it does force you to take a look at yourself. It's like, is he saying that, as I stated, because he thinks I'm not qualified? And maybe my goal is too high. Maybe I should go sit down and be happy being an NH4, and maybe I've set my sights too high. And so it caused me to reflect. And so I tell people, you have to do self-reflection. And one thing I like about me is I'm very self-aware. I know my strengths, but I know my areas of improvement as well. And so I try to work on those. But what I have learned really is I allow people to have their opinions, but not let them force me to form a different opinion about myself as a result. But that has come with time, right? If you had asked me that, not Venus Good Wine where I am today, but if you asked me that Venus Good Wine maybe 20 years ago, or 15 years ago, that may have been a different story. And so sometimes people say things to you and it kind of shakes you at your core, but I will tell you, self-reflect. I've started this thing as I've been speaking, as I'm telling, when I speak to women about leadership and having a seat at the table, I always tell them to have a mirror with them. And they're like, what? I said, that mirror is not for you to check your lipstick in the middle of a meeting. That mirror is for you every time you're sitting in a space and you feel like you don't belong. I want you to look at that mirror on the slide and remind yourself that you're there because you should be and you earned to be there. And so really, to answer your question is, yes, I've been shaken at my core, but through maturity and time, and I will say good mentorship and coaching, I have now become very self-aware, and I know how to deal with these things a little differently now than I have in the past.
I think a lot of folks will be really encouraged to hear that. And I'll share my own experience too. It's probably been the last 15 years that I've really, or maybe even 10, that I've really felt, just very confident in my own skin. I know who I am. I know where I'm strong. I know where I'm weak. I remember just being in my 20s and even early 30s, just, feeling like I have to be perfect all the time and almost not myself professionally. And then it's wonderful the day when I just realized, I'm going to be me all the time, and I'm going to bring all of me. And I think it's been good. It takes different people a different amount of time to be able to arrive there. So you've been in your job 6 months now, which in CIO time is actually a long time. But in a lot of jobs, it's probably where you even feel up to speed. Good thing you had a rolling start with some prior jobs. But has it gone as expected? Any surprises? I would love to hear, especially your biggest surprise.
I will tell you, has it gone as I expected? You know what? I'm going to say yes to that. And here's why. Because the people. Right. And because I was within the organization and in a directorate. And so I knew the people and I knew my counterparts. Right. And I always tell people, it's so funny. It's like when you come from the organization, you know where the bodies are buried, and that's good. But also when you come from the organization, you now become they, the they that everyone talks about. I wish they would fix this. I wish they would do that. Well, I'm now they. And so I'm very aware of that. And so coming into the seat, what has surprised me, to be honest, is the shift in the responsibility of the CIO. And let me explain, because you had the same responsibility, but I think what's a little different is we now have this great thing called the Great Power Competition. Our Secretary of the Air Force has really focused on, if you ask him what's his priority, since he's been here, he will tell you 3 things, right? China, China, China. And so what that's done for the CIO organization, myself, my leadership, and all of the team, is really to have us focus on, are we doing things that actually are preparing us if deterrence fails and we have to switch to a conflict? And why that matters is because IT is an enabler. There are some people that want to put the CIO in a box and say, yes, go do compliance things, FOIA and privacy. While all those things are very important, if you think about our platforms, our air-breathing platforms today, or if you think about all the things that the Air Force and the Space Force bring to a fight, it requires IT. So the CIO role is huge, and the secretary and the undersecretary and the both chiefs have really spoken up about where are we with our IT. And so that it's a surprise, not in that I didn't know, but what's surprising is, wow, the responsibility now that I have is very big. And in that, the first week in the seat, again, even though I came from the organization, my first week in the seat, you know what I did? I got on the phone with the MAGCOM commanders. You remember them, right? Our 4 stars that make the Air Force go round. And I asked them, what do you need from me as a CIO? And the things they told me, right? They said, hey, you know what? I need to make sure that I have data. I need data to be readily accessible. I was like, great, I have a CDAO that's going to help me do that. He said, I need resilient infrastructure. I said, great, I have a program that's going to help me do that. They said, and I need to make sure that it's all that available at a time and place of my choosing. And more importantly, having data that can traverse all multiple domains. And I said, great, that falls within my wheelhouse, because as you know, I have the CISO that works for me, I have the CDAO that works for me, and then of course, Director of Enterprise IT. So putting that together, those were my marching orders. And so being in the seats for 6 months, we've had to reframe how we look at the problem. I spent a lot of time making sure everyone understands the why. What does it look like to be ready for a great power competition? Because we're re-optimizing for that. And that really is, do I have the right people with the right skill? Do I understand the requirement? Am I agile in the delivery of the capabilities that enable the warfighter? But you only know those things when you talk to the warfighter. And so I've spent a lot of my time going to some of the warfighter things. Rather it's a command and control conference, rather it's a warfighter symposium. So I get to actually hear from the warfighters and spending time with the MAJCOM commanders. And then I come back to my team. And so there's a renewed sense of urgency here. Yes, all the things that we normally do to run the business still happen. But there's some extra things we need to do to re-optimize for great power competition. And so that's a little bit of our new focus. So again, being in the organization, so the past 6 months, like you said, I had a running start, so I wasn't new to the organization, but was new is being in the organization now as we re-optimize great power competition. It requires a different look, but I'm happy because I did wear the uniform, and so I definitely understand the warfighter, and it also opened some doors for me because I had relationships with people that are the actual warfighters and own the requirements. So that's what I think has somewhat been the surprise for me. And the key, and you know this, communication. People have to understand the why, and when they understand that, I think they have a renewed sense of accomplishment in the organization.
Yeah, I agree. That has definitely been something that I think was probably the most difficult for me, was being able to solve for MAJCOM commanders, get after safety, and just do really good stuff for General Meridian. During my tenure, it was just, it was, I think one of the things that made me feel just, I don't know, the most mission impactful was some of the things that we actually did together for General Meridian out there about a year before everything went wild in Ukraine. And, kind of looking at that and realizing, hey, that, a CIO of a military service can make a real difference in a battle through that forethought and through that partnership was really big. And so I love that in the Department of the Air Force, the CIO truly does have a seat at the table, is in the mission, is in the, the web attack C2. Now, I was never particularly great at the compliance side of those things myself. I was so glad that we had people that did, but yeah, we have a war-fighting CIO organization, and that's something that is a little bit different, especially about those military departments. So you have to live in both worlds. You're not just kind of keeping up a business network. So it's a big job. All right. Let's talk about people for a minute. So you have a very large cyber workforce. I think something around 24,000 people that you have to kind of care for in that community, while also providing service to 750,000 airmen and guardians. And that's, over 1 million if you bring in contractors, dependents, multiple levels of classification, all of those things. It's a lot of folks. And you have probably a lot of the same barriers as commercial companies bringing in cyber talent, software developer talent. How are you dealing with talent in general in the world's greatest Air Force at this moment?
Yes, I will tell you. You're right. And so I'm fortunate, as you mentioned, our workforce consists of our military, our civilians, and our contractors. So that civilian piece falls under me. And so in partnership with the DoD CIO, we have embarked upon, as a result of the DoD workforce strategy, how do we do talent management better? And so I was last week at AFA, and I had the first DoD Chief Talent Management Officer on a panel with me, Brent Parmeter, and he talked about this new way of supply and demand for talent management. On the same panel was Mark Gorak, who actually leads our defense cyber workforce strategy implementation. And so what does that mean for the Air Force? First, it means, what talent do we need? And so once you identify the work that needs to be done in order to re-optimize for great power competition, you have to ask, well, what skills do I need in order to do that? And so identifying the talent is the first piece in doing that. And once I identify the talent, how do I make sure it's easier for them to come and be a part of, as you say, the world's greatest Air Force? And so we're working on things like making sure that our hiring process, right now, it'll probably take 80 days. Industry, it takes 40. We're trying to get to 60 this year. And then the year after that, get down to 40 days. And we mean butts in seat with the computer on day one, not just you have your final job offer. So we had a tabletop exercise looking at our hiring process. It's like, I've identified this talent, I want to bring it on, but I'm losing talent because my process is so, buried in bureaucracy and processes. So we work with the DoD Chief Talent Management Officer with the tabletop and really identified some of those barriers that were the long lead time, security clearance issues, or having to get, a drug test, for instance. And so that was the other way. The other thing, so yes, I identify the talent and I figure out a faster, better way to bring them on. But the other issue is pay parity. And so I don't compete in my talent. Yes, I compete with industry, but do you also know I compete within the Air Force as well? Because we have different pay systems. You can be a GS. If you're Intel, you can be part of the DSIPs. Or you could be part of the cyber acceptance service, or you can be part of acquisition demo. And so you have all these different pay systems. And so how do we ensure parity just within across those different pay systems? And so that's another thing that we've tackled as well from the cyber, specifically from a cyber and IT perspective, is how do we use the cyber acceptance service to bring on industry so that we have that parity, but also even within, how do we pay them for the skills that they have? And I mean demonstrated skills that we will assess through assessments. And, of course, credentialing is very important, and college degrees are still important. But that pay parity was also a piece that we had to deal with. But also what we've realized is, you don't have to come into DoD or in the Air Force as a civilian, and we used to call hire to retire. Maybe you're industry and you say, hey, I want to do a good deed. I want to go work, in the Air Force for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. We allow you to come in and go back. But also, if you're a civilian and maybe you have 20 years and you say, I want to do a stint with industry to broaden myself, we allow them to do exchange as well. So using these exchange programs also has been another way for us to make sure that we can retain our talent by reskilling them and upskilling them and giving them opportunities outside their normal day-to-day jobs. So, I identified the talent, and yes, I make sure that I can bring the talent on quickly. I understand pay parity, but I also understand that you have breadth and depth of experience is important, because what we're looking at from an IT perspective today is not the same thing we looked at 5 years ago, 10 years ago, right? I'm looking at software-defined networks, which is something new that we're embarking upon, but it's not taught in our schoolhouse. So how do I make sure that my airmen and guardians get that type of expertise? I allow them to do exchange programs with industry. And then I also allow industry to come in so they can bring to us some skills that we don't have. And so it's a whole concept of talent management that starts with acquisition and then acquiring the talent and identifying the talent. But the other piece of that is, when someone wants to leave, we hold their place so that when they want to come back, they can. So making that easier as well. And then from a cyber perspective, as you know, you've watched the news just like me. You just heard the FBI, Chris Wray, and some others speak about this living off the land, right? That's affecting a lot of our critical infrastructure. So how do I train my staff to understand this new way of providing cyber protection? That comes with a whole of nation effort. And so we work a lot with our industry, one, to understand the skills that they have, and how we leverage those skills, but also the industry that supports us, we hold them to the same standard of skills as well. And so now we have, you know, this lexicon of skills. We call it our workforce framework, but really it's this entire lexicon that no matter who you are, where you are, based on the role that you perform, no matter where you go, that role is the same. And the knowledge for that role is the same. So it's that long-winded answer to say for talent management is key.
Agreed. And you've got quite an enterprise to manage over there, and we're glad that there's a lot of really good rigor. Some of the things that I saw in the Department of the Air Force, as I'm looking from the private industry side for things like vectoring people and true talent management, there are a lot of really good best practices actually that large businesses or even small businesses can follow, that folks might not actually be aware of as much. The military does a really good job at kind of helping people to get where they need to go for that mission. So I want to talk about AI for a moment. Yes. Were top priorities to leverage AI in a practical way to advance the mission. What is your approach to AI implementation, and which missions are you most excited about applying AI and related tools to succeed?
Oh, that's great. So just like everyone else, when, you know, all the large language models became available, everyone jumped into the pool, but they didn't understand the temperature of the water, right? If you allow me to use that analogy. And so it's like, wait, hold on. Let's make sure we understand better of how we want to use AI. And in this context, I'm speaking just of large language models because we've had artificial intelligence throughout the department already. So I put it into one of two categories. I'm focused on what I call everyday AI, and then I'm focused on game-changing AI, right? That everyday AI is those things that I can do, kind of cognitive, that helps my airmen and guardians and even leadership make better decisions using the AI, or things that I can do to help make their job easier so they can do some of the higher level work. We started this with robotic process automation, right? Let the bots do certain things, so now we can have our individuals do high order work. It's the same thing with everyday AI. You know, if all I need is the first draft of a paper, because that's what action officers do in the Pentagon, AI could do that, right? I could train a large language model to create that first draft. If I need to classify a position description, which we know is one of the things, the lone pole in the tent that we found out during our tabletop exercise, I could train AI to do that, as long as you have enriched data. And what I mean by that is enriched, meaning I have the data because I'm a data-rich organization, but now the enrichment comes when I apply the rules to it. Back to my example of, you know, position classification. If I'm going to classify a position, not only do I have the data of all the positions that are available, I also have to make sure that the LLM understands the rules that come into doing a classification. So that's the everyday AI that we're working on. And I'll talk to you about a landing zone that we've created in our Azure tenant to do that. But it's this game-changing AI, which is totally different, because that is the type of AI that requires a larger investment, but also a total shift in culture. When I talk to the PACAF commander and I ask him, what are your AI needs? He says, targeting. So how do I use artificial intelligence to help him with targeting? Because what is targeting, right? It is give me courses of actions that I should take based on a target. And so as one way of game-changing AI. So how do you use AI to do that? But the key there is that can't be something that I use an open source in the internet kind of model. I need it to be trained on specifically on my data in the confines of my own organization, where I can protect what is being trained and learned by the LLM. And so we make a distinction between those things. So how am I doing that? One, I created what we call an innovation landing zone. Our vice chief at the time, but now our chief of staff of the Air Force, has an innovation program he calls Project Holodeck. And it's one of those is every airman can code. And how do we implement that in this environment? But we did it so that they could use some of the innovation that we're trying to bring to bear for the warfighter, rather that's, our Azure Virtual Desktop or our large language models, generative AI in our Azure environment. And we did that. And so we were able to allow our, I had a guard that said, hey, I have a problem I need to solve. And he went into our landing zone, which is within our Microsoft tenant, which is IL5, and was able to generate a mesh network that he needed for so he solved the operational problem in my innovation landing zone. And so those are the type of things that I'm using to bring AI to bear, is putting people in a safe place where they could actually I don't want to say exercise, but kind of create and innovate. And then once it becomes something that's usable, then we make the decision rather than something that's scalable. And so again, looking at AI, two different ways, the kind of the everyday AI that we'll use that'll help with kind of productivity and help individuals do their work faster. But then that game-changing AI that I know is going to help the warfighter at the edge, because one of the things we talk about is so much data comes from sensors in the Air Force, and we need to be able to get through that data and make sense of that data so that we can act. And so I'll have to do that game-changing AI there, but I have to have the confidence in the decisions and the choices that are provided by AI. So that's what has been my approach. I have a chief data and AI officer and a whole organization that's helping me do that.
Awesome. And Venus, Ms. Goodwine, DAF CIO, it has been fantastic to do a chat with you today. I know we need to get you down to the Secretary's office. Continue making sure that the CIO is supporting great power competition. But I really appreciate you taking time to chat with me, go down memory lane a little bit. And it's been really fun. Thank you so much.
No, Lauren, thank you. I appreciate it again. Thank you for laying the foundation that you did. I take the baton on this relay and really to move the ball forward, and so that whoever I pass the baton will also continue. So thank you to you and the other CIOs that came before you, but I find it a sheer pleasure to be able to enable the warfighter of the Air Force and the Space Force. So thank you for this opportunity to talk about some of the things that we're doing.
It is definitely a challenge, even in the world's greatest air and space forces.
The world's greatest.
Lauren, thank you so much. That was fantastic. I really appreciate your conversation with Ms. Goodwine. Fantastic to have the two of you together, two of the top leaders in the Air Force in cybersecurity as CIOs and Chief Innovation Officers. Can't thank you enough for sharing your insights. That really was a fantastic way to close out the day. But to really close out the day, I'm going to have my great good friend, Ken Peterman, the Chairman, CEO, and President of Comtech Telecommunications, who is our presenting sponsor for this entire two-day summit, sort of close out the day. And he does a fantastic job of summarizing the day, giving you some key insights, and also giving you a sense of if you want to go back and watch something, hey, you can go back and watch it on YouTube and you know what to look for. So Ken, please tell us what you thought and what you think people should take away from today.
Well, I really enjoyed the day. I mean, it's a long day. It's a little bit mentally exhausting because there's so much content as we bring together these experts, brilliant leaders, really thoughtful folks that are engaged in this technology every day, putting it to work both commercially and for our government and for our warfighters. And so it is a little bit exhausting through the day. That's why I think it's so valuable to have it on the American Future Series YouTube channel, because you can go back and watch it again and again. And I know some of us, like ourselves, Dave, we spend time on airplanes, and now that airplanes have in-flight connectivity, it's a wonderful way to go back onto the American Future Series YouTube channel and watch some of these things and really have a chance to, be thoughtful about it and ponder it, and then some of it's actionable in our businesses, actionable in the political environment, and all of that. So I'll tell you, I also love the programming is so diverse. I think most importantly, each of the speakers focus on how improvements can be made to national security, our ability to compete globally. So I think that's really important. And I love it when recommendations are offered. They're offered on how to improve innovation, how to innovate faster, how to make the needed changes in order to bring that innovation to our warfighters, our young sons and daughters in uniform who need it so desperately in the missions that they perform for all of us. So going back to it, I was very significantly, very much anticipating the discussion led by our good friend, Major General Kim Kreider. And I think she didn't disappoint. She set the tone by focusing on critical technologies, capabilities like human machine learning, like AI, artificial intelligence, how they impact both the civilian and the military sectors. I thought that was a really terrific discussion. If you didn't see it, once again, go back to the YouTube channel on AFS, and you'll be able to catch it next week when we post it. There was a great discussion on the challenges and threats posed by China. And how they pose those threats, not just to the U.S., but to the rest of the world. It's very important that we maintain perspective on how incredibly difficult the critical competition with our near-peer adversary is. And we can't ignore all the things China's doing to compete and ultimately replace America as the premier economic and military power in the world. We saw Von Gumahat, our good friend, was joined by the head of strategy, Daniel Gazinski, our head of strategy at Comtech. I thought that was a really brilliant discussion on tactically responsive technologies. These are technologies that aren't going to be innovated and incubated for long periods of time. These are technologies that can be responsive in a tactical context today. And I thought that was really good. I love it when leaders, and I think I mentioned this morning, I love it when leaders speak and get specific without getting overly technical. Okay, it's important to highlight the actual capabilities that technology enables. These things that we're implementing now, these things that are on the horizon, these things that our adversaries might be implementing that we need to deal with and be prepared to counter or otherwise deal with in a national sense of a national agenda. I think we moved then to Major General Heather Pringle of the Space Foundation. He moderated the discussion on AI in space. Tony Bruno of ULA. He's always interesting. He's got great perspective and a great sense of humor. I think having him speak with Brian Morrison, who's General Dynamics Mission Systems, and Major General Kim Kreider, they provided some interesting and some diversity of perspective on one of the most important and fascinating issues we face, and that's the use of AI in space. Space is clearly an environment where you have to do more with less. Payloads are coming down in price, but still there's a space, size, weight, and cost limitation with respect to getting things in space and operating it. So I think that's very important. And I think that when we put people in space and we talk about the equipment and the supplies they need, we talk about the ability to leverage power and those kinds of things. I think that's a very important conversation because we have an opportunity to be more productive and efficient and successful in space in certain areas than we are here on Earth. And I think that's an important conversation. And of course, we want to mitigate risk to humans. So we need to use technology in order to do that as effectively as we can. We saw Shelley Brunswick. She interviewed the CEO of a leading space and technology company, Dr. Vivek Lal of General Atomics. And getting back, I just mentioned this with respect to power and that kind of thing, but they talked about the use, companies like General Atomics are at the forefront of dual-use technologies. They understand the challenges. They've had some successes. They have a vision for the future. And looking at fusion and fission in terms of the value that it creates in space, I think was a really compelling discussion. Laura Winter of Defense and Aerospace Report talked with Zachary Brown of the Aerospace Corporation and Colonel Rhett Turnbull, who recently retired, as you know, from Space Command. These guys, they've been working hard to advance innovation in dual-use technology. They shared some great insights on how to make that happen faster. I thought that was interesting. And Laura then went on to discuss the Silicon Bank meltdown as a cautionary tale. What can we learn from that? What can we do to mitigate or retire the risk of that happening again, at least happening in the same way? So I thought that was a really, really interesting discussion. It was great to have some leaders who have studied innovation and applying innovation in depth. Bucky Butow of Defense Innovation Unit, and George Pullen with Milky Way Economy shared their insights. And lastly, I think, I know you enjoyed this, David, but Lauren Nossenberger, Chief Innovation Officer at SAIC, was talking with her.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series. I'd like to welcome all of you to our two-day virtual dual-use technology summit. We're streaming from our studio here in Austin Community College in beautiful. Hello, everyone. I'm David Hamilton, founder and chairman of the America's Future Series. I'd like to welcome all of you to our two-day virtual dual-use technology summit. We're streaming from our studio here in Austin Community College in beautiful downtown Austin, Texas. For those of you who can't view all of our content live, please visit our YouTube channel for every episode and watch them at your convenience. The America's Future Series is a nonpartisan think tank and speaker series founded in 2009 to provide a forum for honest and open discussions on issues impacting U.S. global competitiveness and national security. Please visit www.americasfutureseries.com to learn more about us and all of our future events. I'd like to start the summit by thanking our presenting sponsor, Comtech Telecommunications. We literally could not host these events without their support, their thought leadership. And in particular, I'd like to thank Ken Peterman, Comtech's chairman, president, and CEO, for all he does for us and for so many others. I'm incredibly proud to share that Secretary Ellen Ward and other amazing leaders will be honoring Ken for his business leadership, thought leadership, philanthropy, and servant leadership with our Lifetime Achievement Award for Business Excellence this Friday evening during our VIP reception. We will also be honoring Ron Horowitz of Elbit Systems America with our 5-star award for extraordinary support of our military. I really want to thank Elbit for all they've done for our military and their families. If you haven't secured a ticket for this amazing evening of networking, socializing, and recognizing those who give back, please visit our website to register. And with that, I'd like to welcome Ken, who will provide some opening remarks, and as it always does, give us a great overview of what you can expect for the next day. Well, hello, everyone. As I mentioned, I'm going to be here speaking with Ken Peterman, Chairman, President, and CEO of Comtech Telecommunications. And I mentioned before that Comtech is our presenting sponsor and our huge supporter, our huge patron. Can't thank Ken enough for all of his support, his thought leadership, et cetera. And as usual, Ken is going to tee up the day. He's going to give you guys a little insight on what to look forward to, and in particular, maybe what to focus on. Because as you know, many of these programs, people can't see, but you can see them all on our YouTube channel. And so with that, Ken, I want to welcome you, and I can't thank you enough for your support and your leadership.
Well, thank you, David. I'll tell you what, it's great to be here. It's great to be part of American Future Series again. As you know, myself personally, as well as our leadership team and all of our employees at Comtech, we really enjoy America's Future Series. We really appreciate the fact that it's provocative, it's compelling, it's timely, it's relative, and yet it does so without a political agenda of any kind. So I think, and it's exciting right now. We're here in Austin at South by Southwest. I don't know about others, but for me, I just came off of an event in Luxembourg with respect to government SATCOM. And I just came off of, after that, the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. So we have a lot going on right now in the technology domain, which is all really very relevant to our young men and women in uniform, and making sure that they have access to the very latest, greatest technology in a trusted context, so they can execute their mission, so they can keep us all safe, and they can come home safely themselves. So yes, it's an exciting time. I would like to kick off the day. It's great to be here, and I'm really looking forward to it. There's a lot of on the agenda. It's insightful. There's a lot of important conversations. I think this is going to be one of our best two-day summits, and again, we're thrilled to support it. It's great. It's a thought-provoking event, and we're excited to be here. I'll give you an overview of what we can expect. I think it's important to stress that all of these discussions are going to be posted to the AFS YouTube channel next week so that everyone can view any segments that they miss. And in fact, I'll tell you, sometimes I go back and watch them again and pick up some things that I didn't pick up the first time. So I think that's a great technology advantage, David, that you do. And I know sometimes they're posted, you keep them live for quite a while. So I think that's great. We are starting today with a discussion on one of the most important technologies and capabilities that the world's wrestling with right now. That's human machine learning and AI, and Major General Kim Kreider has assembled a great group of thought leaders who will focus on this and the related technologies that are impacting both the civilian and military sectors, as well as our own individual lives. After that section, we have some of the world's experts on CCP and the threats and challenges we face from our peer adversary, China. Competition with China and other nations is probably the #1 reason America has to innovate faster and more effectively and better. We can't outmuscle these countries. We have to work smarter and not harder if we want to keep up and we want to thrive. So I'm really looking forward to our great friend Von Blumehot being joined by the head of strategy, Daniel Gazinski, my head of strategy at Comtech, Daniel Gazinski, and others discussing tactically responsive technologies. Everyone understands how important it is to innovate, how to put these capabilities to work, put them in the hands of our warfighters faster than ever before. And we need to discuss how to focus on that. We need to focus on the how, what works, what doesn't, how to implement advanced technologies tactically in a tactical environment when the stakes are highest and it matters most. After this, Major General Heather Pringle of the Space Foundation will moderate a discussion on AI in space. It's great to have Tony Bruno of ULA, the United Launch Alliance, joining us again, along with Brian Morrison of General Dynamics Mission Systems, and once again, Major General Kim Kreider. I'm really looking forward to their perspectives on one of the most important, and at least to me, one of the most fascinating issues we face, and that's the use of AI in space. If we're going to succeed in space, David, I think we have to rely on technologies such as AI to do those things that we can't, or certainly we can't do as effectively. And because of cost, we can't be up there to do it ourselves. So that's going to be an exciting, and AI in space, I think, is something that needs more attention, needs more time. It's thought-provoking. We need to put some of the best minds in this country on it. At about 1 p.m. Local time, Deputy Attorney Richard Jackson from Oklahoma will be joined by Lieutenant Colonel Bach with the Marine Software Factory, James Grimsley, who also heads Advanced Technology Initiatives for the Choctaw Nation, and our good friend, Brigadier General Chad Rudigy, who leads the University of Tulsa's Cyber Innovation Institute. They're going to focus on public-private partnerships, dual-use technologies, and they're going to focus on how to put that to work and how to make those partnerships more effective and yield greater results, faster results that apply both to the tactical domain and others. Shelley Brunswick is up next. She's going to interview Dr. Vivek Lal of General Atomics. I was really surprised to learn that General Atomics does some amazing work in nuclear fission and fusion, and fully leveraging the power sources like this are vital to fully working, living, and benefiting from space. And as we've always seen, I think innovations created through the pursuit of space travel, space exploration, space habitation, they create enormous benefits for us here on Earth. After that, Laura Winter of the Defense and Aerospace Report, she'll have a conversation with Zachary Brown. He's with Aerospace Corporation, and also Colonel Rhett Turnbull, recently retired from the Space Systems Command. The three of them are going to look into the future at the development of dual-use technology. We're going to follow that up with Laura talking more about lessons learned and driving causes of the Silicon Bank meltdown. I think things like that, the mortgage meltdown, the other financial crises, those are things we need to understand better, figure out what drove it, figure out how to work to find ways to prevent or mitigate future financial failures. And after that, we're going to end the day on a high note with Lauren Nossenberger, who's the Chief Innovation Officer at SAIC. She'll be talking with her successor, Dennis Goodwine, CIO of the U.S. Air Force, about cybersecurity and other key challenges. So altogether, David, I think we have a pretty impressive lineup. I hope everybody that's watching looks forward to this, enjoys it, pays attention. And once again, if you want to refer back to it, it'll be on the YouTube channel later for your reference and to go back and look at again. So David, once again, it's fantastic to be down here in Austin at the South by Southwest. It's a convenient time. I think we get to leverage people coming for multiple purposes. And so that's useful, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, thank you so much for sort of teeing up the day, giving people a little bit of an insight as well to look forward to. And we're going to start right away with Major General Ken Kreider. We're going to turn it over to you, Ken.
Well, thank you, David. It really is exciting to be here today as part of this South by Southwest event. And I am particularly thrilled to be joined here on this panel with three of my very good friends, longtime colleagues that I have served with in the military, who are just phenomenal leaders and innovators in their own right. With me today, I have Lieutenant General Dash Jameson. Dash has 37